Please note that this content is for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share. Hello everyone, and welcome back to another live trial day with me. Of course, we start a little bit later than the live court feed if you're watching live with me, because we want to skip over lunch break, coffee breaks, all that kind of stuff. Any fluff, right? So thank you all for being here. Please like and share so others know we are live right now. I'm starting a little later today, of course, because I noticed there was a lot of long breaks, where we don't see anything. So thank you all for being here. If you haven't yet subscribed, please subscribe as well. Become part of this community. Here we cover many cases. We watch trials together. And if you like deep dives, map time, snark where appropriate, which is usually directed straight at especially when they're convicted. Oh my word. And this guy, I don't know, man. Do you think the state is proving their case so far? In my opinion, I think so. But let's see what today brings. Of course, day 3, I think what's left for the state to present would obviously be, as I say in the thumbnail, DNA evidence. I peeked a little, saw a bit of that. Maybe the medical examiner, maybe some cell phone evidence, things like that. So that will always be quite interesting as well. Catherine, thank you for being a member for 10 months. You said, hello, G. Thank you for all your work. Thank you to everyone who's also on Patreon. I just posted my iced coffee on there that I was telling you guys in the chat while we were waiting for the live stream. I posted it there on our Patreon community chat if you want to go check it out. And moderators, thank you so much for everything you do. Are we ready, guys? Back the Blue, thanks for being a member for 14 months. Oh my goodness. And you said thanks for the trial certificate. That's also on Patreon. If you want a trial certificate, normally when we complete a trial, you get a certificate, and I post them on Patreon. And it's there today for the Ashley Benefield trial. Lily Pauly, thank you for the purple hearts for Jennifer Paxton. I also am wearing my purple heart today in honor of Jennifer Paxton. She's the victim in this case. She was 36 years old when she was murdered in December of 2019. Police say between December 1st and 31st, but throughout this trial, we've heard the timeline has narrowed a little bit to between December 23rd and 31st, somewhere there. And oh my goodness, if you are new to this case, please check out the trial prep. You can stay here with us, of course, today, but check out the trial prep so you get a good idea of what this case is about. And just know it comes with a giant trigger warning, of course. Kellyanne, thanks for being a member for 20 months. So, let's see. I mean, I don't know if anything could be worse than all the things we heard on day 1 from the former girlfriend of Sean Finnegan. Quickly, just to recap, Sean Finnegan is the defendant. This is a death penalty trial. The jury is sequestered the entire time. There's 16 jurors, including 4 alternates, 8 females, 8 males. And so, yeah, I think they go home to a hotel every day. And they might also have this trial on Saturday, is what they said, because they sequestered until the trial is done. It sounds like week 1 will be it's a 2-week trial. Week 1 will be for the guilt phase, right? And then week 2 will be the punishment phase. Will this guy be sentenced to death or not? And as an attorney, a guest on Court TV said last week in their trial prep, they were saying, if this is not a death penalty case, I don't know what is. I mean, we've gone over some of the things that obviously are presented in this trial, but there's also other charges that he has involving children and all sorts of things from other trials. The former girlfriend I'm talking about, she's pled guilty. She pleaded guilty. She got life in prison plus 50 years, and she had to testify against Sean Finnegan. Okay, so we saw that, and day 1 was like, oh my goodness. So you can see the seal is here behind me. Are we ready? Samantha said, I love G's voice when she gets snarky. It gets higher the more snarky. I find myself doing it too. Thank you so much. Now let me put the sound on. I boosted it for you and off we go. Let me put it also at 1.05 for now. We like custom speed. Thank you to the Grizzly who showed me that. Love that. I've never looked back.
Honorable Senior Judge Don Ash is presiding. Thank you. Have a seat, please.
Special Judge Don R. Ash.
It's my understanding that, and Counsel, have y'all had a chance to speak to Mr. Finnegan yet? It's my understanding that one of our witnesses may have had tested positive for COVID, so we're going to hear from that witness by Zoom. So I need, if you don't mind, to put him under oath and make sure he's waiving his confrontation right. Mr. Finnegan, you can sit right there. Raise your right hand, sir. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Thank you. So I have a witness that has COVID, and so they're going to testify by Zoom. You have a right to confront that witness for them to make them be here. But it's my understanding you've talked to your witnesses, you've talked to your attorneys, and you've agreed to waive that confrontation and let us proceed by having this person testify by video. Nobody's forced you, of course, to do it.
Imagine if this guy said, yes, I want the witness to be here. Yes, I do. Oh, my word. I did not know. Like, I don't know. I've seen that before. It's like, okay, the witness has tested positive for COVID, so they're not going to be here. They're going to be on Zoom, but he has the right to make them be there. What? No, don't do that. Okay, so Zoom, I think it will be. But yeah, he actually had to answer. We heard him talk a little bit, right? Not that we want to, and we sure look at him enough in this trial. Oh, my word. And if they show him for too long, then I put the picture of the victim over his face, because there's only so much that we can look at him, right? Die Cruz said, one day closer to justice for Jennifer. Thanks for your hard work, Mrs. G. Thank you so much. And yes, thank you to all the family and friends that are also watching here with us and that feel safe here to watch with us. All right, here we go.
Okay, thank you very much. And are y'all hooked up and ready to go?
I think we're probably pretty close. We've been trying to
Give
troubleshoot
me
some
wait a
sound.
few minutes, you get it.
The only issue is with the audio. We're not able to get it come through the court system. We're having to kind of rig it here, Judge, where we put it.
You want to
next
see how
to
it works, or have you tried it already?
Oh, we've tried that. I was going to ask permission, since I'm questioning her and we have to keep this here, if I can sit
Sure.
and do the
No problem
exam
at
of her. That might be easier where she can
all. Okay, all right,
interact.
we're good?
Extremely random comment, but I really like her outfit. Look at it. Look at the jacket. Compliments are welcome. We don't snark at the attorneys or the witnesses, unless, of course, the attorneys are victim blaming. We do not like that. Here we are protecting, number one, the victims and their families, right? So anyway, but compliments are always welcome, and like, damn, look at her outfit. Isn't it so nice? I love the jacket and the cutout and then like just everything about it. Okay, there we go. Compliment hour is done.
I'll move for you to sit here, Cross. That's what I was going to say next.
So he can sit in the nice chair then and cross it out?
Only for that.
Okay.
I'm not yielding it. I'll reclaim my time.
All right, you bring me in, please.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Oh, look at him.
Thank you. Have a seat, please. So the record can reflect all our jurors have returned. So good morning. Just a couple of things. Let me get that straight. So first of all, you remember throughout the trial I've instructed you not to talk to each other or anybody else about the trial until we get all the evidence in. So you can't, I'm sure you've made friends now. You can't go out, sit with your friend and go, hey, let's talk about the case in. And so I need to make sure none of y'all have done that. Everybody agree that you've not had any conversations with anybody else or any other juror about this case. If you agree with that statement, you've not done that, if you'll raise your right hand for me. Perfect. All right, thank you very much. So this lady here has COVID, tested positive for COVID. So I told her I didn't want her to be here. So we're doing this by Zoom. And everybody's agreed to do it by Zoom. We may have some issue with the sound, but we're going to work on that a little bit. And so the district attorney general is going to sit there at her desk and ask questions, which I said was fine. And then she'll be cross-examined by defense counsel, and he can sit at the desk and do that. Everybody understand the procedure there? Okay. And so, ma'am, can you hear me? Okay. Will you raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
And can you tell me your first name and last name and spell them both?
Jennifer Millsaps, Jennifer Millsaps.
Thank you, ma'am. And questions from the district attorney?
Thank you, Your Honor. Agent Millsaps, can you tell us who you work for and what your title is at that organization?
Yes, I work for the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, and I am Special Agent Forensic Scientist Supervisor in the Forensic Biology Unit.
What kind of training and education do you have to achieve that position?
I have a Bachelor of Arts degree in Biochemistry from Maryville College. I have a Master of Science degree in Life Sciences from the University of Tennessee in Knoxville. I completed an in-house training program at TBI under the direction of court-qualified analysts in the fields of serology and DNA analysis. And I've also been a member and been trained to be a member of the Violent Crimes Response Team.
I'm sure you all understood what's going on, right? So the witness that we were supposed to see here today is an agent from the TBI, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, and she tested positive for COVID. So the judge, I like the way the judge was. Yeah, I told her I don't want to hear. Judge is like, not in my courtroom. COVID now. And thankfully, the defendant was like not saying, because it seems like he has some rights to say no, she has to be here. Oh my word. Okay. Thankfully, he did not do that. So now Jennifer Millsaps is testifying via Zoom. I did take a peek earlier. What happens here? What happens here? Okay, so we can see a little bit of her on the screen later. But in general, we're just going to be listening. This is a challenging trial because most of us are visual learners, right? We like to see the photos, see the things, not graphic photos, just photos of the house and evidence, whatever, things like that. But yeah, and this one has been a listening one. Big time listening trial. So, ears, get your ears ready, everyone. We're listening in to this testimony. Here we go.
And could you describe what your duties are as that supervisor?
As a supervisor, I assist other analysts and supervise in the unit of analysts that are working on forensic DNA cases, and then other supervisory duties as assigned.
Can you tell us what serology is?
Serology is in forensic terms, is a study of bodily fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva.
And how is that useful in an investigation?
For an investigation, what we will do is we can take evidence from crime scenes and evaluate it using different techniques to determine if one of those bodily fluids might be present. And if it is, then we can take it forward through the DNA process.
Can you walk us through the DNA process for testing for that?
Sure. So what we would do is to take just a small sampling or cutting of a piece of evidence and add chemicals to it and take it through some processes that will extract or take out the DNA that could be part of that sample and just purify it and make it clean. The next step would be to find out how much DNA I have, and that would be through a process called quantitation. The next step would be to make copies of the portions of the DNA that we're really interested in looking at to help create that DNA profile through a process called amplification. And then finally, we will put that sample onto an instrument that will help us then to visualize the DNA profile that's been created. I do that for evidence samples as well as standards from individuals who might be involved in the case. So we create DNA profiles for all of those. I make comparisons and then write up my findings in a report.
Okay. Thank you so much, Sarah Wagler. That is so sweet. Thank you for your $10 sticker. And also someone said, I'm trying to find that. There we go. Laura, you said, Laura Harrod, male DA wearing a purple tie today. I saw that. Oh my word, isn't that so nice? I think it would be in honor of Jennifer Paxton. Maybe he just has a purple tie. I don't know. But as you guys know, if you've been here for day 1 and 2 and maybe the trial prep, you know that Jennifer Paxton's favorite color was purple. That's what her family members told us in chat. So yesterday I was wearing a purple shirt and a purple necklace in honor of her, and today I'm still wearing my purple necklace. So that's nice to see the DA is also wearing a purple tie. Okay, let's keep listening.
Do you keep current on the trends and techniques involved in serology and DNA identification?
Yes, we do. We get journal articles to read, and then also do continuing education every year.
Do you ever engage in teaching others about these technologies or processes?
Yes, I do.
Could you tell us briefly on that, please?
Okay. For a number of years, I've helped at the National Forensic Academy. I helped with the DNA class that's taught there. And then locally, we also will assist law enforcement and schools and things like that with education.
And how long did you say you've worked with TBI?
I've worked with TBI over 22 years.
About how many cases do you think that you have worked on in terms of serology, DNA analysis, forensic biology?
At least several hundred.
Have you ever been qualified as an expert in court before?
Yes, I have.
in state courts and federal courts?
Yes.
Approximately how many times?
I think it's somewhere between 55 and 60 times right now.
How reliable is DNA testing, and are there any certifications for the lab?
DNA testing is pretty reliable because of all of the safeguards that are put into place for a laboratory, and that is part of our certification process. We are certified by ANAB, which is the ANSI National Accreditation Board, and we're also follow the FBI Quality Assurance Standards guidelines for DNA laboratories. So those are some of the accreditations that we hold.
I'm going to show you a document right now, and if you could tell me if you recognize that document.
It's a resume.
I think that's a copy of my CV.
CV, curriculum vitae. We know it by now, right? Pop quiz, what is it? It's a resume. Well, she said CV. Okay, so let's, I wonder if they're going to go through all of that now. Let's hear it.
Sure.
Thank you so much, Tammy.
This into evidence as the next numbered exhibit, which I believe is 30.
Okay, number 30.
I just want to judge with the movement in her resume, state retain her as an expert in forensic biology, serology, DNA analysis.
Would defense like to voir dire on that issue? No, Your Honor. Okay, I'll let her give her opinion.
For us lay people, can you tell us, in the simplest terms that we can understand, what is DNA?
DNA is a chemical that's found in our bodies, and it can serve as sort of a set of instructions or a blueprint for how your body is made.
And in what kind of areas of our body would you find DNA?
You can find DNA in practically every part of the body. There's only a few cell types that don't have DNA, but pretty much every other cell in the body does have DNA. And it would be the same throughout the body.
Are some places better to deposit DNA, or some body parts better for depositing DNA, or fluids versus skin? Can you walk us through the difference in testing between fluids or skin cells, for example?
Well, fluids generally will have more DNA with them. So blood, semen, saliva generally are better sources. I'm not sure if this is where you're going, but with DNA, they generally have more DNA available for testing. Skin cells, we don't know how many are there. We can't see them. So but generally speaking, it's not as much DNA as a bodily fluid would be.
So you gave us a brief overview of some of the testing for DNA. Can you literally walk us through, when you get a sample of something, a swab, what is the journey of that swab in your lab?
Okay. So what would happen is evidence, the swab, or whatever it would be accepted by our evidence technicians, and they assign it a unique case number and a unique identifier at that point. They store it in our vault until which time an analyst can come and retrieve it. And so I would go and they would transfer it to me. I would take it back to our laboratory, do whatever analysis I need to do on that swab, and seal it back up, return it to them, and it stays in the vault until the agency can come in and pick it back up.
All right, so when you take it out for testing, what is it that you are doing to any sample?
It's going to vary from sample to sample, depending on what type of tests need to be done. Let's say if I was looking for blood, I would look for complete blood testing examinations that we have. And I would take a small cutting. So a swab sort of looks like a Q-tip. And so I would end up, say, cutting the tip of that Q-tip off with a scalpel blade. And a small piece of that swab would be then tested further for DNA at that point.
And how is that different than, say, an object, like shoes or a chain, for example?
Again, it's going to depend if an object, let's say, had blood on it. I could either choose to, say, cut out just a small square, say something about the size of a pencil eraser head. I could cut out something about that small. or I could even swab the area as well that I think potentially has blood on it. And then, again, cut that swab tip and then send it through the DNA process at that point.
So explain to us, when you're sending it through the DNA process, what kind of data are you provided, and explain it to us in the statistical analysis of that in as rudimentary terms as you can for us.
So, I'm sorry, could you maybe rephrase the question?
Certainly. Sorry, that was a terrible question. Can you just explain how that analysis works, how you use those swabs and get information to make an identification of that DNA?
Okay. So, when we go through the DNA process, I think I mentioned earlier about creating a DNA profile. And a DNA profile is a conglomeration of information taken from a lot of different locations within a person's DNA. And the reason we pick those is because at each one of those locations, what the information you would find there would vary from person to person. And when you take those little bits of information and put them all together, you're saying, what is the chance of someone having this information at one spot times the chance they're having it at the next spot, so on and so forth. When you do that statistical calculation, it becomes a number that's greater than the world population. So basically meaning that the profile is considered unique at that point. So we create those DNA profiles so that we can compare them between pieces of evidence as well as standards from individuals at that point.
So the likelihood of someone else having this DNA is greater than the world population is a pretty substantial certainty, correct?
It makes it a fairly unique profile at that point.
How does that compare?
Quick pause. Oh my goodness, Dr. Christian Bala, thank you so much. Where are you from? Thank you very, very much. I really, really appreciate that $50 super sticker. Oh my word. So yeah, Onionette says, why do they feel the need to uber focus on the creep? I don't know. Could we talk to the camera person? Do they want to be interviewed? Why? We'd rather look, of course, at the prosecutor, whoever, anyone. We'd rather look at the freaking, as we said, the ceiling, the fan, anything else, right? Oh my word. Anita, welcome.
If, say, you have results that say inconclusive.
So what we do at the point of, once I create those profiles or I can visualize them, I will evaluate each one and I will make determinations about them, whether or not, let's say, do they have one person? Do they have more than one person? Is it a mixture of people? If it's a mixture, is it something I can work with and say this person contributed or somebody contributed more DNA than someone else? When I can make those types of evaluations, then I will go back and look to see if there's any matches. If at that point I look at that profile and I say, I don't know that I can tell anything about it, let's say maybe it's has very limited information or there's just too many people, at that point I will say that this profile is inconclusive. So in other words, it's not good enough that it can be compared against someone else for comparison. So it never is compared in that instance.
Okay. Can you tell us what YSTR is?
YSTR is, I think I told you earlier that a DNA profile is taken from information from all over a person's DNA. Mm-hmm. YSTR is information that's only taken from what's called the Y chromosome, and that is something that only males have. And with that profile, it's shared from father to son and then son to sons. So it's shared along what's called the paternal line. So anyone in that paternal family line, barring a mutation, should have the same YSTR profile.
So if you're doing a YSTR profile, if you had a father and son, would you be able to tell who had been the contributor of that DNA just by the YSTR?
No, I would not be able to tell the difference at that point, barring that one of them didn't have a mutation. They would share the same profile in that particular instance.
So in that particular instance where you only have like YSTR and no identified subject, you don't have any way to compare that to someone to make an identification without possibly identifying everyone in the paternal line?
Or the paternal line, but yeah, it would say matches this person and anyone in their paternal line.
Okay.
And the statistics are much different there as well.
You talked about major and minor contributors. Could you just elaborate on that a little bit and explain that to us?
Sure. When I look at a DNA profile, on occasion what we'll see is that an individual, based on what I see from the profile, I can tell that there's someone who left a lot more DNA. In other words, the DNA left behind shows a stronger signal than a minor contributor would be someone who's contributed less amount of DNA, and so the signal strength given off from that individual or individuals is much weaker. So if we can make that separation, then we will.
You said earlier that there are some types like fluid, semen, blood, those things. At times, it's a higher quantity of DNA that you can find from that than versus skin cells, which you can't see. You don't know about that. Are there other things that would affect the availability of DNA and your ability to test for it?
Yes, if there's a lot of different factors that can affect DNA that's, say, left behind somewhere. Anything that's, say, left out, for example, in the sun or the heat, it can break down the DNA a lot more quickly. There's cleaning agents that can break down DNA. DNA will break down over time anyway. So factors like that can have an impact on the amount of DNA that's left behind.
All right. You said earlier that part of your duties are working with the VCRT, the Violent Crime Response Team. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you have occasion to work in that capacity on between August 5th, August 6th of 2020?
I did.
Can you walk us through when you first got dispatched or called to respond to a location in Oak Ridge, Tennessee in regard to what's called you into court today?
We were asked to come and look for the presence of blood, and it was in some specific areas, sort of one corner of the living room towards the kitchen, as well as a bedroom that was upstairs.
And could you walk us through what your involvement was there at the scene?
I was considered team leader, and this was what we call a technical assist, and that's where they're not necessarily looking for an entire crime scene evaluation. They're really more looking for a specific expert in serology and DNA to come and evaluate the scene. And so myself and Agent Cochran went up there as serologists to go and evaluate the scene.
So you were present and supervising when photographs, walkthroughs, swabs, Blue Star, all of that was used?
Yes.
And you are, as the supervisor, the person who submits the report on the swabs and the items collected as part of the VCRT response?
Yes, I was team leader at the time, and yes, so it was my responsibility to issue the report.
All right. I'm going to display something for you, and you can tell me if you recognize this.
That's my official crime scene report. Looks like it's dated October 20th, 2020.
If you'll excuse me, may I approach?
Sure.
The judge is like, sure. Okay, let's speed this up. Michael Green says, strange the mother never went to the freezer during the period, but it was only like, in the living area. That is, I guess, for a few days. It's also a few days. Right? But apparently she was quite ill. But they moved the freezer within a couple of days, according to Mahogany's testimony, from the living area, because she thought, the story that Sean said was that the landlord delivered the freezer to the wrong address and would be picking it up soon. A few days later, freezer wasn't in the living area. So then they carried it upstairs to put in the bedroom closet. Like, what the hell? So I don't think the mother had much opportunity to look in that freezer.
So as part of this particular investigation, you supervised and you submitted that report, approved it, of everything that Ms. Cochran and yourself supervised of collecting from that scene. And you told us the process that samples go to when they're brought to the lab? Is that what was followed in this case?
Yes, I mean, technically this is before it got to the lab, but yes, that's sort of what we did in this instance.
And how long does it take to do a DNA analysis on any one item, but especially a number of items?
A number of items, it can take quite a bit longer. If I didn't have anything else to work on, depending on the number of items, we could get a report out, in a few days. If it's the number of items, that time frame is going to increase depending on the number of items that we have.
In this case, do you recall when you issued the first forensic biology report?
I'm sorry, was that? Are you asking about the first report?
Yeah.
I'm assuming you guys don't want to see him be chewing mints. Look, he's got he's got something in his mouth now. Ew, here we go.
Yes, I'm asking, do you recall the first report that you issued in response to this case?
Yes.
And what was the date on that?
If it's the first DNA report, the first one was December 17th, 2020.
And you did 2 reports on that day, correct?
I did.
2. All right. The first one let's talk about is swabs that were taken from the body of Jennifer Paxton.
Okay.
And that is a report issued, as you just said, 12/17/20.
Yes.
And I'm going to show you this report and see if you can identify it as the report that you prepared on this case.
Yes, that's my report dated 12/17/20.
And if you could, it looks like exhibits 4C and 5A are external vaginal swabs from Jennifer Paxton and left hand fingernail clippings and clippers from Jennifer Paxton.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
4C,
And 5A.
the external bag, and 5A?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. And
So
you also had
4C
14A. What was that?
14, I'm Sean Finnegan.
And when you get that looks like buccal standard, am I saying that correctly? I hear buccal
Yes.
and buccal. What is that?
That's a standard that's taken from an individual. In the instance of a buccal or buccal standard, it's a swab that's given to the inside of the cheek, and so just in the mouth. And we use that as a sample for comparison. We'll create a DNA profile from that and be able to compare it back to evidence in the case.
Okay, so in this,
We talked about that before in other trials. We're like, isn't it a buccal swab? But yeah, different accents, different pronunciations, as with everything in life, right? Remember that District Attorney Ray Tierney in the Rex Hurman, the Long Island serial killer case, he's like, what does he say? Yeah, buccal swabs, right? So when they say, I've heard buccal and buccal, yep, let's not argue about that. Different pronunciations, different accents.
case, were you able to find any DNA on the swabs from Jennifer Paxton?
In the exhibit 4C, which is the external vaginal swabs from Jennifer Paxton, the results for the presumptive immunological testing did not indicate the presence of semen, and no spermatozoa were observed in microscopic exam. And the DNA profile was consistent with Jennifer Paxton, who's assumed contributor to the profile.
And I'm sorry, were you able to find a male profile on any of these swabs?
Not at the point of this first DNA report.
This report indicated on 4C results the YSTR profile obtained from an unknown male.
So I have, I'm sorry. I have 2 reports dated December 17th, 2020. So yes, that was from the DNA report. So the YSTR report, which is issued on the same day, the YSTR profile obtained is from an unknown male. Therefore, Exhibit 14A, Sean Finnegan, is excluded as the source of this male DNA profile.
So to be clear, since I would probably not transition between those 1217 reports. The 1217 report we're talking about is the official forensic biology YSTR report. And these are
Yes.
swabs from Jennifer Paxton's vaginal area and clippings from her fingernails, correct?
Yes.
And that was compared to the DNA standard that you found and identified as Sean Finnegan.
Yes.
And on the swabs for Ms. Paxton, there was a male, but it was not Sean Finnegan. He was excluded. You had enough to identify there was male, but not him.
Yes.
And because that is a YSTR sample, you can't compare it to another individual because it would be the paternal line. And also, you don't have a standard to compare that to. So that remains unidentified, correct?
Correct. I would have to have additional standards for comparison.
Okay, thank you.
Uncomfortable to talk about, hold on. But weird that they didn't find any of Sean Finnegan's semen around the area they were discussing of Jennifer Paxton's remains. And also an unknown male DNA profile. I mean, what? Why is it not Sean Finnegan's? You know what I mean? Like, conclusively, I wonder. Tamara says, Grizzly, do you know if they will also put him on trial for the horrible things he did to the children? I'm wondering if that's going to be part of the aggravating factors in the punishment phase, you know, of this trial, if they bring that up. I'm not sure. The reason I haven't seen anything about that. Like, how long will he face for those CSAM charges? Okay, if you guys don't know what I'm talking about, apparently, Sean Finnegan and Rebecca Dishman abused at least 2 children after the murder of Jennifer Paxton and created CSAM content, which they're not talking about in this trial. But Rebecca Dishman, when she pleaded guilty, she got life in prison plus 50 years, and the plus 50 was for the CSAM related charges. So I'm wondering if when he gets sentenced, you know what I mean, if they're going to add that for those. Because I don't think that's really disputed, because they have the photos and videos and all the things, right? But if anyone actually knows like the legal answer for that, please feel free to either email me, grizzlytruecrime@gmail.com, or you could just put it in chat. I'll be having a look out here as well. Okay.
I'd move this in as the state's second next numbers exhibit. I believe we had the crime scene report that she signed off on with Tatiana Cochran's that was identified yesterday, so you have that on the bench. And that was marked for ID. We would move that in as the next state's number exhibit number 31 and move this in as state's exhibit number 32. That was marked for identification with Ms. Cochran yesterday, swab she did. But the report is submitted by the supervisor, Agent Millsaps.
Johnny says nasty stains around his mouth. Is it? I didn't look. Ew.
So there was no DNA from Mr. Finnegan on the swabs for Ms. Paxton, but there were additional items that were tested from the house, correct?
Yes.
And you issued another report on 12/17, and this one is titled the Official Forensic Biology Report from 12/17/20, the same date the YSTR was issued, correct?
Yes.
There are a number of items on this report. Is that accurate to say?
Yes.
I'm going to show you, is this the report that you're referring to now?
It was, yes.
And for purposes, Judge, at the conclusion of this, if we could publish for the jury, the Zoom is not particularly conducive to that at this point. But
So do you want me to pass the one we just did and this one once we get through with this? Is that what you're saying?
it might be easier if they see everything together
Okay.
and pass everything as it is.
Photo time. I wonder if that's what's happening now, because it took forever. That's why I started later. Speaking in to see like, okay, wait, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes. I think it took almost 45 minutes for the jury to look through photos. So we're going to teleport over that, because there's no point just watching when we see nothing, right? We just see the judge waiting and everyone waiting. Okay. Stefan says, who is that other male? Ooh, I also wonder, like, what is going on there? Michael Green said, do we know Sean Finnegan's previous criminal record prior to this case? We've only heard about prior firearm possession, I think some drug possession. We've heard about that. We've also heard about him being arrested for allegedly kidnapping another lady in 2015. He was charged, but I don't know what ever happened from that. I can't see anything like on the court records. I can't find anything beyond him being arrested for that. And then what happened? You know, how much time did he serve? Did he not serve time? What happened to that case? I really wonder, right? Ooh, Rosie says, gee, the monster may not have been able to get aroused. I don't know, based on what Rebecca said. Ew. She said that okay, trigger warning, it's going to be gross. Never mind the defecating on each other. Ew, Rebecca and Sean. Yeah, taking photos of that as well. But also she said that he ejaculated on her and things like that, as in on his former girlfriend, Rebecca. So I don't know. It's interesting. The DNA, what we're hearing is interesting, that there's no like conclusive, so far from what we've heard, DNA of Sean Finnegan's on this victim's body. But you never know, because he went to, I don't know if he went to Walmart, but he went shopping and he got shower curtains and trash bags and bleach and all sorts of things. And you just don't know how much he cleaned the victim's body, if you know what I mean. Like, you remember Rex Heuermann's little planning document that they found, and he said, and again, trigger warning, this is true crime after all, but he did say, Rex Heuermann, his planning document, clean all cavities of the body, you know what I mean? So you just don't know if someone like this did that, because Rebecca mentioned bleached the body, bleached and cleaned. She mentioned something like that, so that could be why, because of course that would destroy the DNA.
So they can hear what she's saying, but again, sorry for the clunkiness of this. It's not something we normally do with it. So I appreciate everyone's patience on that. I'd like to draw your attention specifically on this report to item 009A.
Okay.
What is that?
That's what I described as a choke chain.
And was that area swabbed of the choke chain for any biological substances?
By the way, we saw those exhibits yesterday. I also timestamped that for you. So if you didn't see it, we saw that it was more like a pinch chain. Oh, it looked terrible. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, I actually swabbed a couple of places. So the first one was the studded areas of the chain, which to me was, if you were looking at the chain, it's meant for a dog, and so the little studs that would poke inwards towards the dog's neck, that's where I swabbed. And then the leash attachment ring is the other place that I swabbed. So the swab from the stud areas that I did test it for blood. But presumptive chemical testing did not indicate the presence of blood. And then for the DNA, limited DNA profile, including at least one male, was obtained. Due to the limited profile obtained, this profile is inconclusive for comparison purposes.
Okay. So there's DNA there, male, don't know who that is.
I could tell there was at least one male included, but it was a very limited amount of sample, so I could not make any comparisons against it.
And if we go down just one more to 10A, those leashes, is that the same?
Okay, we're going to hear about the leashes now. I just do want to answer this question. Tammy Trigg said, hi, this is probably an odd question. Nope. And you said, it's C-SAM, like C-S-A-M. And you say, I've heard it used very often in other trials, which is, I'm glad you've heard it in other trials, because normally they refer to it as child, P-O-R-N. And it shouldn't be called the P-O-R-N. I'm spelling it out for YouTube, of course, Anyway, it shouldn't be called that because it's abuse. It's non-consensual. You know what I mean? So, even though people will now argue that P-O-R-N sometimes it's also abuse and it's non-consensual, I get it. But CSAM is an updated term for that, which stands for Child S-A, I'm sure you know what that means, material, okay? So CSAM is the updated word, and we always do our very best to let people know that's the updated term, because it sounds so horrific to call it the other word.
Same type of analysis you did on that, swabbing those, and
well, it did. I also need to also swab the ring, also from 9A.
Okay.
Did you want me to give those results?
Please.
Okay. So the ring was kind of like the ring that would be around the collar if it was to attach to a leash. And the presumptive chemical testing did not indicate the presence of blood, and the DNA profile from that was consistent with a mixture of at least two individuals. And due to the limited profile obtained and the unknown number of potential contributors to the profile, this profile is inconclusive for comparison purposes.
So, two peoples can identify who that is.
No.
And the leashes on 10A, tell us about that, please.
Okay, for the leashes, I tested the handles of, it was a pink leash and a red leash. I tested the handles and then the opposite ends separately. So for the pink leash handle, the DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture of at least two individuals, which included at least one male. Due to the limited profile obtained and the unknown number of potential contributors, this profile was deemed inconclusive for comparison. from the end, so the pink leash end of that same leash, the DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. Due to the limited profile obtained and the unknown number of potential contributors, the profile is deemed inconclusive for comparison purposes.
Yeah, it sounds like they cleaned up a lot, huh? So that pinch color they showed yesterday is something like this. Sure. So if you missed that, as I say, it's timestamped for you. Everything's timestamped for you. Well, mostly I know I wish I could make that timestamp list so much longer, but you're kind of limited to the characters you can put into the description box, and I use it to the max. So I generally put when the witnesses are on, when it's direct examination, cross-examination, so you can easily navigate through those. I did say the exhibits at that point when they showed the exhibits and verbalized everything. It's timestamped from yesterday, day 2 of the trial, okay?
Okay. Now, you talked about, depositing DNA in some substances are better for others. Would you expect that if someone is carrying a dog leash or walking a dog, that they may deposit DNA on the leashes or the collars?
Yes.
Okay. If I can now draw your attention then to 11A.
Okay.
Could you tell us what that was?
11A was a messenger bag with a length of chain and 2 padlocks. Were all submitted as part of that exhibit.
Could you walk us through your testing of those items, please?
Okay, for the messenger bag and the padlocks, I didn't do any testing on those. I did do testing on the chain. It was about 6 feet long, and so I tested the ends of each end of that chain. So side 1, what I called side 1, the DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals. The major contributor profile is consistent with Exhibit 4A or Jennifer Paxton. Due to the limited minor contributor profile obtained, the minor contributor profile is inconclusive for comparison purposes. And from the major contributor profile, the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual who would be included as a contributor of the DNA profile is 1 in a number greater than the current world population for the African American, Caucasian, and Southwestern Hispanic populations. Then from the opposite side of the chain, so what I called side 2, the DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals. The major contributor profile is consistent with Exhibit 12A or Rebecca Dishman. Due to the limited minor contributor profile obtained, the minor contributor profile is inconclusive for comparison purposes. And from that major contributor, the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual who would be included as a contributor of the DNA profile is 1 in a number greater than the current world population for the African American, Caucasian, and Southwestern Hispanic populations.
So you would call that very certain that you have Jennifer Paxton's DNA on that chain?
Yeah, Jennifer Paxton's DNA is on one side.
And you are certain that Rebecca Dishman's DNA is on the other side?
DNA matched back to both of them, one on each side.
And then there's a minor contributor that you're just unable to identify with the sample size that you have on this chain?
That's correct.
Okay. Now I move this report in as the next state's exhibit. I believe that's 32. 33.
Definitely. Lobo Volcan is like, defense is going to use this absence of course, they're going to use this absence of DNA. They're there being like, okay, we're going in.
You had additional reports that you submitted as a result of items that were seized or swabbed at 318 Fairview Oak Ridge, correct?
Yes.
Was your next official forensic biology report dated 4/19/2021?
Yes.
Does this appear to be that report?
Yes, it does.
If I could draw your attention to 001D. Could you tell us what that is and about your analysis, please?
1D is swabs of stains from right side of freezer interior. Do you want me to read my results?
Please.
Okay. For that one, presumptive immunological testing indicated the presence of human hemoglobin, a component of human blood. The DNA profile obtained matched Exhibit 4A or Jennifer Paxton. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual who would be included as a contributor of the DNA profile is 1 in a number greater than the current world population for all 3 groups that I've mentioned earlier.
All right. If you could take a look at 001E and tell us what that is and about your analysis and results.
Okay, so 1E is the swabs of stain on the inside closet door near the kitchen. And that one, presumptive immunological testing indicated the presence of human hemoglobin, a component of human blood. The DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including at least 1 male. The major contributor is consistent with Exhibit 14A for Sean Finnegan. Due to the limited minor contributor profile obtained, the minor contributor profile is inconclusive for comparison purposes. From the major contributor, the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual who would be included as a contributor of the DNA profile is 1 in a number greater than the current world population for those 3 population groups.
So on the inside of the freezer, you have positively identified DNA from Jennifer Paxton. And
yes.
From the inside closet door, reddish-brown stain, you were able to identify at least 2 individuals' DNA present, but the only one that was able to be identified is Sean Finnegan, and the other a minor contributor that you can't identify with the sample you have.
Yes.
If I could draw your attention to 001G.
Okay. The swabs of the stain on the wall near a fireplace in the living room. And on that one, presumptive immunological testing for the presence of human hemoglobin, a component of human blood, was not performed due to a limited sample. The DNA profile is consistent with Exhibit 4A or Jennifer Paxton. There's additional information obtained at one of the locations that we look at. And due to that limited information, interpretation of that little bit was inconclusive for comparison purposes. The probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual who would be included as a contributor of the DNA profile is 1 in a number greater than the world population for the African American, Caucasian, and Southwestern Hispanic populations.
I'm just quickly going to pause. Wait. There we go. Rebecca said, this is not the first trip around the block for Sean Finnegan. He knew bleach was very important in concealing his crime. Right? This is not this guy's first rodeo. I mean, he did. We already know about a kidnapping in 2015 that he was charged with, but I just don't know if he was sentenced or what the hell happened there. If anyone knows. Wow. Okay. So let me know. I'd love to know why he wasn't put in prison then already. But wow, the way that he's just like, oh, okay, just coming home with shower curtains, trash bags, bleach, just like all the things and just everything he did. It's absolutely horrendous, right? Kelly Cat said, please don't call this the dog collar trial. I've never used one on a dog, much less a human being. Just horrible to imagine, right? Nobody's calling it that. Is anyone calling it that? I really hope not. Oh, no. This is the Sean Finnegan trial. Mm-hmm.
That, in summary, certainly means you have a certainty of Jennifer Paxton's blood or DNA on that wall.
There was DNA found from her on the wall.
DNA from her on the wall. We haven't talked a lot about alleles. Could you tell us what that means?
So an allele is what we call the information that we're obtaining from the different locations to help create a person's DNA profile. An allele, the person has a chance of having 2 alleles at each location. Sometimes the information we get is the same. In other words, their mother and their father both gave the same information, so it looks the same to us. And sometimes they gave them different information, and so we can tell that as well, that every person has 2 alleles at each location. And so what this is saying is there was an extra little bit of information, an extra allele that was obtained. I can't even say much about it because it's not enough information. It's inconclusive.
Okay, thank you. Mm-hmm. We also have marked on that report that 003A, there were black shoes in the master bedroom. Were the results of that, those seized on this, included in this particular report?
No, they were not.
Now, I have a question regarding our past 2 reports from the official forensic biology from swabs and the items that were seized. There are places you found DNA on these reports, and there are places where it doesn't look like anything was yielded from those swabs or from testing to see if there's a biological substance on those. Is that unusual?
No, it's going to vary depending on the type of samples that were collected. Some of them in this instance were fairly limited, and we don't do all of the testing that we can do on the scene because we're not capable of doing it except for in the laboratory. So when we're on the scene, we're doing just some very quick, what we call preliminary or presumptive tests, and if it's enough for us to take it back to the lab, we will at that point. But we don't always know how much is included in that sample when we take it.
Okay. Your Honor, please, I would move the official forensic biology report from 41921 and this next state's numbered exhibit, number 34.
Any conclusive DNA? Not that we're hearing of yet. Oh, the defense is going to have fun with that, yes. Karen Kennedy, thank you so much. My goodness, thank you everyone for the stickers. I also see there's PayPals. Thank you. PayPal is the most direct source of support. Of course, YouTube takes 30 to 50% of everything. So thank you for those as well. And the coffees and buying mods coffees. You guys are so, so sweet. And also thank you for all your emails. I'm still working my way through all of them. I read all my emails. I just struggle to respond to all of them. But thank you very much, everyone. Karen, thanks. And someone said something I wanted to reply to. Thank you for sharing purple hearts in honor of Jennifer Paxton. It was actually a comment. I just can't find it now. Sorry. The good chat is just flying here. Where is it? There. Deborah said, why did he have 9 months to clean up? Why wasn't he in jail? The thing is, there was this alleged kidnapping in 2015, right? And then Jennifer Paxton, she was held against her will, so kidnapped and abused, tortured, all of that, and murdered in December of 2019. And after she was murdered, her body was placed in a freezer. Right? So it wouldn't have been, no one would have known what happened to Jennifer Paxton unless it was for Rebecca Dishman, the former girlfriend of Sean Finnegan, actually telling Mahogany, who we saw on the stand yesterday, who was a neighbor. She told Mahogany that she wants to get out, that Sean Finnegan is extremely abusive. Mahogany took Rebecca to a women's shelter, and it's because of Mahogany and her husband calling the police and telling them what Rebecca told them. So thankfully, Rebecca spoke up to someone she trusted and said there's a body in the freezer. Okay. And that was 9 months later. That was in August of 2020. So it actually, Rebecca, if she just kept quiet for the rest of her life, well, maybe no one would have ever known what happened to Jennifer Paxton. So as much as she was part of very grotesque things that happened apparently in this house, right? And she's already pleaded guilty, got life in prison plus 50 years. Thankfully, it's kind of like the Adam Montgomery trial. I keep saying it because Kayla Montgomery, I mean, if it wasn't for her, no one would have really known what happened to Harmony, right? So same here. Thankfully, Rebecca spoke up. Thankfully, Mahogany and her husband called the police. Thankfully, the police followed up and many departments got together. They looked at all the missing persons records and everything. And they were able to then go to the house, open the freezer, see there's no body in the freezer. And thankfully, there's so many thankfullys. Oh my goodness, a whole chain of events that happened. The very observant police officer that we saw on the stand yesterday, looking and seeing, but this house is so neat and tidy. But there's this blanket poking out from under the bed. So he looked under the bed and pulled the blanket out, and he said he felt something really cold, and it really gave him a fright. And when they pulled that blanket out, there were trash bags, and in it were the remains of Jennifer Paxton. So all these agencies working together. Of course, Rebecca speaking up, the neighbors doing the right thing, see something, say something. I mean, that's why it took so long to even arrest him, but also why it took so long to even know what happened in that home. If Rebecca never said anything, would he ever be caught? Would he be caught, or would he be doing this for decades more? He was 52 years old at the time when this happened. I still question, what did he do his whole life? What has this guy been up to? How many other victims are there? If anyone knows anything, please contact the police, the Oak Ridge Police Department, because you never know, maybe more cases can be solved. Okay, let's keep going.
4.
Okay.
And finally, if I could draw your attention, please, to your official forensic biology report from 7/12/24.
Okay.
Does this appear to be the report you submitted for that?
Yes, it is.
And can you tell us what item you tested in this particular report?
On this item, I tested the black shoes from the master bedroom.
And could you tell us about the process where there's any determination that there could be biological material on these shoes?
You mean like the screening process?
Yes,
or okay. So usually what would happen is we would examine the item visually first, and if we can see something like a stain that we're interested in, then I would test it with a kind of a preliminary a set of chemical color change tests. If those are positive, then we can move forward with additional testing after that. In this instance, these shoes were sprayed with a substance called Blue Star, which is another preliminary test at the scene. And so we collected them at the scene, and no further testing was done on them until actually worked on them here in July of 24. So I did test the shoes. They were negative, but the shoelace on here was, it indicated the presence of blood, but I couldn't localize a stain. So what I did is I took the shoelace, I took it out of the shoe, and then if you were to say fold the shoelace in half, I tested in halves at a time, and one of the halves showed positive. I just couldn't tell because it's black. I couldn't tell where it was positive at. So I ended up swabbing a portion of that shoelace. I left the end alone because I figured if someone's tying their shoes, that potentially could leave DNA behind. So I stayed away from that area. So it was more towards that middle half is where it was swabbed. So I did not do any testing beyond just that preliminary test in terms of testing for blood. But the DNA profile obtained was consistent of a mixture of at least 3 individuals, including at least 1 male. Due to the complexity of the mixture, this profile is inconclusive for comparison purposes.
All right. Your Honor, please, I would tender this as State's Exhibit Number 35.
Kazoo62 says, so Sean was only in prison for like 3 to 4 years. I don't think he was in prison at all for that crime. That's the thing. He had some firearms charges, some weapons, weapons and I think drug possession. But like, what happened to that? Because that sounded pretty severe as well. The lady apparently spoke to the news. So, oh my goodness. Debbie says, Frances Veronica Finnegan was 82 when she passed away. Apparently, yes. I've received lots of links for her obituary, but I've also received others of a lady of the same name, similar age range. So I'm just careful with it because sometimes, of course, there's people with the same name that pass away in the same state around the same time, and that's always like, wait, what? Like, how do we know for sure? But it does sound plausible. It does look like it's plausibly her that has passed away. But yet, I won't be shocked if they're like, no, man, she's still alive. I'll be like, oh, okay. So I'm just careful with that, right? Yeah, Kristen's like, was DNA found on anything yet? The victim's DNA was found on the chain as well as Rebecca Dishman's DNA on the chain. So that's what we've heard so far. Let's hear more.
I pass this witness, Judge.
All right, cross-examination. I need to switch chairs.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, do I have to hold something up here?
Is there a way to turn it up?
I was holding the microphone down toward the
Let's try that. Can you
and it helps a little.
Can you hear me?
When I remember to do that.
Yeah, I can.
Okay, here we go. We've got cross-examination. The defense is going to ask, basically confirm. So you didn't really find any conclusive DNA anyway, did you? Of Sean Finnegan, his client, of course, who's on a death penalty trial. So I think the defense has something to work with here.
Hear you.
That's a little better. All right. Can you do that?
Gotcha.
Thanks, buddy.
Hang this up.
All right. So let's. I'm just going to take a look back through these reports, and the one report that starts with 4C, external vaginal swabs of Jennifer Paxton.
Okay.
And just to summarize that you found DNA on the external vaginal swabs of Jennifer Paxton, but it was an unknown male.
That's correct.
Can you hear me?
Hang on, hold tight. Where's the speaker?
Oh, no.
Shame, and the witness's voice is starting to go a little bit. By go, I mean it's starting to disappear. I think it's taking strain, you know, because she's tested positive for COVID, so it must be, I don't know, I could just imagine that must hurt or not. Shame, man, she must be feeling quite fluish, quite sick, and so they're like, can you hear? I mean, we can hear, right? We can hear her.
This is a really precise science, the finest technology.
Okay.
ma'am.
Right about there.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna try that again, okay? So, but you swabbed that and you tested it, and there was the DNA of an unknown male.
That's correct.
Okay, and when you say unknown male, that doesn't mean it's inconclusive. That means you just don't have a DNA sample to compare it to. Proper? I'm right.
Right. That's right.
And so that is you do have a DNA. You do have enough DNA to compare, and you compared it to Sean Finnegan, and it's not him. He's excluded, correct?
He is excluded.
Okay. Now, you talked about DNA degradation a little bit earlier, and it can degrade over time, right?
Yes.
And there are certain chemicals and washing, and there are different things that can degrade DNA over time. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so when you're testing for DNA, and you talked about having major major suppliers and minor suppliers, I guess, of that DNA. Is that correct?
Yes.
And usually, would you say that the major supplier is the one who probably, let me see how I can phrase this. Maybe touch it more? Is that a good way to say that they would maybe had more contact with that particular object than the minor contributors?
It's possible. It's hard to say, how the DNA was deposited, because you can see major and minors even with bodily fluids, depending on who left more behind. For whatever reason, however it got there, there's just more of it available.
Okay, and would that ever be consistent, maybe with who touched it last?
I don't know. Not necessarily. Would have to depend on, if they touched it last, how long did they have contact with it? If we're talking about touch DNA, the factors that are going to increase the amount of DNA left behind would be how long someone had contact with it, what was the surface like, was it something that would have high friction versus something very, very smooth, and then the individual, some people shed more skin cells than others, so there's a lot of different factors that can go into who leaves the most DNA behind.
So I guess what my question is, when people, if they're, say...
It feels like we're sitting behind someone on an airplane or a train or a bus or something, looking into their little Zoom meeting here. We're sneaking a peek over their shoulder, someone said now in chat. Mm-hmm.
Efforts made to clean, for instance, and maybe wipe or use bleach. Bleach would kill DNA, right, or make it difficult to extract?
It makes it to where we don't get profiles as often, yes.
All right. And so then if you found a profile somewhere where someone had claimed to wash or bleached, would that suggest that that profile, the DNA was left after the cleaning?
That one's, I don't know if I can answer that. That's a difficult one to say. I have seen DNA left behind after someone cleaned. I don't know that I've looked at studies that say, how much DNA, how effective was the cleaning versus, and then someone touched it after the fact. I'm not sure I could answer that.
Okay, thank you for that.
Sure.
So let's move to another report. Which one? I'm sorry. There's one that starts with 001A, and it's testing stains. The top 001A is stain from top of mattress. Oh, I'm sorry. I've got your number up here too if you need it, I guess. April 1921 is when it was issued.
Yes.
Okay.
I've got it.
So that 001.
She's also wearing purple. This witness is also wearing purple. That's nice.
1D, you swab the stain from the right side of the interior freezer, and that came back as Jennifer Paxton, correct?
Yes, it did.
Okay. And then they asked you about 001E, and those are swabs of stain on the inside closet door near the kitchen, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that's not the closet door where the freezer was.
No, it's not.
That's the inside closet door of the kitchen, right?
I I don't know if you all have a picture, but there was a door as you go into the entrance of the kitchen. I think maybe it had some electrical or something inside of it. And we called it a closet door because it was just right near the kitchen. But yeah, it was definitely downstairs versus the upstairs where the freezer was is a different location.
Okay, and that's where I think the HVAC unit intake was, maybe in that closet. Does that sound right?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And on that swab is where you found DNA for Sean Finnegan.
Yes,
And that's his house, correct?
it is.
Okay. And you did find swabs of Jennifer Paxton's blood. You found DNA of Jennifer Paxton near the fireplace in the living room. Is that correct?
Yes.
That's 1G. Okay. Now, if we could look at another report, this one says it's issued 12/17/20, and it starts with 004A. It's got the buckle standard for Jennifer Paxton.
All right.
Okay. We talked about 009A. That's that choke chain.
Okay.
And on that, there's a limited profile that shows at least one male, right?
Right, from the studded areas of the choke chain itself.
Can you explain how you can determine in mixed DNA how one is male versus or how you can, because some of them say, it's inconclusive. Some of them say that there's a mix of at least 2 or 3 individuals with at least one being male. Can you kind of explain to the jury how you determine that?
Sure. Within the DNA profile that we create, there are a few locations that we look at that actually come from that Y chromosome, or that we talk about in the other report. Everything comes from that Y chromosome, but on this report, a few locations we get information from the Y chromosome, which lets us know whether or not a profile or someone who's contributing to that profile could be male. And so, in instances where we don't see any signal from those, then it generally means it's a female. But if we do see signal from those locations, then that lets us know that there could be a male or at least one male as part of that profile.
Okay, thank you. That's incredibly helpful.
Someone was saying, where is it now? That the court reporter's hand is someone sneaking up on me. So you guys, I've just cut it out. You can see here's the hand going. Here's the hand typing, court reporter. So I'm just gonna crop it for us so that you guys don't think someone is like tickling my shoulder. Ooh, who's that? Who's that? Is it Mr. Grizzly? No, it's the court reporter.
You checked the pink leashes and the dog chains and the things that were downstairs. Those were all downstairs near the dog cage and the dog food, correct? The leashes.
I don't recall where the leashes were found. I don't know if we collected those or someone may have submitted them for us.
Okay. But you tested those, correct?
I did.
Okay, and when you tested them, they came back as a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including one male, right?
Yes, and I don't think I had the chance to read the red leash results, but
Can you
on
read
the red
those?
leash handle.
Can you
Sure.
read those? Thanks.
Sure. On the red leash handle, the DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including at least one male. And due to that limited profile, its profile is inconclusive. From the red leash end, the DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals, including at least one male. And again, due to that limited profile, it was also inconclusive.
Okay.
Oh man, this DNA evidence here is not helping all that much for the state's case in this round. Of course, there's other evidence that they've obviously shown. Amsterdam Pigeon, thank you so much. Nicole, thank you for being here. You said, please respect the family. If you guys didn't know, Nicole is family of Jennifer Paxton. Thank you so much for being here. And I hope that no one said anything upsetting. If they did, I'm sure the mods took care of it. If they didn't, I'm so sorry. There's lots of people in chat, and that is our goal here, is to respect the victim and their family, right? So that's priority number 1. So thank you so much, everyone, for being here. Please like and share some purple hearts in honor of Jennifer Paxton. We are all here to see justice for her. She was 36 years old when she was murdered in December of 2019. And, oh my word, like Sean Finnegan and Rebecca Dishman sound absolutely depraved from everything that we've heard, right? Thank you so much, C. Taylor, for that. Thank you. Follow your dreams. Okay, so let's keep listening.
And so you admit that not admit, but I mean, the DNA profiles that showed up on those leashes or whatever would be also consistent with folks walking their dogs. I think the DA asked you that. It'd be consistent with that, correct?
Yeah, I think it could be, yes.
Okay. And then the other item that you spoke about is the blue messenger bag with the chain and the padlock. And that's
Yes.
11A. So when you tested those on side, and I think you said you stretched it out and you kind of did one side and then a second side. Is that correct?
Yes, on the chain. I tested one end and then went and tested the other end.
Okay, I see. And so that came back with one of the contributors being Jennifer Paxton. So you found Jennifer Paxton's DNA on that chain. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And could you read side one of chain? Can you read that? What it says?
Sure. The DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals. The major contributor profile is consistent with Exhibit 4A or Jennifer Paxton. Due to the limited minor contributor profile obtained, the minor contributor profile is inconclusive for comparison purposes. And the statistics for that, the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual from the major contributor who would be included as a contributor of that profile is 1 in a number greater than the current world population for those 3 population groups.
Okay. And it was consistent. There were a mixture of at least 2 individuals, and we know for sure that Jennifer Paxton was there because you had something that you could compare it to, and it matched. Is that correct?
I had enough information from them to determine that there was a major contributor that I could work with, and then once I looked to compare it back, it matched to Jennifer Paxton.
Okay. And it's a mixture of at least 2 individuals, but I don't see where one of them is male, right?
Right.
So there's no sign of a male touching that chain?
The only thing I was able to say was that it was a mixture of at least 2 individuals. So, yeah.
Okay. And then if we look at side 2 of the chain, can you read that, please?
Sure. From side 2, the DNA profile obtained is consistent with a mixture of at least 2 individuals. The major contributor profile is consistent with Exhibit 12A, Rebecca Dishman. Due to the limited minor contributor profile obtained, the minor contributor profile is inconclusive for comparison purposes. In the statistics from the major contributor, the probability of randomly selecting an unrelated individual who would be included as a contributor of the DNA profile is 1 in a number greater than the current world population for the African American, Caucasian, and Southwestern Hispanic populations.
Okay, and then that's the same as the side 1 as far as it's a mixture of at least 2 individuals, but it doesn't say about having a male contributor.
That's correct.
Okay, which means there's
Okay, hold on.
no evidence that a male touched that chain.
I didn't see any information to indicate a male present.
Okay, and
Quick pause there. Someone is also saying, oh man, these comments, they just fly. Oh my goodness. Okay, that Mickey said, this trial is not about Rebecca. She pled guilty. This trial is about justice for Jennifer Paxton. Yes, and there we go. Roaring Titty said, even if Rebecca was the person who instigated this, he participated during the commission of a crime of kidnapping, same responsibility. You know where it really goes wrong for Sean Finnegan is that Rebecca told the police that she told Mahogany, who called her husband, and then they called the police and all of that, right? And then Rebecca was interviewed. I mean, her story was consistent with that they would find a body in the freezer. And when the police went there to the house, there was no body in the freezer. Sean Finnegan had put the body under the bed. So already that really shows a lot of guilt on his part. You know what I mean? To hide the body under the bed. I think that because Rebecca still thought it would be in the freezer. So I don't know. I'm sure there'll be more evidence as well in this DNA. As I say, this guy, it sounds like it wasn't his first rodeo, getting bleach, all kinds of cleaning products, of course, and trash bags and shower curtains and just all sorts of things, and even the freezer and all of that. It's really scary to think how much experience he even had doing anything like this, right?
you did not test the padlocks or the messenger bag itself. Is that correct?
I did not.
Okay. That's all I have, Judge.
Can you redirect?
Briefly, Your Honor, if I could have just a minute.
All right. And so do you want to pass these 3 reports to the jury?
Please, Your Honor.
Okay, so we've got 3, is that correct? Are there 4? How many reports do I have?
There should be, I believe, 4 reports on that.
So there's 30.
There's the BCRT report that we've now entered into evidence instead of identification. 2 reports from 12/17/20, a report from 4/17/21, and 7/24. So, and may Agent Millsaps be excused.
So do we have all those?
Yes, 31 to 35.
31 to 35 sounds right. Okay, so we'll just pass those around. Y'all take your time and look at those.
Okay, so it is at this point that the jury now has to look through exhibits, and it takes long. Let's just see a little bit of this.
And, Your Honor, please, as discussed yesterday with the pictures walked through from Agent Cochran and Supervisor having testified of supervising this walkthrough and analysis of the evidence at 318 Fairview, we would proffer the photos from the VCRT as state's next numbered exhibit, number 36,
Okay.
I believe. And
Those are the ones I looked at.
Look at that pile of photographs. Oh my goodness. It looks like of everything that was probably swab tested. The front picture looks almost like the house, right? So they're going to take like 40 minutes now. It's just silence and a bit of shuffling, and the jury's looking through these photos. So that's why I started later today, because if you're watching live with me, we're going to skip right over that because there's nothing to see or hear.
Yesterday.
Yes, it's a collective exhibit.
Okay. I think that'll be 36. I have a rubber band in my office. I'll bring you one.
In the meantime,
Whatever
if you
you-
want me to sit these with the other reports, and I'll turn them in a different direction. Of the other pictures. He's gonna keep them.
Judge, I do have another question. While she's here.
Okay. So let them finish looking at it.
Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't realize what we were doing.
No, don't let me forget.
I didn't want her to log off
Okay.
before I got to ask her question.
Okay. So, man, if you'll stay there, we've got another question we'll ask you once everybody gets to looking at your documents. Did she hear me say that? You may need to tell her that, General. We need her to stay on.
I think she's staying on.
Okay.
So they may have one more question if you didn't hear that cross conversation.
Sure.
Thank you for your patience.
Okay, so you see the silence now? Just waiting. We're going to skip over like 40 minutes of this, okay? So, going forward.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. Teleported.
I think the defense counsel had one more question would ask.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, good grief. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. You tested some stuff fairly recently too, didn't you? Like the shoes?
I did. Yes,
Did you also test some chef's knives?
I did.
And did you create a report for that?
I did.
And is that a report that was issued on August 8th, 24?
Yes.
Okay. Can you read that report, the results of that report, what you tested and what the results were for the jury?
Sure. That exhibit consisted of 5 knives and a knife sharpener in a black plastic case. The knives, or the results for the knives, presumptive chemical testing did not indicate the presence of blood. And I did take swabs from each handle and each blade and return those with the evidence. That the black plastic case and the knife sharpener, I did not perform any testing on those.
And so there was nothing on the knives or the knife case or the sharpener that indicated the presence of blood, and so there was no usable evidence on there, correct?
Well, I didn't test the case in the sharpener, but I didn't find any blood on the knives.
Okay. And so I'm going to show you this report. Can you see it?
Yes,
Is that your signature at the bottom?
it is.
And is that a report that you created,
Yes.
or a copy of it, rather? Your Honor, I would ask to move
Yes.
that into evidence.
Okay. The next number exhibit.
That's all, Judge.
Do you have any follow-up questions?
I would like a sidebar. if I could.
Okay, sidebar. It's nice watching trials with you because I can really pay attention to all your comments. The whole time when I'm looking, I'm reading all your comments, right? Okay. Thank you for the purple hearts. In honor of Jennifer Paxton. Okay, I don't want to miss something now, so I'm just going to leave it with the sidebar going. And then, if I'm not mistaken, it should be time for their morning break. Okay. And we'll teleport through that as well. Save ourselves some time. Oh, no, no, no. We don't want to see you. Thank you. Justice for Jennifer. He keeps peeping to the side. This guy. No, no, no. Highball. As we say, highball. You stay there. Okay. Let's just speed it up a little bit here so we can get to where the sound is. The knives as well, having no DNA on them. I mean, it was 9 months later when he was arrested, you know. So, and I think he knew how to clean up, right?
Okay, we're going to take our morning break, so it'll be about 20 minutes, so I'll bring y'all back in right around 11. Just leave the notepad sitting there, and then we'll I'll see y'all in a few minutes. All right? All right.
Okay, let's see if there'll be any conversations outside of the presence of the jury. Of course, now it would be morning break time for them. We are quite a bit behind the live court feed, of course, because we're going to skip over lunch, so then we'll be, about half an hour behind or so. IR Geek said, "Hello all, I just found your channel, Grizzly True Crime. I'm enjoying it very much. Thank you for sharing." Thank you so much for being here. Okay, now the sound is off. Yeah, Sarah Susan says it's really creepy when he stares into the camera.
Wait, just.
Hold on 1 second. I'll wait. Thank you. Have a seat. Yes, counsel.
Your Honor, please, we just want to put on the record that the state didn't proffer the exhibit regarding the testing of the knives because we asked for that testing and then realized that a necessary witness who provided that knife from the Pint House to investigators has since deceased, so obviously unavailable for trial, and we didn't want to put in evidence that we couldn't, that we had a necessary witness in order to introduce that evidence, which is why we didn't put that in. We feel like the introduction of that document, and again, we didn't know what the question was going to be, on what was supposed to be a recross on this, that he was going to introduce a new report, or we would have objected to it on the front end without having the jury hear any of it. Once we object to it, once they're trying to do it, it makes it look like we are trying to keep something out hidden with ulterior motives versus we were trying to follow proper procedure by not introducing evidence that we could not.
So what do you suggest I do?
I'm suggesting, number one, that the defense be instructed to not make any inferences or arguments that the state was not proffering that exhibit in an attempt to hide the results to the jury. It's in. We didn't have a problem with putting that in per se because we would have put in that it wasn't found, but we couldn't have that link in the chain of custody to get us there. So we just like that there would be no improper argument or inferences made. And I don't know what kind of curative instruction you do to say the state did not omit this maliciously.
Yeah.
This is trial. This is their evidence. I don't know I haven't objected to any chain of custody issues. I haven't raised that as an issue. But it was tested by a TBI agent. How she got it or where she got it from, I didn't even ask. It was knives. They brought it into issue when they started talking about Chev's knives. They did. During their opening, they said he had Chev's knives, he was a cook, he had his own knives. They put it into issue, and they tested them, and they're negative. The fact that they didn't put it into the evidence, I think I can argue that they didn't put it into evidence if I want to. That's called being a defense attorney, Judge.
I think he's got a good point. What do you guys think?
There's nothing unfair. I'm not claiming that they did it, but I can argue it. They don't get to control my argument because they neglected to put in a piece of evidence, Judge.
Judge, this isn't a neglect issue, please.
But let's say they did put that in. Let's say it was bad, and they put in, and there's no basis to put it in. They didn't have a basis to put it in because they don't have a witness to verify the taking of the knives. Is that right?
Only if I objected to it. Only if I objected to it. She can absolutely testify about the test that she ran on the evidence that was provided her by the investigating unit. They investigated, they confiscated. She's not part of any of that. They provided her the stuff, she tested it. She can testify to her report, what she tested and what the results were. That's all I did. I put it in.
And we're, again, Judge, we're not objecting to that, but we think there's a difference between chain of custody when someone's dead.
If I put my hand up, that means quit talking.
Sorry.
The judge is like, I put my hand up. That means quit talking. I love this judge. He's so snarky. Because he's like, hold on a second. Hold on. And they're just going between each other. I put my hand up. That means quit talking. Miss North's musing said, hey, G, so was she under the bed for 9 months? Nope. She was in the freezer. Jennifer Paxton's body was in the freezer the entire time because what they found under the bed were frozen remains. So it was when Rebecca left the house on August 5th of 2020 that then Sean Finnegan acted very quickly, came rushing home as per the testimony yesterday. His mother called him to say that Rebecca had left. Okay. He came rushing home and then obviously started cleaning up everything, knowing he probably felt, oh my goodness, Rebecca's going to talk. She's going to tell someone. Because he also knew that Mahogany had taken Rebecca to a woman's shelter based on Mahogany's husband being at home and then Sean like going over there and confronting him and all of that, right? So he already knew, whoa, she's gone to a woman's shelter, which obviously would indicate to him, she's going to tell everyone I was very abusive. She's going to tell everyone. So that is when he cleaned up. He cleaned up everything. He had to take Jennifer Paxton's frozen remains out of the freezer and hide it, knowing, oh crap, the police are probably going to be here. And the police were there that night, that evening. There the police were. He'd cleaned out the freezer as meticulously as he could, although they did say they found DNA evidence of the victim, Jennifer Paxton, in the freezer. But he cleaned up everything. And they said the house was so tidy. It was like meticulous when they went in there. They're like, this is odd. Like, oh my goodness, look at it. But they saw that blanket poking out from under the bed and decided to look. What's hiding under there? That's a little out of place. And thankfully, because they found Jennifer Paxton's body there, right? And they didn't check. It sounded like the search warrant was, yes, for the house, but maybe also for that room with the freezer and everything. They hadn't been into Francis Finnegan's room. So thankfully, the damn criminal was like, oh crap, like act quickly and hide her body under the bed. I mean, damn. And then if they had left and not found the victim's remains, he probably would have just put her remains back in the freezer, you know. Or maybe at that point, he would have done something else and she'd never be found, which is horrible. So that is why, right? Leslie said if the mother moved the freezer, she must be Iron Man, thought she was ill. She didn't move the freezer. The mother didn't move the freezer. Rebecca and Sean moved the freezer from the living room up to the bedroom to put in a closet. Yeah, okay, so that's what they did. Adriana says, gee, not related, but I love your hair. Okay, bye. Thank you so much. So, okay. Oh, man, I just... Look at the attorney here. He's just like, oh, man. The judge just said, I want to put my hand up. It means quit talking. So let's hear what happens here.
That's what I mean. Okay. So I think your concern is that in closing argument, they may argue that you tried to hide this or hide the ball, basically.
Yes,
That's kind of what.
that's-
Okay. So if they bring it up, make an objection. I'm not telling you how I'll rule, but go ahead and make an objection.
We will, Judge. Again, we're not objecting. The exhibit is the exhibit, the test is the test.
Yeah, I'm
Wait.
gonna pass around the jury just like I did those. But if they get up and argue, this shows that the state was being deceptive or not being truthful or whatever like that, you stand up and object, and I'll rule it.
Can we also clean it up with John Hannon and have him explain where that knife set came from, that it came after the fact, when the apartment was cleaned several weeks later, that's how we received that knife set in a cupboard inside the apartment?
Y'all's case.
Judge,
Your case.
so I need to clarify that. I don't have an objection with them telling that they have testimony to clean up, that they found it after the fact and all that, but they cannot go into the other stuff they found when they found that, because it was a separate search.
We do not intend to
Okay,
go
just making
into those items.
Just making sure.
That's well settled. We are not going into the separate case on this.
Separate case. The other things that they found would be the CSAM stuff, you know. So that is what they are referring to there. Yes.
Okay, making sure.
Right. Okay.
But that's why we wanted to avoid, because
So
that
y'all
witness is
decide.
there.
You decide. If you want to put this jumping on, ask that question, you can. If you don't, then if they go into that area and they're closing, you stand up and object, I'll rule on it.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Fair enough? Okay, see y'all in about 12 minutes.
In about 12 minutes, because they said it's about a 20-minute break, right, for the mid-morning break for the jury. So now they've been talking a little bit, so he said see you all in about 12 minutes. So now what do we do, everyone? We buckle up and we teleport. Okay, here we go. We're going forward. Now they're back. Wait, we don't want to miss it. There. Okay. And we're back. Heidi's upset separate case. So there's another case for the child SA charges. Yes, so for Rebecca Dishman, she's already been charged with those. So she's serving 50 years on top of her life in prison. The life in prison was for the murder of Jennifer Paxton, and then the 50 years was for the CSAM charges, right? And so I wonder at what point, they're going to prosecute. I wonder when they're going to prosecute Sean Finnegan for those charges, because they certainly sound like they have overwhelming evidence, kind of like Stefan Stearns. You know, they have digital evidence of them abusing kids that they were babysitting. One was under the age of 3, which is just unthinkable, like horrific. Oh my goodness.
Take have a seat. Officer, go past this. This is exhibit number 57. And when you go back, you'll be able to take it with you, but I wanted you to look at that before we started up with other questions.
So now we're going to have witness number 19. Let's cover his face again. How about that? I know you guys like it when I do this. Sure, they show him a lot. I know that in Ashley Benefield's trial, they also focused on her a lot. The camera was like right on her, but she was a little bit easier on the eye than this guy. Oh my word, this one is so difficult to look at, right? Look at him. Can't see him. Isn't that nice? Okay, let's speed this up while they're coming in. Oh, that would be so nice, Caroline. You said imagine a meta. Do you mean like mega trial?
Okay, Mr. Williams, come up here.
Like a mega trial or meta trial? I don't know, I like other one. Let's say mega trial, where everything was gathered, found, suggested, was part of the overall view. All slimy activities of every type are judged in one pass. That would be amazing. Right? Wow.
I'm still passing this around. I'm going to get to you in a minute. Just come on up here.
Come on up here.
Sir, if you'll raise your right hand, please. You swear to tell the truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Have a seat, please. If you'll state both your first name and last name and spell them both for me.
Yes, sir. My name is Douglas Williams. Douglas Williams.
And we're going to wait just a minute until we finish passing this around, and I'll let you ask some questions.
Okay, witness number 19, Douglas
Sure.
Williams. Yeah, shame, Ryan. They don't have access to this blocking the face of the defendant. Is that a cell phone? Are we going to hear more text messages? Oh no. Okay.
1980.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. And did your law enforcement...
All right, here we go.
All right, questions, General?
Go ahead and state your full name for the record.
Douglas Williams.
And where are you employed?
State of Tennessee, Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you been employed with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
Just about 20 years.
Okay. And did your law enforcement career start before your...
Yes, sir. Collegedale Police Department in 1986.
Okay. So started in 1986, Collegedale Police Department, transitioned to TBI in what year?
I came to TBI in 2002 with the election of the new governor at that time. There was a cutback. I was sent to the health department to work for about 18 months, and I was rehired by the TBI in 2004.
Okay. And what is your current assignment at the TBI now?
My current assignment is job title is Application Administrator, which is taking care of our forensic applications. Also, my primary responsibility is that of a digital forensics examiner. I'm also a retired special agent.
Okay. And so you, a digital forensic examiner is one of your titles?
Yes, sir.
You wear multiple hats?
Quite a bit.
Okay. The bulk of your career, though, with the TBI, what did you do what was your primary role with TBI?
The bulk of it was as a special agent working for the Technical Services Unit doing digital forensics.
Okay.
TBI, state has a requirement that when you turn 60 that you have to retire. Any commissioned agent has to retire at 60. I was retired at 60. I did 2 years on contract. Then they recreated a job to get me back as a non-commissioned agent, non-commissioned person, and that's what I do now.
Okay. And what unit is you were assigned to?
At the time that I did this examination, it was called Technical Services Unit. It's been since renamed Cybercrime and Digital Evidence Unit.
Okay. Cybercrime and Digital Evidence Unit, what is that composed of?
We have a component that does the field investigations and all types of crimes involving computers, internet crimes against children, the human trafficking and such, and then the digital forensic side of it where I am, we're the ones who analyze the evidence that's collected by either our personnel or because there's a lot of agencies that don't have access to digital forensics personnel, we take on state and federal jobs as well.
Okay, and what do we mean by digital media?
Basically anything computerized, anything that deals with ones and zeros.
Okay.
We deal with computers, cell phones, tablets, audio enhancement, video enhancement, and the most recent advent is dealing with the infotainment systems and the navigation systems in cars.
So you're kind of like the geek squad of the TBI?
I've been called that before,
Okay.
sir.
All right.
The geek squad of the TBI. I was like, I've been called that before. Proud geek.
And so tell the members of the jury, what is digital forensics?
This is the examination of evidence that is stored either on a hard drive or on some type of media that can be examined through a computer or primarily through computer examinations.
Okay, and what kind of specialized training have you gone through to become a digital forensic examiner?
To begin with the Technical Services Unit, all agents have to have a bachelor's degree. To be part of our unit, you had to have a minimum of 15 hours of computer training in college. I have an associate's degree along with my other degrees. Then after that, our primary training is through seized computer evidence recovery out of the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center, and then we go on from there to specialize. All of our people are trained in computers and cell phones. Some of us specialized after that. Myself, I went through audio and video enhancement, and I was the first one trained in the TBI for doing examinations of cars.
Okay, and so throughout your career, have you kept abreast on the changes in digital forensics?
As new things come out, we get a chance to go to other training, and we go through conferences that have updates on what's going on with the state of the art, as well as we change software. We will go through a training class on that specific software.
Okay, and of course you keep that in a curriculum vitae, the training that you undergo over time?
In mine, I keep it sort of simple. I do keep a spreadsheet of which classes I've gone to at which time to keep track of that. I just try to keep mine that you've given me a copy of here a little bit more to the point and not load down with paper.
Okay, and you have in front of you exhibit number 38. You recognize that?
Yes, there's my CV.
Okay, and that details the training that you're talking about, or summary at least of the summary of the training in digital forensics?
Yes, sir.
And obviously that documents your time and experience in the field. Does it also tell us how many cases you've worked or analyzed over your career?
I do not have a listing of cases in there. I went back and did a little check, and right now I'm right at 1,000 cases that I've worked over the years. Now that includes computer cases, mobile device cases, and vehicle examinations.
Okay, and part of your responsibility is also to testify in court about the results from your examinations?
Yes, sir.
And have you, in fact, testified in court in the past?
Yes, sir, several times.
Have you testified in federal court and state court?
Yes, sir.
Have you been accepted as an expert in digital forensics in federal court and multiple jurisdictions in state court?
Yes, sir.
At this point, we tender him and move in Exhibit 38, expert in digital forensics, or digital forensic examiner.
Would you like to voir dire on this issue?
Yes or no?
Okay, I'll give his opinion, and then if you'll get his document, his CD, and give that to the court order, she can mark it.
Thank you.
I'm not sure what number that'll be. What number?
38.
38. Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Agent Williams, you have before you two exhibits, and I don't have the exhibit numbers marked down. Can you tell me what the blue numbers on there?
I have number 18 and number 19.
Okay. Do you recognize exhibit number 18 and exhibit 19?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Those are two cell phones that I examined. I see my evidence labels on the envelopes.
Okay. So when did you actually examine those phones?
It'd be 2020.
Okay. And tell the members of the jury what the process is for examining cell phones for digital data.
When a cell phone comes into our possession from whatever method, whether it's a search warrant or consent search or however it comes.
I'm so sorry to pause at this point. I'm going to put the trigger warning back up because I don't know what they found on their phone, but the text messages we've already heard, and we already know some of the other evidence on the phone or the digital devices, which won't be part of this trial, which are the CSAM charges, but I can only imagine what we're about to hear. Oh no, no spoilers, please.
Comes to our unit, and the first thing we go to do is try and remove it from the network, because a phone on the network can receive a remote wipe command. So with most phones, what we'll do, there's a little card inside the phone called a SIM card, subscriber identity module. That's what the phone uses to identify on the network to know whether it's allowed to be there or not. Removing that SIM card prevents the phone from authenticating on the network and prevents it from receiving the remote wipe should that be there. The next step is we connect it to our software, our equipment. In this case, these were examined with Cellbrite, and Cellbrite will now connect to the phone and send requests for information from the phone.
Yes, Cellbrite. We like the sound of that. Okay. What evidence did you find there, sir? Now we're going to get details, I'm sure.
And bring it back into the computer so we can parse it out and analyze it.
Okay. Agent Williams, you have 2 exhibits before you, but the jury has seen some photographs of the scene, and there are 3 phones in the photographs. Did you receive, in fact, 3 phones in this case, or just 2?
Yes, sir. We received 3 phones. There was a TCL phone that would been my evidence number would be 564 instead of these are 5 and 6. The phone would not charge, would not power on. We could not examine it.
Non-operational.
Correct.
Okay, so the exhibits, though, in front of us, you were able to do a forensic examination on those?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What is Celebrite?
Cellbrite is a brand name. It's a company that does forensics on primarily cell phones or mobile devices. Mobile devices being, in this case, tablets, your Kindles, your iPads, things like that. So the Cellbrite is broken down into 2 basic pieces. A device called the UFED, which is Universal Forensic Extraction Device. And that device connects to the phone to request the data from it. The next step is taking that data that's been extracted and going through the software called Physical Analyzer. And that software parses out the information so that it's more human readable. It takes and separates the pictures out. It separates out any emails, any text messages, any multimedia messages, any chat messages, anything there so that a person can read it versus a computer having to read it.
Okay, and what kind of format does it give you when you run whatever Celebrite exam you do on the actual phone?
We have multiple options. I can do it as HTML, just what you'd normally open with a web browser. You can do it to a PDF that is all text. In this case, we generated what's called a Cellbrite reader or UFED reader report, and that basically takes the data from the phone and turns it into a searchable format. So the people that are doing the actual investigation, who have more knowledge of the case than what I do as a forensic examiner, can go through and look through the data, mark what they think is more important, is relevant to the case, without taking a chance of damaging the original evidence. That way, we send that out to the investigating personnel. If they have further questions, they can contact us for more of a deeper dive into the data. But that lets them actually read the information, generate their own reports, and keep track of what is important to the case.
Okay, so the obvious question, you were trained on the Celebrite examination process?
Yes, sir. That class was in 2012.
Okay, and did that also require testing the output to ensure the results that this software product combination software?
The class itself was vendor specific, so they didn't get into a whole lot of checking it against other software. We did go through more of a manual. Okay, this tells me I got this message, and we go back into the phone and say, yes, this message is here. But because it was a vendor specific one, there wasn't a whole lot of quote validation with other tools. But before we put it into service, we will go ahead and bring up the evidence in another software vendor and cross-check them to make sure that there is some overlap, the information is found both places. Sometimes one vendor will parse things differently than the other, and then you decide which one has the better information for you.
Okay, and in your opinion, is the software output generally accurate?
Yes, sir.
And is it generally accepted in the field of forensics?
It is one of the primary vendors used in forensics.
Okay. If you had to pick one, and you only had one shot, would you pick Celebrite? Is it that accepted?
It's that accepted, and it's more user-friendly than some of the other ones that I've used.
Okay. And the results are generally relied upon in the forensic industry?
Yes, sir.
Is that both in public, in government type work and in private forensics?
It is used by private forensics in e-discovery such, as well as being used by private examiners that come up as experts to question what we do.
Okay, and how is the copy that you make, that you provide, I assume in this case, you provide to somebody like a field agent like Agent Hannon?
I provided these to Agent Hannon through our network. Once I've copied them out, I put them on a network shared drive that he could access, and then that way he could look at them through the network.
Okay. And so, in fact, Exhibit 18 and 19, you did run your analysis on Exhibit 18 and Exhibit 19.
Yes, sir.
And you did provide that information over your network to Field Agent or Special Agent Hannon in this case.
I did.
We explained to us when analyzed phones are examined, what it is with regard to deleted spaces, and I'm going to narrow you just specifically to cell phones. Explain to the jury when or how deleted information on cell phones can be preserved and or found by your tool that you're looking at or that you're using.
There are three basic examinations or images, I would say, that we can get from a phone. A logical image is only what the user would be able to see. There would be no deleted information in that whatsoever. A file system image is everything that's contained inside the file system of the phone. That may recover some deleted data. The best one we can get is a physical dump, which gets all of the information across the memory device, and that one we can also recover deleted information.
Okay, and how does that physically happen? What with regard to inside of a cell phone, if I delete a picture or delete a text, where does it go?
Cell phones, like computers, are lazy animals. They only want to do what they have to do. So when you tell it to delete a piece of information, it simply marks it as being deleted. It doesn't go in and wipe it unless somebody tells it to.
Cell phones, like computers, are lazy animals. Okay.
Wipe that piece of information. Now, cell phones, unlike your standard computer disk, we can't put a write blocker on there to say, anything I do, don't write to this piece of media. Cell phones, we have to ask for information. And the media itself is constantly writing and doing what's called wear leveling to keep from wearing out one specific part of the memory. And with that, it goes through and tries to keep use across it even so that it doesn't overuse it. NAND media has a drop dead date. Once it's written to so many times, it's just going to stop working. So it tries to keep that level. Then the next thing is called garbage collection. And garbage collection is where you've marked it deleted. It knows it can reuse that area, but it doesn't take it out right then. This is where it's different than a computer in the fact that as soon as you put power to that memory, it's making changes. So that we can get deleted until until the garbage collection has run and overwritten that deleted file.
Okay. And so in your process of examining these two phones, Exhibit 18 and 19, were you able to do, let me get it right, physical versus logical dumps on these two phones? Were you able to see deleted stuff on either one of these phones?
Yes, sir. We were able to recover some deleted information on both phones. On 18, I was able to get a file system, and on Exhibit 19, I was able to get a full physical dump.
Okay. And with regard to the Celebrite reader, that depends on the field agent for them to run reports and look for information. You explained that to the jury?
It goes back to the person investigating the case for them to look for what's information evidentiary to them. I wouldn't know if a specific text message may have meant something, whether it didn't, so that keeps me from missing stuff, and that lets them look at it and see the information fully. The reader report actually lets you go in and choose a conversation view, where instead of just seeing this message and that message separate, it puts them in order just like you'd see them on your phone with little bubbles at the sides.
Maybe even though we don't like seeing the defendant's face, maybe we want to see it while this evidence is presented, whatever it may be. Although he always looks the same, right? Anita, thank you so much for being a member for 16 months. You said, thank you, G, for everything you do. I love being a Grizzly. Thank you so much. If you guys don't know what it means to be a Grizzly, all you got to do is subscribe. Then you're a Grizzly. You don't have to become a member. You don't have to be on Patreon. Those are all much appreciated. But just click the free subscribe button and you're in. You're part of the community. Officially, you're a Grizzly. So I hope you'll do that if you haven't yet. Okay, please like and share so others know we are live right now, watching this trial together, day 3. Okay,
and how about with regard to, like, say, a global search for a text string? Can you do that with your product and your analysis?
You can. There's a search box up at the top, and if you have a specific keyword you're looking for or a specific number you're looking for, you put that in, and it searches through all of the artifacts that have been recovered to see if that shows up. So if you put my name in there, it would find my name in the contact list and any text messages that are involved with me, any emails involved with me. It goes across all the artifacts and finds the ones that match.
Okay. And so the end work of the end product of your work for Exhibit 18 and Exhibit 19 is that you created that UFED file with a Celebrite reader and conveyed that to Special Agent Hannon.
I did.
Pass this.
Good question. Yes, sir.
All right. Thanks, sir. You step down. Free stand corner, free to go. You're going to take back these two exhibits.
I'll grab them, Judge. I'm sorry.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. Have a good day. Who's next?
John Hannon.
Hey, sir, if you'll step up here next to me, please.
Okay. Damn it. Was that going to be the spoiler? There was someone in chat saying, "Oh, you were about to type," and then you heard me say, "No spoilers." That was probably the spoiler. We're not going to hear anything. Maybe it's better because, oh my goodness, the types of pictures that those two took, Sean Finnegan and Rebecca Dishman, were horrendous. Okay, we heard about some of it. I'm sure you know what I'm referring to. If you don't, please listen to day one. If you're wondering, wait, when did the former girlfriend testify? Or what about, we haven't heard from the medical examiner yet, but let's say the medical examiner. Just check out either the pinned comments, which means in the comment section. I always make timestamps and pin that one, right? Or check the description box. Timestamps are there too. Or just hover over the video and you'll see that little chapters pop up. And then you could just skip to any witness that you want to see again or something you want to revisit or if you've never seen it before. But the former girlfriend testified on day one towards the afternoon. It's all timestamped there for you. Go check that out. It was very gruesome, terrible to hear, but like very detailed. Okay. It's kind of like, again, Kayla Montgomery, that was the one person who could tell us a whole bunch about what happened there. It's like that. It's terrible. Okay, yeah, that Mickey's like, day one was hectic. I think we all still have trial bubbelas from day one. And we've got piring oog. Piring oog in the, it means like, piring oog, like big eyes, like a nachapi. We've got big eyes from day one. Like, oh my word. This cat is trying to break in again. Just hold on 1 second. Let's play this.
If you raise your right hand, sir, swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Have a seat, please. If you'll say both your first and last name and spell them both.
First name is John, John. Last name is Hannon, Hannon.
Thank you.
Could we grab the exhibits that are marked for identification? I think it's 1 and
Let's see.
3.
I don't know.
1 through 10.
See if that's them.
Trying to think of the word. Piring is like a saucer. Eyes like saucers. Piring oog. Piring oog. I know you guys like it when I say some South African things in between. And I love it when South Africans hear, Sharon, you're South African, right? Welcome to Grizzly supporters. Say things to remind me what we say, like hi, bo, or choo. Okay, so yeah. Day one, we were all like, oh my word, eyes like saucers. Like, what are we even hearing? What is going on here? It was a lot. Oh my goodness.
Where's 3 to 9? Yes, these two for sure. Yes.
Before we get to those, Agent Hannon, go ahead and tell us where are you employed?
I'm a special agent with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation.
How long have you been with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
Since December of 2013.
Okay, and were you obviously a special agent in 2019, 2020?
Yes, I was.
What are the duties and roles of a special agent with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation?
My role as a special agent with the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation was to conduct criminal investigations, and I was primarily assigned to Anderson and Knox County.
Okay, and when did you first become assigned to Anderson County?
2014.
Okay, and so in 2020, rather, in August of 2020, what are the circumstances under which the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation would become involved in an investigation, so to speak?
It would be at the request of the District Attorney General or the local law enforcement agency requesting assistance.
Okay, And we've already heard from Agent Millsaps and Cochran that TBI agents were on scene in August of 2020 when the body was recovered in this case?
Yes.
Were you also present?
Yes, I was present.
Okay. And what was your role there at the scene? What were you to do?
My role on the scene was to provide assistance to the Oak Ridge Police Department with helping process the crime scene. In response, the violent crime response team from our agency, from the TBI Crime Lab, responded. Once they responded, I updated them as to giving them a briefing once they arrived on scene as to what their next job duties would be.
Okay. But at some point, does your role change in this investigation from assist to something different?
It does.
When did that occur?
That occurred around September 8th of 2020.
And what was that change?
Became the lead investigative agent for this case.
Okay. And what did that mean to you?
It means that I would take over the investigation from that point and step out of that assist role and then formally be leading the investigation.
So now you're going to be gathering everything?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And as part of that, obviously you spoke with all the other law enforcement agencies and officers involved in the case?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, that was a good moment to pause. Caroline Marriott says, do we know anything about Finnegan's father or other family members? I would love to know. I would love to know all about his background, his childhood, everything about him. We just know his mom's name, but like, are they siblings? Who was his dad? You know, all sorts of things. That would be so interesting. I like psychological deep dives. If you've ever read on any of the books that I wrote on the serial killers, Jeffrey Dahmer, Ted Bundy, John Wayne Gacy, and Eileen Wernos, or listen to my audiobooks. Yeah, you know, I like that little chapter towards the end there of like, let's think about the psychology here. Let's just look at the background and to consider what's going on here, right? Not that trauma is to blame for it. It's just interesting always how people deal with their trauma. You know, are they going to continue on in life to actually traumatize others? Like kind of repeat the cycle and do worse? Or are they going to handle it like adults and not do that? Actually apply themselves and learn something. You know, how about that? My goodness. So it's always interesting to learn that. Giovanna said justice for Jennifer. Absolutely. I hope we see full justice for Jennifer. Okay.
Describe, if you would, generally the scope of the investigation. What types of things do you do in your investigation to investigate the background of the individuals that are involved in cases? What do you do generally?
Generally look to see where individuals are from, last known location, family members, friends, acquaintances, things of that nature to try and better determine where somebody might have been living at the time of the crime, types of activities at the time of the crime, things of that nature.
Okay. And you've testified you became lead agent in September of 2020?
Correct.
That's at least a month after the body's discovered?
Yes.
And however long after the homicide actually occurred?
Yes.
Agent, we obviously know that police have lights, sirens, and crime scene tape, right?
Right.
What is it? Why is it that police agencies have lights, sirens, and crime scene tape?
To respond to a scene, speaking to the blue lights and sirens, that's necessary to get to a scene as quickly as possible to ensure, one, you've got response there quickly, but also to ensure the integrity of the crime scene. And crime scene tape, obviously, to secure a crime scene, to ensure the integrity of that.
Okay, so when you arrive at a crime scene that may potentially be 8 months old, what difficulties may you have or face?
You face a number of challenges just due to the length of time that has passed since the initial crime occurred. It makes it somewhat difficult when you're responding in at that time.
Okay. Does it make it difficult for witnesses?
Yes, it does.
Memories?
Yes.
How about science, like we just saw with Jennifer Millsaps?
Yes, as she explained, it does.
And as far as your investigation was concerned, did you also go out and interview folks?
I did.
Approximately how many interviews did you conduct?
Say a specific number off the top of my head, maybe more than 20.
Okay. And you obviously generated a report.
Yes.
And how long is that report? How many pages is that report?
Numerous, over 70 investigative reports in total, but multiple pages are contained within those 70 plus investigative reports.
Over 1,000-page report.
Yes.
And with regard to that, were you able to collect and kind of combine information from all different sources for the purpose of establishing some key factors or key points in the investigation?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach?
Yes, sir.
And you recognize the document I'm handing you?
Yes, sir, I do.
And you just testified you had a chance to summarize some of the key points of the investigation. What is that document there?
It is a case timeline of this investigation.
Okay.
Why is there no presentation? We've seen such good ones in trial, like digital presentations, or like 3D models of the house. We're not seeing that. Come on, man.
And what points are on that timeline?
You want me to just read from top to bottom, sir?
Actually, we can probably, without objection, I'll move that in as 39, Judge, and then we can have him. Okay. I don't have it here. I've got it.
You can keep asking questions while I look at it if you want to.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes, Anita's like, where's the timeline, etc. It's very important. When Deb's in space says, gee, you should teach them how to do presentations. Some of them really know how to do it well, though. Oh, my word, that we're so impressed with the trial, like we forever remember it, right? Like Burgos Aviles, whoa, that was brilliant, that timeline that they presented. That was a digital one. It was so great with the map time integrated and everything. And then Letitia Stark's one, also brilliant. Those were two that we really always remember, right? But like, man, in Ashley Benefield's trial, damn, the state there, we were like, where is the timeline at all? So here's a document. It's not his fault, okay? I'm just saying, like, for the trial, come on, state. We want digital. We want to see it. And I'm sure the jury does too. Obviously, it's not about us, okay? We are just the peanut gallery. I always say that. We're not affecting the trial. We're not on the jury. We are not the judge. We're just watching and commenting along. But it's so nice always to see a timeline, and it makes it, like, memorable, and you understand then. And then we hope, like, sure, okay, now the jury will understand as well what happened here, right? Okay.
I'll turn your attention to a final report. Well, obviously, when Agent Millsaps was up here, while we're reviewing that, while Agent Millsaps was up here, a final question was put to the agent about a recent test, blood test on a set of knives.
Yes.
Do you recall that question that just happening in front of the jury?
I do.
Okay. And obviously, there was no knife set introduced by Kevin Craig for the jury. Is that right?
Correct.
Will you explain to the jury what the circumstances?
Yeah, I'm going to ask him to ask questions instead of just testifying.
Okay, I'll sustain.
Judge, a foundational question to get him to where he needs.
You can't ask lead questions. I mean, I'm going to give you some leeway, but
there's
the question down. You got it. Go ahead.
Can I point his attention to that point in the record what the jury already knows?
Thank you. No, go ahead and ask the question.
Go ahead and tell us what the last report that Jennifer Millsaps put in. Where did that knife set come from?
It came from 318 East Fairview Road in Oak Ridge.
And what were the circumstances for it being collected?
It was collected by the Oak Ridge Police Department as evidence in the homicide case.
Okay. And do you know when it was or who it was collected from?
It was collected from the landlord of that residence.
Okay. So as far as the initial crime scene response, that was not a piece of evidence that was collected?
That's correct.
Okay.
Shame, the poor landlord. Imagine knowing what your tenants were up to in that house. Oh, my goodness.
Do you know who what was that found it? Do you recall the name?
the name of the person that found it?
Yes.
Yes, I do. That would have been Terry James.
Okay. And what was his reason for being there at 318 Fairview?
Mr. James was there at that address at the request of the landlord to repair and clean that place and prepare it for new tenants.
And this was, of course, after everything had happened, or
Yes.
do you know the date that occurred?
This would have been after.
Okay. And do you know the location of where that knife set was recovered by Mr. James?
It was recovered in the kitchen, in the cabinets in the kitchen.
Okay. And we just heard from Special Agent Doug Williams about the phone forensics. Did you have an opportunity to look at the phone forensics in this case?
I did.
And did you go through each phone?
Yes, I did.
All right.
Oh no, what are we going to hear now? What are we going to hear? Diane Migliore. Did I say that right? Or was it just like Migliore? Thank you so much for your $3 super sticker.
And specifically, with regard to the phone, what kind of communication were you looking to see when you examined or used the Celebrate reader that we've already talked about? What kind of communication were you looking for?
Communication involving Sean Finnegan or Rebecca Dishman.
Okay. And first and foremost, did you, when you looked at the forensics of the phone, whose phone was it and why? How do you know that?
It was Sean Finnegan's phone.
Okay. Exhibit 18 and Exhibit 19 are the two phones that were entered. Explain to the jury who the owner of each of those phones were.
Exhibits 18 and 19, Sean Finnegan was the owner of both phones.
Okay. And what was the operational status of the phones at the time of the body recovery in August of 2020?
One phone did have service and was used daily. The other phone was not in service.
Okay. Could you tell from the examination when the phone not in service had been turned off or stopped using data?
It appeared in, I believe, late fall of 2019.
That which phone was used?
That would have been the Exhibit 18 would have been the older phone. That would have been discontinued in late fall 2019.
Okay. So if we distinguish between the two, older phone and new phone, so new phone you're saying was active at the time the body was recovered?
That's correct.
Okay. But you were able to examine and get information off of both?
Correct.
Okay. And you have, with regard to that, did you examine the defendant's potential communication with each other?
Yes.
And tell us what you were looking for when you were examining the phones for communication between co-defendants.
Was looking for any information that was discussing this crime being investigated.
Okay. And tell the members of the jury what communication did you find examining both phones between co-defendants Rebecca Dishman and Sean Finnegan?
There were some text communications between Rebecca Dishman and Sean Finnegan on the phones, specifically the old phone.
Okay. Were there any communications that you were able to discern on the new phone between co-defendants?
No.
Okay. In any format?
No.
And describe for the jury when Agent Williams told us he provides this data to you that you're able to do the reader. Tell the members of the jury how it is and all the things that you can see when you do the read to get reports.
So when the data comes to me from somebody like Special Agent Williams, it'll be in a format, as he said, that is user-friendly and easy for someone like me to digest and look through. It will separate the data out by, say, images, by media, by messages, communications, chats, things of that nature.
Okay. And so you're able to pull those up individually?
Yes.
And as far as your investigation goes, you searched for items of communication between co-defendants on both phones. With regard to the old phone, you said you found some on the old phone, but none on the new phone.
Correct.
Tell us what the communication was you saw on the old phone between co-defendants.
There was conversation in there that was of sexual in nature, general communication also, but a lot of communications that were sexual in nature.
Okay. And how did that communication, how was it postured there on the old phone? Meaning, where did you find it and discover it?
It was within the text messages or SMS messages.
And who were the messages from?
It appeared, based on the contact, that it came from contact named Mahogany.
Okay. And did you in fact follow?
And we know that Rebecca sometimes used Mahogany's phone to then text Sean, which is also kind of weird because Mahogany lived in the neighborhood. So Rebecca would go over for a bit and then like text him, you know, like, you right there, you live there. Why didn't you do that? Use someone's phone to say all that. Ew.
Follow that up to find out if those were in fact Mahogany or somebody else?
Yes.
And what'd you discover?
I discovered that it was actually Rebecca Dishman that was the sender of those messages.
Okay. And of course, you were here for Mahogany's testimony and Rebecca Dishman's about what's been marked for exhibit or ID only as exhibit number 1. You have that in front of you?
Yes, sir.
And you heard their testimony about that. Who prepared that exhibit?
I did.
Okay. And what is that exhibit of?
It is of text or SMS messages from the contact Mahogany.
Okay. Is that every single text or message from Mahogany on the old phone?
Yes.
And we would now move this in as a report generated by Special Agent Hannon from the defendant's phone, text communication from Mahogany.
39.
What number?
40. Okay.
What are we going to hear? Our ears are going to be burning. Are they going to read the text messages? We already read some, well, not read, we've heard some of them. It was like, that's why you guys are commenting on my facial expressions on day 1 and even some yesterday. We're like, okay, so buckle up in case.
And with regard to what's been marked for ID only as exhibit number 10, in addition to communication between co-defendants, did you also examine both phones to look for relevant pictures or information or data from either the body recovery or the homicide in this case?
Yes.
And did you also look for other pictures of relevance?
Yes.
And tell us, what is exhibit for ID only 10?
This is an exhibit of selected images from the phone that were pulled out for evidentiary purposes.
Okay. And what do those images depict?
There's numerous images on this report that show Sean Finnegan, Rebecca Dishman, as well as pictures of Rebecca Dishman's body.
Okay. And again, whose phone were those pictures found on?
Sean Finnegan's.
Okay, we'd move that in as the next stated exhibit. In
Number 41.
I'm sure the jury's also like, no.
And with regard to that forensic tool, we heard Agent Williams talk about your ability to do a text string search on the phones.
Yes.
But in addition to text string phones, did you go into every area of these phones that you could?
Every area that I could.
Okay. And examining communications, photos, every area of the phone?
Yes.
And were you ever able to discover any communication with regard to the death of Jennifer Paxton?
No, I was not.
And did you
Some more ammo for the defense there. So they didn't talk about that. Okay.
also include global term searches to investigate that as well?
Yes.
The possibility that it could be hidden somewhere?
Yes.
You also said that when you started with telling us that you do background investigations of folks, I'm going to turn your attention to Francis Finnegan.
Who was Frances Finnegan in the investigation?
That's the mother of Sean Finnegan.
Okay. And when you you said you can do background. What kinds of records can you search for when you look up a person?
You can look back at their driver's record, for instance, things of that nature to get dates of birth, identifiers, last known address, things of that nature.
Okay. And how old was Frances Finnegan?
I believe she was in her 80s.
Okay. And you got that information through your research with records? Okay.
Correct.
Which actually matches some of those obituaries I've received about that Frances Finnegan, because there's a few. But most of them say she passed away in 2021. So that makes sense, because then she was 82. So, 80s would make sense, yeah. In 2020.
And you also were able to, during the investigation, you heard and confirmed issues of her described the general health condition of Miss Finnegan at the time of the body discovery.
Miss Finnegan was able to walk and talk and communicate. However, she was elderly. She did have some health issues and appeared to need assistance, have somebody living with her.
Okay. And were you able to get information that she was in hospice care?
I did.
And was she being medicated as well?
Yes.
And did you subpoena records for that purpose?
I did.
And and after all this happened, what happened with Miss Finnegan?
Miss Finnegan did pass away at some point once I became involved in this investigation.
Okay.
Okay, so we have confirmation of that at last. Okay, so she has passed away, Frances Finnegan, who was living in the house at the time. She was elderly, in her 80s, so she would have been 81 in 2020 when the police were there, or so. 81, because I think she was 82 when she passed away in 2021, depending on when her birthday is, of course. And, wow. If she didn't know anything at all, of course, that her son was up to, my goodness, what a shock that must have been. Because she was then obviously taken out of the home. I don't know if she was then put in a nursing home for some time or what happened. Maybe we'll find out, but wow.
So when the defendant, in August of 2020, when the body was discovered, what happened to Miss Finnegan?
She went to live with her daughter at that time.
Okay. And
don't you love it when I just pause and we're speculating what we might learn, and then the very next sentence we learn the answer.
Is her daughter?
Okay, whoa. She went to live with her daughter. Oh, now we're also finding out that Sean's got a sister. Okay, interesting.
Daughter alive?
No, she passed away as well.
Okay. But you were able to subpoena records to show the health condition and or medications that Miss Finnegan was on?
Yes.
And what were those medications?
She was on several medications to include blood pressure medications, medications prescribed for, I believe, anxiety and depression, as well as medications for pain.
Specifically, what pain medications was she on?
She was on oxycodone, fentanyl patches, morphine, and Oxycontin.
And those are all prescribed to her?
Yes.
And who was fulfilling those prescriptions for her?
Walgreens.
Okay. And were you aware, and through any of your investigation, who was picking those up for her?
Yes.
Who was?
It was Sean Finnegan.
I asked you generally about communication between co-defendants, and I asked you generally about information about the death of Jennifer Paxton. So this question is kind of silly, but did you investigate whether or not there's any communication or information on either device about Jennifer Paxton? Communication or photos or anything of that sort?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and what did you find?
I found no reference of Jennifer Paxton on either device.
Okay. We heard a name earlier in testimony from Mahogany Pico about Sarah Parks, the name Sarah Parks and a name Tasha Perry.
Yes.
As people that may have lived there at the house. Tell us, did your investigation yield anything about who Sarah Parks was to the defendant?
Yes.
Quick pause. Sorry, his eyes are closed. Deb said, oh, that's why he could offer drugs to others. People are saying there's quite a mix. I mean, you guys are all speculating like me, like, oh dear, like how many of those meds did he take for himself, right?
Did.
And with regard to Tasha Perry as well?
Yes.
All right, tell the members of the jury who was Tasha Perry and what was her relationship with the defendant?
Tasha Perry was a female friend of the defendant that would stay at his home from time to time.
Okay. And what was the nature of their relationship?
It was sexual in nature.
Okay. And were you able to, was that just with this defendant or with co-defendants?
With co-defendants.
And were you able to confirm that with both video and photographs on the devices?
Yes.
That both Rebecca Dishman and the defendant?
Correct.
Okay. How old is Tasha Perry?
I believe she's in her 20s, late 20s.
And you interviewed Tasha Perry?
Yes.
And with regard to Sarah Parks, another name that was mentioned for in Mahogany's testimony, were you able to determine similar information about Sarah Parks?
Yes, I was.
So these names were already mentioned yesterday when they talked about other girlfriends that have been around. They said that Sarah Parks was one of Sean's exes that would come around to the house quite often. I think that Rebecca actually also mentioned it on day one. And this Tasha Perry, also in her 20s, huh? So that's one little pattern already, of course, that, I mean, Sean Finnegan was 52 at the time. He's going for 20-year-olds. Rebecca was 22 at the time. So Tasha Perry also coming over to the house and things like that, being in her 20s. So they're talking about some other girlfriends or female acquaintances coming over to the home where Rebecca was and Sean Finnegan was.
And the similar situation?
Yes, that's correct.
And that information you gained through your investigation, was that contemporaneous with the time that the co-defendants were living together?
Can you repeat that question? I'm sorry.
The information about their relationship that we're talking about, was that at the same time that Rebecca Dishman and Sean Finnegan were living together?
Oh, yes, that's correct.
These relationships were developed and were ongoing during their time living together?
Yes, they were.
With both co-defendants?
Yes.
And so you told the members of the jury you actually went in through the phone and looked at all the different areas of both devices, right? And you also used global search terms to see if there was anything else. What kind of global search terms did you use to try and locate any information about the case?
So, for example, I would put in the victim's name to see if there was any mention of her within the data of the device. Other terms to include murder, kill, rape, freezer, for example, and I found nothing of the sort in the phone data.
I see.
I didn't hear it. So there were no communications between Sean and Rebecca Dishman that seemed to relate to Jennifer Paxton at all.
Correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said on the phone you found there were pictures of Rebecca Dishman's body, not Jennifer Paxton's body, right?
Yes,
Rebecca
that's correct.
Rebecca Dishman's body. You said Rebecca Dishman. I just wanted to make sure that I heard it right. And then these texts that you recovered and reviewed, they're the ones Mahogany that we talked about with Mahogany and Rebecca. They're sexts, basically, right?
That's correct.
Pretty disgusting.
This is the defense, right? I missed that, but I recognize his voice, and he's like, these disgusting sext messages, yes. Thank you, Copper Horse. You said purple hearts for Jennifer Gail Paxton. Thank you so much. If you are going to write out the names of the meds, please, like this, please rather censor the names. Put like a star in some of the characters, you know what I mean? Because otherwise, YouTube flags the chat, and then it suppresses the reach, and then other people won't get to see this trial or learn about this case at all, and we would like them to.
Stuff, some of it. And you would agree these are conversations that would be Rebecca's conversations between Rebecca Dishman and Sean Finnegan a lot of times when he's at work.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay. And Francis Finnegan.
Okay, that makes sense. Because I was like, why on earth would Rebecca like go over and then start texting Sean when he's at work? So when she's left home alone, then Sean Finnegan's going to work. He worked at the Pint House. Okay. He went to work, and then Rebecca didn't have a phone. So she would obviously like meander over to Mahogany's house and be like, can I use your phone? And then text him all sorts of things.
Finnegan was in her 80s and definitely on hospice care.
Yes.
And needed somebody with her there.
Yes.
Okay. And you talked to Tasha Perry, and did you talk to Sarah Parks?
No, sir, I did not.
Okay. And Tasha Perry confirmed that that she stayed over there sometimes.
Yes.
With them, Rebecca and Sean.
Yes, that's correct.
Did she know Sean before Rebecca?
I think so.
I think, okay.
Yes, I think so. I think she did know him before that.
And so, from what you learned from then, and did she tell you also that he would let her stay there and probably feed her?
Correct.
And buy her stuff?
Well, she didn't tell me that necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Okay, we've got a little sidebar going on. Let's go forward a bit.
Yes, sir.
Sorry, we'll go there. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Lee. If you could also type it, if you type in DRUG, if it could also, the U could be a star or something. Sorry about that. YouTube is really sensitive and people think, no, it isn't. It is. Some channels, if you watch Jules of All Trades or Jules True Crime Reacts, I mean, she just recently made a video of playing a clip that said one naughty word, very bad word. Okay, said a word, somebody else said it in the clip and they demonetized the whole channel. And then, of course, that puts everything at risk with the reach and all of that. It's just really bad. YouTube looks at the overall performance of your channel. And if they don't like it, they're not going to show it to anyone, including your subscribers, even if you subscribe with your notifications on. If YouTube doesn't like it, you're not going to get that notification. Probably not. They're like, we don't want to show this to many people. Like, come on, man. So I try not to say it either. In case people wonder, why do I say like SA, or I try to censor things, just playing along with YouTube, which is a PG-13 platform, which makes true crime incredibly difficult to actually cover on here and then grow a community, right? Okay, so Amanda Buckley said, juries like to see DNA evidence, and when they have DNA doesn't match the defendant, makes it pretty easy for them to have a not guilty. I don't know if in this case so far, I think the state has done a good job of proving majority of their case. Of course, there's still a few days left, but the DNA evidence, I wonder if they had considered that. Obviously, they're going to have to decide if this guy will have to be put to death or not. You know what I mean? Like, this is a death penalty case. Sorry, I had to cover his face. He's been there too long now. Oh, my goodness. Sorry for having it up so long while I'm talking here. Okay, I wonder, that will probably be quite a big factor for them to consider. But of course, the state would have to present their aggravating factors. I don't know if there's any mitigating factors. You know what I mean? So, okay, let's hear it. This is sidebar, right? Okay, wait. I'm just gonna leave it there for a second. Yeah. And we're back.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Thank you. And so the question was, Tasha Perry and Sarah Parks, your testimony, they stayed there with Sean and Rebecca on occasion.
Yes, that's correct.
And your understanding was they would help take care of Francis on occasion.
I don't have any information to suggest they were taking care of Francis Finnegan.
Okay. But you were here yesterday when Mahogany testified that her understanding was they would help take care of Francis Finnegan.
I don't recall that.
When she was talking about Sarah, she said that
I recall her talking about Sarah, but not specifically that Sarah was helping take care of Miss Finnegan.
Okay, that's fair. And then the rest of the testimony was Sean picked up her medicine, his mom's medicine.
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know how long, in your investigation, did you know how long Sean and his mother, Frances, lived in that apartment?
I don't recall a specific time frame off the top of my head. I know it was a couple of years before this crime occurred. They were living there.
Okay. So they were there for a little while. So I guess my point, a year or two before Miss Dishman came into the picture.
That's correct.
Okay. And I know the DA asked you about when a scene is old, it makes it hard to find evidence, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. But that doesn't mean that. I mean, it doesn't keep you from your duty from having to have evidence, does it?
No, it doesn't.
I mean, you still have to have evidence to prove things.
Yes.
Right? Okay. That's all, Judge.
Thanks, sir. Sit down. Please stay in court pretty good.
Thanks, sir.
So, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for lunch. So what we'll do, I think they brought it to you today, so we won't take a full hour and a half. We'll take an hour and 15 minutes, so we'll be back here about 1:30. All right? So hope you enjoy your lunch. Everybody rise, please. All right.
Lunchtime. We'll teleport through it. Let's just hear if they have any conversations outside of the presence of the jury.
Anything from the state we need to discuss?
Hang on.
Anything from the defense? 1:30. Thank you.
All right, it's lunchtime. Wolf333 says, I'm dipping in and out of the stream. Sorry. You better be sorry. Why are you doing that? Just stay here with us. Don't go. So thank you so much for being here. Even if you're dipping in and out, thank you for being here. If you got to do something, I don't know, fold the laundry, mow the lawn, whatever people got to, take us with you. Take us with you, okay? Like AirPods are very helpful as well. You could take us with you shopping, wherever you go, right? Just make sure you're aware of your surroundings and you stay safe. Okay, yeah. Rob's like, your favorite time of the day, Judge? The judge is very excited. So lunch break, you said not the full hour and a half. So no wonder, because I've been wondering, why do we catch up so quickly? Like at the end of the day, we're like only like 15 minutes behind. Oh my goodness. So, because they take a 90-minute lunch in Tennessee. Nice, nice. Okay, so today will be about an hour because they brought them lunch. I do wonder what they brought them. Are you also curious or what? Okay. Wolf333 says, is G blocking out that perv's face? Awesome. G's a rockstar. Absolutely, we're blocking that face out. Oh my word, we saw way too much of him on day 1 and day 2. I started blocking his face out yesterday because it's just like it's too much. Especially because it always has the same expression as well. You know? So, Phantom's like, can't hear over the mower, G. Gotta get those AirPods in. Gotta get those AirPods in. Okay, so now let's teleport through lunch. Are we ready? Buckle up, everyone. Grizzly port. Everyone says I'm going to say Grizzly port. Here we go. Okay, we're going to abbreviate this trial day. Are we ready? Are they back yet? Are they back now? Now. Okay, you're catching up. I just love doing this. Okay. I will never forget. And if you guys have watched every day of this trial with me or you're watching the replay every single day, you'll probably be like, stop saying it, Gisela. But I want to say it one more time. The Burgos Aviles trial taught us everything we need to know about tardiness in the courtroom. We suffered through it. It was like the judge was like, okay, we'll take like an hour lunch. And they were back like 90 minutes later. We're just like waiting, you know? There's only so much I can say. There's only so many documents we can go over. Like, what are we supposed to do? My word, it was just so long. So it's like, no. We'll just start later and then we'll just teleport through all of that tardiness if it happens. This courtroom has not been tardy or late at all. It's just nice. That's where we learned this. It was great. Thank you all for being there for the Burgos Aviles trial, where we learned this little thing together. It works so well, the defluff. So are we ready now? Also, let me show you something quickly. Because someone was saying, who would ever even be attracted to Sean Finnegan, right? And let me just show you quickly. Get your barf bags ready, everyone. Get those barf bags out. Okay, here we go. It's snark time. Oh boy. Here is one of his Facebook profiles. He has a few. Is it got at least 2? Which I don't know why. Him and Rebecca. Okay. Oh, Sean Michael Finnegan. Look at him. No. But this is what Rebecca saw, and she's like, ooh. Gross. She was like, ooh, daddy. Ew. Okay. Next picture, please. Look at him. Nose hairs and all. He's ready for his selfie time. Oh, no. Thinking he's a warrior living at Mama's house. Nice. Okay, moving on. There he is again. Yeah, Stefan's like, yuck. I told you. Stefan, please remind everyone. Barf bags out, okay? So, I'd rather have one great person to talk to every night than have several pointless conversations with temporary people. Right. in the defense attorney's voice. Right. Okay, let's see what else he's got. The rules of weed do not work for. Oh, wow. Okay. If you can, no, let's not read that out. How about we don't? Otherwise, no, projectile vomiting will happen. Look at him. Sis. Oh, yeah, the Grim Reaper with these dogs with the dog collars and all that. Yeah, they should show this as an exhibit. If they could show Ashley Benefield's before the modeling photo and then the mugshot, show this. He thinks he's the damn Grim Reaper with all those chains and all this. Oh, no. Okay, so are we done? We're done now, right? We don't have to look at the other one. Let's not look at the other profile. Okay, so deep breaths. Here we go. Let's make this full screen again. And like this. Yeah, okay. Sure. Now this will be witness number 21, whoever they bring up next.
Thank you. Have a seat, please. And who'll be our next witness?
Your Honor, please state call Danny Miller.
Okay.
Danny Miller. There was a Jennifer Miller, right? I'm just trying to think now, who's that? Okay, we'll see now. Rescue Puppy, thank you for taking us with you, and I hope everything goes well. Okay, seems like my camera has gone off. Can you still hear me though, right?
Sir, if you'll step up here next to me, please.
I think my camera literally overheated. Okay, so that's interesting. I may have to switch to the other one. I'm going to call Mr. Grizzly just to see what I can do, because the shame, this poor thing. You see how hot it is, oh my word. Okay, but I'm still here with you. Oh, you just can't see me.
You'll raise your right hand, sir. Swear to tell the truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Make sure you have a seat there. If you'll tell me your first name and last name and spell them both.
Daniel Miller, DanielMiller.
And if you'll speak in that microphone, that'll help us all here, okay? Questions?
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you please tell us your name and tell us where you work?
My name is Daniel Miller, and I work at Rent-A-Center in Oak Ridge, Tennessee.
What are your duties at the Rent-A-Center?
Sales, delivery, service, customer service.
How long have you worked there?
I've been there since 6 years now.
Okay. While working there, have you come across somebody that you know as Sean Finnegan?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you see him here in the courtroom today?
Yes, over there.
May the record reflect he's identified the defendant. Could you describe your interactions with Mr. Finnegan?
Run-of-the-mill customer would come in every Friday, make his payment, say hello, say goodbye. Never had an issue with him. Was just a good all-around customer.
So he'd been a customer for a while?
Since before I started there, yes.
Okay. Did you have occasion to have an interaction with him on...
Sorry, I will be back in a moment. I'm not on screen because it is so blazingly hot today in Switzerland that my camera, as you guys know, you can actually see me clearly with my new camera compared to the old webcam I had. It's actually overheated for the first time, so I'm going to need to get a little cooler for it for days like this. Anyway, the point is I'm going to switch to my other camera now, but let's just listen to the testimony. Thank you for being here. Just know I'm here with you. I'm watching you.
In December of 2019.
Yes, he came into the store looking for a deep freezer when he made his payment. I think Brittany was working there at the time. She typed it up, and then we delivered it the next day.
Do you remember what days of the week that was when he came in to request it?
We delivered it on Saturday, so he came in on Friday, which was his typical. He would always come in Friday afternoon.
Do you keep records
Yes,
as
ma'am.
part of the process?
Yes.
What's included in those type of records?
Obviously, receipts when you make your payment. When you sign a contract, there is the contract that comes with a delivery checklist. All that is signed by the customer and signed by the worker that delivers it or types it up.
Now, is this a sort of a team effort with sales, delivery,
Yes.
and customers? You're kind of wearing all hats
Yes,
when you
ma'am.
work there, right? May I approach? Can you tell us if you recognize those documents, please?
Yes, that is our DAP, which is a record of what we do every day. When we come in, we check that to see who we're delivering, servicing, or what needs to be done that day outside the store.
Can you come through the pages there and confirm the...
Did he say renter center, right? I was trying to write exactly where he works, but I wasn't too sure there. Yeah, I'm on a new camera now. It might look a little different. Okay, it looks strange. It's like, hi, back to low quality. But we'll deal with it today.
All the documents in there, the records pertaining.
Yep. This is the second page is delivery checklist. That would be the information about the delivery, whether we had to take anything with us, like if it's a mattress with a bed or whatever. And then it looks like receipts, record of payments, more payments. And then this would be the contract itself for the deep freezer. Just explains all the rules of the contract, payments, prices, frequency of payments, and then signature on second page.
When you say signature, whose signature?
Sean Finnegan's, and it looks like Brittany's. She typed it up, and then he signed as the customer. She was the leaseor. And then liability for the insurance, which is also signed by both of them, Brittany and Sean. And then authorization, consent release, that's also signed by Sean, or Shane, I'm sorry. Entry to retrieve merchandise, that's a form that we have for like a landlord or a tenant if they leave our stuff behind so we can retrieve it from the landlord or homeowner. And then release information, and that was about it.
Do those documents confirm what date he requested to rent the freezer?
Yes, ma'am.
And what date was that?
That was on the 27th is when he came in and signed everything.
And does that document, or at least one page of that document, indicate when it was to be delivered?
Yes. The DAP, we delivered it on the 28th, and then on the delivery checklist, it has the time and date we were going to deliver it on the 27th.
So he ordered it on the 27th on a Friday, his usual custom, delivered on the 28th.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you give any instructions regarding the delivery of the item?
I didn't take the call, but on Saturday we got the call in the morning to leave the freezer on the front porch. It's a duplex. So, I'm not sure if it was Enrique or Brittany that took the call, but we informed him that we would put it on the porch, but he was responsible for the merchandise in case it got stolen, and he told them that the neighbor would watch it till he got home.
Okay. So this is sort of dispatch for you for delivery, that you're getting that information?
Yes, they're telling us, hey, when you take it there, he's not going to be home, leave it on the porch, the neighbor will watch it till he gets there.
Please, I move this in as the state's next numbered exhibit, number 40.
Okay, I was wondering where this was going. Okay, he rented the freezer from Renter Center. Okay, yeah, Jinxie's like, that's cool for the horror hog. You talk about the pictures? I think showing the pictures of Sean Finnegan from his Facebook page probably bombed my camera out. It was like, I'm out. I'm done. Like, come on, man. To get the webcam out for this. Angela K, thank you so much for your £5 super sticker. Thank you so much, Villain? Guess? Kill? I don't know how to say your name. You look amazing on either camera. Gives like, guess. I can't tell the quality difference. Oh, there's a difference. But thank you so much.
2. Have you had an opportunity, you delivered that freezer, correct?
Yes.
If you saw that freezer or a photo of it, would you be able to recognize it as the freezer you delivered?
By the serial number, yes.
And that serial number was reflected on the paperwork?
Yes, ma'am. It is on the contract itself.
I'm going to show you a photo that was entered as in collective exhibit number 36.
Yes, the serial numbers do match the picture and the contract that we have signed.
Your Honor, please, I move this in as a separate exhibit as well.
Okay.
Thank you.
State exhibit number 43.
Thank you.
I'll pass this witness, Judge.
Any questions?
Yes, sir. Good afternoon, Mr. Miller.
Hello.
So you said that Sean was a regular, he came in there regularly?
Yes,
and
sir.
made payments, and you never had any issue with him?
Nope.
And he'd rented other things in the past?
Yes.
So it wasn't uncommon for him to come in and rent things from Rent-A-Center, right?
No.
And what kind of
To me, that's a little bit of a red flag, is it not? If he came in regularly and rented things, why was he doing? Based on the context, it doesn't mean if someone does that they're dodgy. I mean, based on what Sean Finnegan is accused of doing. Oh my goodness.
things do you guys rent out?
We do everything from furniture, appliances, electronics, TVs, lamps, rugs.
Okay. And that was something he had been doing for a little while before he continuously rented different things, is
Yes.
what my point, okay. And he always showed up and he always made his payments and just like routine, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then I believe you said it was delivered Saturday, December 28th.
Correct.
Is that correct? Okay. I think that's all. One second. Well, do we know what time it was delivered?
And the DAT, we had them between 1 and 3 after lunch.
Okay, so it was after lunch, between 1 and 3, and you were informed that he probably wasn't going to be there, so just to leave it.
Yes, we were informed to leave it on the porch, and whoever talked to him informed him that if we put it on the porch, you're responsible for it until you take it in. And he just informed us the neighbor would watch it, which, next door was fine with us as long as he knew he was responsible for it.
Right, because he'd always been responsible before for those things that he'd rented before.
Yes.
Correct. And so as far as you know, he wasn't there when the refrigerator was delivered?
No, we didn't knock on the door or anything. We just put it right on the porch next to his door like he asked us to or told us to.
Do you remember, do you know if the call was because he was going to be at work, so that's why he wasn't going to be there that afternoon?
No, I didn't take the call personally, so I'm not sure. I didn't have that conversation with him that day.
Okay. Thank you. That's all.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir. Step down and free to go.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Who's next?
May I approach?
Sure. Got any recordings?
No.
Oh, sorry.
Over there.
Next witness is a medical examiner, and I need a little time to bring home. We have a mannequin to demo, so need some time to bring that in.
But we can hear it. Is that a hot mic? Are we supposed to hear that? Do you want to bring in a mannequin? What? To demo? Oh dear.
5 minutes.
That was a hot mic. I'm still looking at my camera. That's off now. Here we are. I'm looking at you now. Okay. Kimberly says, which? Oh, why? Why couldn't Rebecca get a wish neighbor? And why couldn't he get it? If he was only working from 5 p.m. until 5 a.m. in general, why could neither of them? They probably just said, don't worry, neighbor will get it. They just mean they're not going to answer the door because they don't want to be guilty. There must be no questions, right? Wow.
Say, please. Do you want to go get the? What do you want to do first?
I'll defer to them. They got little parts going on here.
What do y'all want to do first? Do we get the? You want an argument first? Or you want the mannequin first?
I got an argument.
We do it simultaneously, Judge?
Okay, go ahead.
Judge, we were here last week on motion limine addressing medical examiner testimony as it relates to the autopsy report, conclusions contained therein. And before this witness, now that she's being apparently on deck and about to be tendered, We are objecting under the Confrontation Clause of the Sixth Amendment and Article 1, Section 9 of the Tennessee Constitution as it relates to the introduction of the autopsy report. The autopsy was performed by Dr. William Oliver. The autopsy report was written by Dr. William Oliver. The state is seeking to introduce the contents of that report and the conclusions he made in the course of the autopsy through the current chief medical examiner, Dr. Darinka Polchan. Further, we rely on Smith v. Arizona, which was discussed in the motion limiting hearing, and some other progeny related to these issues, but essentially the idea is that the autopsy report contains testimonial statements and conclusions made by expert 1 that they're going to try to feed to the jury through expert 2, who did not participate in the autopsy, did not participate in drafting the autopsy report, and we believe that's improper and does not afford Mr. Finnegan the right.
Which statements will this lady try to introduce that were from the autopsy report?
Well, going back and reviewing her testimony, my notes from her testimony from last week, she's essentially, in our opinion, parroting, speaking, the findings of Dr. Oliver and his medical, his training and experience and what he did in this case in performing the autopsy and then drafting the report. She relied in toto on what Dr. William Oliver's findings were in this case, and she's basically regurgitating them again to this court.
I thought her testimony was that she also had some sort of meetings where all of them were together and went over the report or went over the autopsy, stuff like that. Do you remember that?
I do, and I will let the state address that. I think that does raise some other concerns as to who was actually participating in that process. We don't really know. It's pretty vague at this point, but as it stands, the autopsy report was written by Dr. Oliver. He did the autopsy, and now they want to move all of that through Dr. Milosnik's testimony on the stand. And we believe that violates the Confrontation Clause and doesn't give Mr. Finnegan a right to meet his accuser in court. Dr. Oliver is not otherwise unavailable, and we've not had another prior opportunity to cross-examine him. So we're objecting under the Confrontation Clause.
All right, I understand. State's position.
Judge, I think that the court, obviously we addressed Arizona v. Smith pretrial in this case before jeopardy attached, and here we are now with a jury in the box and we've got a medical examiner. I called the next witness being the medical examiner, and now they raise the objection. I turned to them during that pretrial hearing and said, are you objecting? When the court raised concern about it, and they were not. And now jeopardy's attached and they're bringing this motion. So that's fundamentally unfair in the first place. The second is that, Judge, that we are, under Arizona v. Smith, we have been in consultation with the State Attorney General, and our position would be that it doesn't apply to medical examiner testimony because our position is going to be that it's non-testimonial in nature, and the tests that are developed in Arizona v. Smith, it's a very, very convoluted set of law, Judge. It is cases with fractured opinions of what test it is to make something non-testimonial, and essentially the test comes down to whether a medical examiner is creating the autopsy reports for the purpose of a criminal prosecution, or are they creating it for other purposes like public health and public welfare.
That's the question. And this case talks about the primary purpose. So what do you think the primary purpose of this autopsy report is?
The primary purpose is non-testimonial. It's not intended. They do the vast majority of autopsies they do don't end up in criminal prosecution. They look at the information that they're not additionally identifying the defendant. Dr. Milosnik this isn't aimed and pointed at a particular defendant, which is another test that they use in addition to the primary purpose test. So they're not looking at Mr. Finnegan. All they're doing is looking at a body and determining the results from the body. Dr. Milosnik is the chief medical examiner in an organization that contains multiple assistant medical examiners and multiple staff people under that who do things like cut into the body, take the photographs, prepare the body, wash the body, do all of the functions of the medical examiner, which she is the chief over that entire umbrella, over that entire organization. Then they meet as a team to discuss the potential results, and an assistant may author a report, as it was in this case, a retired assistant. And so she is here as part of that team, as the leader of that team, who has all the information available collected by the medical examiner, including things that the medical examiner typically will comment on, like blood results from the victim. She ordered those from the lab. We have those back, and those will be part of the opinion on the cause and manner of death in this case. All of those things, Judge, are our position has and will be that it's non-testimonial in nature.
And the reason you think it's non-testimonial is because the primary purpose of the autopsy is not testimonial. That when they do this, it's not in anticipation of a criminal prosecution. It's just what
Exactly.
people, when they find a dead body, they do an autopsy on it.
Unlike in Arizona v. Smith, they do. That's a lab result. That is absolutely 100% sent by an investigative agency to a laboratory for the purpose of establishing that it's methamphetamine, heroin, etc.
Right. That was a drug case, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And Crawford on the testimonial thing, was that the 911 tape, or do you remember?
No, Crawford was the wife gave a statement to investigators and at the scene, and then she asserted a spousal privilege at trial, and they said that Crawford, because she would have to give up his
testimony, couldn't cross-examine her.
Right. So statements to investigators under Crawford, Washington had a rule that said if it's otherwise reliable, it's a hearsay exception, which we don't have here, but nonetheless, that's why it was testimonial, because it was a statement right to police investigators. This is she's a medical doctor in forensic pathology, a specialist just like a dermatologist or any other who is employed as a medical examiner who by law has to conduct autopsies on deaths and suspicious deaths of all natures. So
I guess with the autopsy report, looking at it, there's nothing saying in there that Mr. Finnegan did this.
That's right. No pointed accusation at him, and Dr. Malusinik is not going to.
There's nothing she's going to point and say, based upon the guy who did the autopsy, based upon what the autopsy guy did, he did it. Right? I'm
going to say that.
Right. I know that's what you're going to say, but she's not going to say that.
She's not going to say that, but
because she can't, because the autopsy doesn't show that.
It's an absolutely independent review of just the medical, the field of forensic pathology is for the purposes of determining somebody's death. It is what is referred to in the medical field as a final diagnosis, Judge. They are surgeons, medical pathologists are surgeons who conduct the final surgery on a person to conduct and make a diagnosis of death, and that's all she does.
Okay, I understand. Thank you. Yes, you want to add something else?
Briefly, Judge.
Sure.
First, I'd say I don't think this is a motion that was required to have been made pre-trial. It's a motion to be made, I think, out of respect to the jury prior to the witness being tendered, and that's why I did it this way.
Sure.
But second, I would argue that this autopsy was absolutely created for the primary purpose of this impending litigation based on the nature of the facts of this case, the investigation on the scene there. This wasn't a question of, for example, a body being found out in the woods or something like that with nobody around. They arrested Mr. Finnegan at the same time the body was discovered. It was a criminal investigation, and the medical examiner's personnel were there on scene. They were called on scene. They were walking through.
Sorry, to pause, if you hear background noise, I've just got my aircon on at the moment just so that I can cool down the office so we can maybe get the other camera back up and running. Okay, so I hope it's not too loud. Let me know. But also, this guy, a lot of people saying, wait, who's this guy? This is one of the defense attorneys. His name is Forrest Wallace. So yeah, it's the first time we're seeing him. It's going to be interesting to see what the judge, what will the judge rule on this, right?
Through a crime scene to take possession of that body and take it into the custody of the medical examiner's office.
So, and remind me the name of the person who did the original autopsy.
Dr. William Oliver.
Dr. Oliver. So, is there any statement that Dr. Oliver made, I guess in his report, that somehow indicts or points this to your client?
Not per se, Judge, but
anyway.
No, sir.
Okay.
But the problem is Dr. Malusnik giving an opinion about. This is a very complicated autopsy.
Sure.
And the nature of it and the range and scope of injuries that were inflicted on this corpse is fairly complicated.
I agree.
And Dr. Malusnik was offering many opinions that went into criminal intent. She's talking about, I looked back at my notes last night, she was giving statements in the motion limine hearing about somebody took their time with this body and all these other things to bolster the state's premeditation theory in this case. So I think she, by her own testimony, is straying into things that perhaps are less objective than they should be. And we don't really I mean, we don't know without her testifying in full about what's going to be her own conclusion versus Dr. Oliver's, but on its face, we're objecting, saying we think she's just going to get up and parrot what expert one already.
Well, if she did, that would be okay, because in his report, he doesn't say those things like you said that she said. Right? You said where she expanded.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't say that in his autopsy report.
To some degree, no.
Yeah. That's the issue, I think, right there. I guess maybe you could help me with this. If I rule against you and say that I don't think that it is that the primary purpose of this autopsy report is not testimonial, that it's regularly done, and considering the statements made by this other gentleman who did the original autopsy, do you think you have the right to stand up and object and say she's going outside of I guess what the autopsy said?
And to answer in part, I would say it's not clear because we don't have Oliver's hand notes from that may have been contemporaneously made at the same time or prior to the official report being tendered. So other than just having a standing objection and then developing this for the record at essentially every, I mean, we looked at 60 photos. I know that's been whittled down, but at every juncture of her testimony, I guess on cross, we developed that this is Dr. Oliver's opinion, or this is your adopting Dr. That whole process. We're just going to have to take it because I have no other way to develop my record.
I agree.
I
don't oppose that at all. Okay.
But
thank you, sir.
Yes.
So I'm going to deny your motion at this time.
Yes.
I'm going to find that considering this, that the primary purpose of this autopsy is not testimonial, but I do think you can object to things that go outside of that if she doesn't have a basis for that. Now, she may have a basis for it based upon her own independent review of these documents. She may say that if she answers it that way, but I don't think she can just say based upon Dr. So-and-so, I think this. I think that's what you're saying. Close?
She didn't do the autopsy. She's
right.
relying on photographs and his report to make her conclusions.
Right. I got
we
it.
presume will be the same as Dr. Oliver's.
Yep. Okay. Here we got our mannequin in here.
Okay. Motion denied. I mean, I guess we thought it would go like that. How can they not want that evidence in? But okay, here we go. Yeah, Stefan says the autopsy must be really, really bad for the defense. Okay, I think I'm going to be able to teleport forward. Oh wow, there's a mannequin. Okay. Okay, so Sunny in ad says, if I can't hang in for this part, thanks everyone for the great chat. So if this gets too much for anyone, just know that we'll always, sorry, I'm looking at my camera. We'll always save you a seat, okay? Make sure you look after your mental health. I'm sure they're going to now be bringing on the medical examiner and discussing the autopsy. It could be upsetting for some viewers.
Thank you. Have a seat. In my career, I've done a lot of sequestered juries, and the way it works best is when we have police officers that really care and take time with the people being sequestered. And it looks like to me they're doing that. And so if you'll tell them I recognize them and tell them I appreciate their efforts on taking care of y'all, because I think they're really dedicated to that, and I appreciate that. All right, our next witness.
You call Darinka, I'm Elizabeth.
That'll be witness number 22.
If you'll step up next to me, please. your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Have a seat, please. If you'll state both your first name and last name and spell them both for me.
Good afternoon. My first name is Darinka, spelled Darinka. My last name is Polchan. Milusnik is spelled Mileusnic, and Polchan is Polchan.
And Doctor, I think that microphone that's in front of you can be pulled up a little bit towards you. You weren't projecting much.
That's what I was going to ask, that if you'll speak up to that microphone, that'll help all of us hear.
Sure.
Questions?
Where are you employed?
I am employed by Knox County Regional Forensic Center. I'm the Chief Medical Examiner for Knox and Anderson counties, and also the Chief Staff Pathologist for the Regional Forensic Center.
Okay, and the Regional Forensic Center is the Medical Examiner's Office?
That's correct.
Tell the members of the jury, what is a medical examiner?
So in the state of Tennessee, medical examiner is a physician who is appointed by the mayor and then approved by the county officials, for example, commissioners, to perform the duties of the medical examiner. Medical examiner oversees the medical legal death investigation, and it's a county-based system in the state of Tennessee. So I've been appointed to be the medical examiner. It's a 4-year appointment, medical examiner for Knox County and Anderson County, and of course the reappointments are always necessary every 4 years, depending on the recommendation from the professional board.
And when does the medical examiner become involved in a death in these counties?
So the medical examiners are always called when there is a death that is sudden, unexpected, without medical attendance or due to violence. So those are all situations that our office gets notified. And then based on the investigation and then working with the different officials and law enforcement, we make a decision whether certain death falls under our jurisdiction or not. And if we do accept jurisdiction, then we have to perform medical legal death investigation, which in our counties always involves the attendance at the scene. And then, of course, we decide whether the individual needs to, or that needs to be investigated further, whether the individual needs to come to our office. And then when they do come to our office, then we need a next level of triage, deciding on whether they need examination, toxicology, imaging, radiology, or full autopsy with all of those ancillary studies performed. And the main goal is to determine the cause and manner of death in these deaths that I just listed.
Okay, and so what is the purpose of the medical examiner's office? What are you intending on doing for the community?
So our office is open 24/7. Medical legal death investigation never stops. And that means that we always perform death investigation whenever that becomes apparent, and our office is notified by their dispatch or the hospital, physicians, healthcare professionals, and law enforcement. And in our counties, and because we have 2 sizable counties, actually, we have different divisions in our office. And part of the reason also is that in the state of Tennessee, the offices that perform autopsies and regional forensic centers, we are required to be accredited by the National Association of Medical Examiners, which is a pretty important, significant requirement. And that means that our investigators will, at the first call, decide on whether to go to the scene. When they do go to the scene, we do have medical legal death investigators who are certified to perform that job. Essentially, they go to the scene and they're our eyes and ears, and essentially do that triage working with the law enforcement, because, kind of bluntly speaking, the decedent individual belongs to me, to the medical examiner. The scene belongs to the law enforcement, and that's how we work together to make sure that the death is investigated properly. And I'm not sure I answered all your questions.
With regard to the medical examiner's office, the medical examiner's office is providing a service to the community of responding to suspicious or unexpected deaths.
Yes, exactly. Those are all the deaths that we attend, and then of course the autopsy is just one of the tools that we employ in this decision. What to put on a death certificate in those situations when the death is sudden, unexpected, without medical attendance or due to violence.
Okay, so with regard to the scenes that you attend, what percentage end up in an autopsy, a full autopsy?
Of all the cases that are reported to us, a relatively small percentage, and the reason I'm saying that because our healthcare system, we kind of work with them and sort of train them to report all that to us so we don't miss anything. It sometimes happens that our office also approves all the cremations, whether that falls under our jurisdiction or not. We have to approve all the cremations, and we've been catching some cases that kind of fell through the cracks, were not reported to us. So we do have a high reporting rate. So from that number of reported deaths, actually a small percentage comes to our office, maybe a third of those reported on any given day. And then of those, we perform autopsies on, let's say, on any given day, the autopsy number can vary between 3 to 5 or 6. And then we also can have 3 to 5 or 6 exams, meaning external examination with ancillary studies.
And you've already told the jury that you have people that go out into the field to assist you, be your eyes and ears in the field. Tell us, how is your office structured in terms of assistance? You are the chief medical examiner. Describe, if you would, the structure of your office and how you're assisted in your performance of your duties.
So our office has grown over the last couple of decades. I've been with the office since 2002, and now we have, including me, 6 pathologists. We are looking for another full-time position. And the pathologists, because we are relatively busy, we just don't have time to go to the scenes. I used to go to a lot of scenes myself, but with the number of cases that we do, and trying to actually adhere to all the requirements to be accredited by the National Association of Medical Examiners, we had to delegate some of the duties. And the scene investigation, scene attendance actually is one of the duties that we delegated based on recommendations of the National Association of Medical Examiners. And our investigators who do go to the scenes, I believe, except maybe one who is now in the process of getting certified, they're all certified in medical legal death investigation. They take the photographs. So a lot of scene photographs that were taken at the time actually are taken by our investigators. They also collect information from the families, from the individuals who are at the scene or who discovered the decedent, law enforcement or healthcare professionals. And then, of course, also they have access to a lot of, many of the database that are available, such as certain hospital systems, because, of course, we go through rigorous clearance by these institutions to allow our investigators.
She's very well spoken, but she speaks very fast, right? I hope the court report is okay, because I'm like, whoa, things have sped up a little bit here, right? Joanna's like, geez, new camera's working. Yes, thank you so much all for bearing with me.
Investigators and us to access the data. Also, they have access to the database that lists all the drugs that are scheduled, and then, of course, we work with the law enforcement to access some of the information, other information on the individuals as far as the past history of, let's say, violence or anything unusual that involves the decedent. And then based on all of that aggregate information, and they make the decision whether the decedent needs to come to our office, and the situation around that has to be investigated further, and then how much more we need to do once the individual investigated is in our office.
And so you are the chief medical examiner. Do you have assistant medical examiners as well?
Yes, I'm the chief. I have the chief deputy who's been with me over 15 years, and then we have other senior pathologists. Actually, in aggregate, we always kind of say that in aggregate we have well over 100 years of experience among all of us, and we had pretty stable office, and we are trying to recruit another forensic pathologist, and then I'm directly supervising their work. But the requirement for the accredited office is that all the pathologists have to be forensic pathologists, all pathologists performing forensic autopsies. They must be forensic pathologists, and they must be all certified or basically have the board certification in at least anatomic pathology and forensic pathology.
Okay, and how many assistant forensic examiner or forensic pathologists actually are employed under your supervision?
So right now we have, excuse me, we have four full-time, and then we have a part-time forensic pathologist.
Okay. And Dr. Bill Oliver, is he a current assistant medical examiner or assistant forensic pathologist in your office?
So Dr. Oliver retired several years ago, a couple of years ago, and then occasionally he does come on what we call locum tenens, a contract to perform autopsies, occasional weekends.
Okay. But at the time in 2020, he was a assistant medical examiner?
Yes, he was full-time employed by our office, yes.
And with regard to your office and the business that you conduct, do you employ a team approach in terms of looking at and evaluating cases?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
Do you review each other's work? You said you're the chief medical examiner. You supervise everybody's work, so everybody under you works for you, and you answers to you. But do you also meet and collaborate on things that are going on in the office with regard to autopsies or other things that the medical examiner is involved in?
So actually, we work for the citizens. We work for the taxpayers of Anderson and Knox County. That's what we work for. I kind of oversee their work. And the way our triage process works is that in the mornings, most mornings, we have 7 o'clock meeting where the cases that are reported the previous day and overnight are reviewed. Review consists of scene investigation, photographs review, the information, investigative information review that we are aware of at that point. And then, of course, decision is made. Every day has kind of so-called the doctor of the day, who is going to perform all the cases that need to be done that day, autopsies and exams. But the team is there in the morning, and I'm whenever I'm in the office, I'm there in the morning to review the cases with the physician. So on that particular day, when Ms. Paxton's case was reviewed, I was there in the office reviewing the scene photographs and the viewing her body in the morning before the autopsy started. And then, of course, we also have another process in our office, and that's actually difficult case or peer review case meeting, and that's weekly. Whenever we are available, for example, it's happening right now, and I'm here in court, so obviously I'm not attending it, but that's the meeting where we review difficult cases that any pathologist can bring at any time, and they're ready to sign it out. And in this particular case, that case review for Ms. Paxton's case happened in October. It was October 21st, and I was at that meeting reviewing again the scene, the findings, autopsy findings, the results of the ancillary studies, and kind of concluding with Dr. Oliver and some of our colleagues who were at the meeting that what the best course of action is as far as the cause and manner of that.
Okay. And based on all that review, you were obviously personally familiar because you were there the day it was conducted, and you conducted the peer review as well?
Yes.
Okay. And Doctor, we've mentioned that you're a forensic pathologist, and those are two words that we hear a lot, but we probably don't know in lay terms. Could you tell us in simple terms what it is a forensic pathologist is?
So forensic pathologist is a physician who after college goes to medical school, and then following that they are accepted to a pathology training program. And then the pathology training program consists of 4 years of anatomic and clinical pathology, and then the last 5th year is fellowship in forensic pathology. And the requirement to be employed in the state of Tennessee by any regional forensic center, there are 5 regional forensic centers, is to be board certified in at least anatomic and forensic pathology, or anatomic, clinical and forensic pathology. And there are some other subspecialties, but that's the main requirement.
Okay, so you went to medical school?
That's correct.
And you are a physician?
That's correct.
And actually a surgeon as well?
The state of Tennessee has pretty much, I have to hold a license to practice medicine, and they state it as a medicine surgery. That's how it's stated. I'm not a surgeon. I'm a pathologist, but I do have a license to practice medicine in the state of Tennessee.
Okay. But the anatomic and forensic pathology, these specialties that you're talking about, that's like dermatology or anesthesiology. It's a subspecialty of medical school that you chose to pursue after medical school?
That's correct.
Okay. And it has its own certifications and recognitions.
Yes, its own board certification, actually several different board certifications, yes.
And what part of your practice, obviously, is with regard to public health practice and research and death certification, epidemiology, injury prevention, and disease prevention? Is that all
Yeah, that's part of what we do, exactly. That's part of our role, yes.
Okay. And what does the term final diagnosis mean to you?
So the final diagnosis refers to what is going to be the anatomic cause of death. And then on the death certificate, that's in the area of or part of that certificate that basically states what did this person died of anatomically, what is the anatomic kind of derangement that caused this person's death. And then there is a separate category on the death certificate, and that's the manner of death. Now, manner of death really depends truly on the scene investigation. Of course, the autopsy findings, but the scene investigation is also the key, how we are going to manner any particular death. And the manner of death for us, for forensic pathologists and medical examiner, essentially is the task that is centered toward the public health. So it's for the vital statistics. So our manner basically really pertains to the vital statistics and how this particular data is going to be kind of regarded or researched when the data is analyzed. And there are 5 main categories: natural, which is a large percentage of the individuals who come to our office die naturally. Then there are accidents, there are suicides, homicides, and then there are going to be the difficult category that we are not quite certain because investigatively we don't have enough information, and that then ends up being undetermined, and then we can adjust that later on if the new investigative information becomes available.
Okay. So that is that your primary purpose is to create information for public health records and systems as opposed to be testifying in court?
Yes, testifying in court is not really our concern. Our concern is really vital statistics, and then, of course, if law enforcement needs our help figuring out what really happened and how to pursue and then direct their investigation, of course, that can be helpful to law enforcement.
And does your review ever target an individual?
No, that's not our role.
Okay. As far as the cause and manner of death, do you ever look or concern yourself with the person who caused or created the manner of death?
No, who did it is not our concern. Our concern is really what happened to this person, how they died, and then with that, what the cause and manner of that is.
Okay. And to become, obviously, the medical examiner and the forensic pathologist, could you just go over, you did say that you had to go to medical school. Tell us what your qualifications are that led you to become a forensic pathologist and secondarily to be the medical examiner, the chief medical examiner here.
So I graduated from medical school, University of Rijeka. This actually, with the year of internship, it's kind of 6-year program. And then following that, I worked at the same university teaching medical students, doing research in the Department of Pharmacology and Toxicology, almost 4 years. And then I came to the United States in 1991 to continue the same line of work. I joined a team at Loyola University Medical Center where I volunteered in some research and then enrolled in their neuroscience, neuropharmacology graduate program at Loyola University Medical Center in Chicago. And then that's where my mentor, who was actually also a neuropathologist, kind of got me interested in pathology, neuropathology, and that's where I joined actually the Department of Pathology to kind of go back from academia into more like a medical field and joined the pathology program at Loyola University Medical Center in 1995. And in 1998, because one of the rotations that all the residents in Chicago area do is month rotation in forensic pathology. I was at Cook County Office of the Medical Examiner. I kind of fell in love with forensic pathology and changed my direction. I did the year of fellowship there. And then stayed with the same office, with the Cook County Office of the Medical Examiner for about 3 more years. And then it was a great experience. I really loved it, but my family wanted to move to Tennessee. And in 2002, we moved to Tennessee. So I basically obtained my PhD in neuroscience. I obtained board certification in anatomic pathology, that's the Loyola training, and forensic pathology, that's the County Office of the Medical Examiner training. And and then relocated to Knoxville to continue the same line of work, medical legal death investigation.
And in your career, how many autopsies have you conducted, Doctor?
Actually, it was years ago. It was over 3,000, and I stopped counting because there was really no point, but it's in thousands.
Okay, and each one of those, do you determine a cause and manner of death, the final diagnosis?
Yes, in the state of Tennessee, medical examiners are tasked to determine the cause and manner of death, yes.
Okay. And with regard to that, have you been called upon in some of those cases to testify about the cause and manner of death?
Yes.
And of the number of thousands of cases that you've done, what percentage would you say results in your testimony in court to give the cause and manner of death?
It's hard to predict because I have a lot of court cases on my schedule, but then a lot of time there's a plea deal of some sort. I would say in the hundreds altogether. I testify more in Knox County than in Anderson County because of the volume, but on the other hand, we also service about 23 surrounding counties, performing autopsies for them. So in aggregate, actually, it was hundreds of cases in Knox, Anderson, and surrounding 23 counties.
Oh, so you have, though, been tendered as an expert in forensic pathology in courtrooms around East Tennessee?
That's correct.
And how many times has that happened, if you have an estimate?
Hundreds, but I don't have the exact number anymore.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
What number are we at, Judge, exhibit-wise? I'm sorry. This will be 44. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Doctor, what I'm handing you is exhibit 44. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, this exhibit actually is a pretty accurate copy of my curriculum vitae. I believe there's a couple of presentations that are not listed, but in general, that's
in that details
accurate.
More explicitly the qualifications that you have to be tendered as an expert, as you have been many times in the past?
Yes.
Okay. We would move that in as a curriculum vitae 44. So with regard to the reason we're here today, you mentioned that Jennifer Paxton, in the autopsy of Jennifer Paxton, that you participated in the team approach. You were there the day Jennifer came in, and that you also participated in the review at a later date. But as far as issuing the report from your office, that report was not signed by you. Who was that signed by?
This report was signed by Dr. William Oliver,
Okay.
who was our full-time pathologist at that time.
Okay. But obviously, Doctor, are you familiar with the case?
Very much so, yes.
Okay. And what have you done to review the case in terms of reviewing the facts to form and establish the opinions that you're going to tell the jury about today?
So in addition to the previous encounters with this case that I already mentioned, is that I reviewed Dr. Oliver's report one more time. I reviewed the autopsy photographs, scene photographs. Most of the scene photographs that I had access to were photographs taken by our medical legal death investigator, and results of ancillary studies such as x-rays, toxicology results. So that's pretty much it.
Okay. And you're here to give your opinion today or about the cause and manner of death?
Yes, my opinion.
Okay. In addition to your opinion about the nature of the wounds in this case and the nature, number, and types of wounds in this case, you're here to give your opinion?
Yes.
Which means, trigger warning, of course, they might be discussing some upsetting things, the autopsy, the results of that, and sending lots of love to the family and friends of Jennifer Paxton, especially those that are in the courtroom and seeing all of this and hearing all of this, right?
We would tender Dr. Millsaps as an expert in forensic pathology.
Would you like to voir dire on this issue? Okay, I'll let her give her opinion.
Okay, Dr. Millsaps, we're getting to the autopsy of Jennifer Paxton. Do you recall the specifics of her body's entry into the medical examiner's office and what specifically needed to be done before an autopsy could be conducted?
Yes, when she came, actually, we had to wait a couple of days to allow her body to actually thaw because it was frozen.
Okay. And how do you go about that?
So it's a slow process because it has to be, the individual has to be kept refrigerated in order to allow the process to take slow pace. Otherwise, the tissue would deteriorate really rapidly if we just left her at the room temperature or under any heater. So it took several days for that to happen, and the autopsy was then finally done on August 10th. 2020, which happened to be the day that Dr. Oliver was assigned to do the autopsies.
Okay. And to cut to the chase in this, with regard to her time of death, tell the members of the jury whether or not, based on her body's condition, would you ever be able to determine a time of death?
Unfortunately not. So in the autopsy report, and that's not just only this case, but in many situations, the time of death is going to be the time where our medical legal death investigators arrives to the scene and then formally pronounces death. And in the state of Tennessee, that can be done by the physicians in the emergency rooms, the hospitals, and then when it comes to the scenes, that's going to be frequently the medical legal death investigator. So we go by that date and time.
Okay. Is there any way that you can tell if a body's frozen, if it's been days, months, years?
Unfortunately not, because her body was deeply, thoroughly frozen, so that was impossible to tell.
And doctor, the final anatomic diagnoses in the case, did you form an opinion about what those were?
Yes.
And what were the final anatomic diagnoses?
Although there were many different types of injuries on Jennifer's body, the main cause of that was actually strangulation, asphyxia due to strangulation, and the type was actually ligature strangulation. The manner of that was homicide.
Okay. And did you also notice multiple blunt trauma?
Yes. In addition to the strangulation, there were many instances of blunt and sharp force injuries.
Okay. And did you also note incised wounds, multiple incised post and perimortem wounds?
Yes. The number of wounds actually was too hard to count. There were multiple, and most of them appear to be what we call perimortem or postmortem. Perimortem means that there is looks like a vital reaction around them that happened as she was dying. And then postmortem says, well, there is no really vital reaction around these wounds, sharp force injury, therefore that happened after she was already deceased and there was no more circulation in the body.
Does that make sense to you with your first cause of death, the ligature strangulation, that the wounds would be perimortem and postmortem? How does that make sense to you as a medical examiner?
So as far as the strangulation, that was definitely what we say antemortem, meaning she's alive when strangulation occurs because the ligature furrows on her skin are deep, show vital reaction. Of course, now they're discolored because of the freezing artifact. And also there is a hemorrhage in the tissue under the skin. So the tissue, the muscle under the skin, there actually, as we do layered dissection of the muscle and soft tissue, there is hemorrhage. Hemorrhage means she was alive. There was circulation, blood circulating through her body in order for that hemorrhage to happen. So we know for sure that is antemortem, and that's her cause of death. There were a couple of other injuries on the body that showed some what we call vital reaction bleeding. One of them was incision or sharp force injury on her left neck. There was actually blunt force injury, laceration on her forehead, one on the forehead and one actually on the back of the head. The rest of the sharp force injuries were harder to categorize, and that's why for most of them I would agree with the description that they would be perimortem, meaning she's dying and circulation is not as vigorous and leaving hemorrhage in the tissue, or clearly postmortem. There is no more circulation happening, and that it just so happened that this cut in the tissue is going through the layers of the skin, subcutaneous tissue, even to the muscle, but there's no bleeding whatsoever, so that's clearly postmortem.
And does the fact that there's a ligature, we got perimortem wounds, many of them that are potentially perimortem and postmortem, does that give you any time to estimate how long it took to inflict these injuries?
It was so anything that is postmortem, it was hard to tell because it can happen at any given time during the period before the individual starts undergoing decomposition changes. And it doesn't seem to be that her body was in the process of decomposition prior to being frozen. So that's why it was hard to tell whether it was day 1 or day 2 after she was deceased. One thing that we can also rely upon is distribution of lividity. Lividity is the settling of the blood in the kind of lower parts of the body. If the individual is flat, it's going to be throughout the back. If the individual is sitting, it's going to be mainly in the kind of buttocks, gluteal region, feet maybe, depending on what's all the way down against the ground or the surface where the body is resting. So it seems that based on the distribution of her lividity on her body was already in kind of like that sort of sitting fetal position when the lividity was settling. So that means that all the postmortem injuries happening during that first period of settling of the blood in the body and before decomposition sets in. So I would give several days. How many days? It really depends on what the temperature in the residence is. If it's too warm, it can be only a day or 2. If it's relatively cool, in the 60s and 70s, it can take actually 3 or 4 days before decomposition sets in. So that really depends on the temperature in the surrounding environment.
So may I understand you correctly is that Jennifer deceased, when she's deceased, her body would have been X number of days before it was frozen based on the observations you made?
That's correct.
And that depends on the temperature inside the wherever she was?
That's correct. For example, if it's in the 80s, I would give her a day or 2. If it's in the 60s, it can be up to 4 days. So it all really depends on the environment.
Okay. But can you make an opinion about whether or not she was immediately frozen, or was there a buffer time where her body definitely, where she lay in state, so to speak, deceased?
So I would say that it had to be before her body became completely rigid. And for the individual to become completely rigid following that, with all the muscles becoming really hard to break and joints to fold, again, that would take a couple of days. So she had to be put in that position to fit in the freezer before rigidity completely set in.
Okay. And so a couple of days.
Couple of days,
right?
yes.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor? Doctor, what I'm handing you is 45, 46, and 47. And if you just identify what is exhibit number 45.
Exhibit 45 is an accurate copy of the autopsy report signed electronically by Dr. Oliver. And it consists of 10 pages. And it seems like all pages are here. Exhibit 46, that's the toxicology report. That's based on the blood that we actually obtained following at the time of the autopsy. Again, the presence or ability to actually draw femoral blood from the body that was actually thawed after being frozen is telling us that the postmortem interval was probably a couple of days, not much longer than that, because that's why we're able to get that liquid fluid blood from her vein. So that came back positive for morphine. And then since there were some questions regarding the source of morphine, but it was actually morphine that she took, or possibly heroin, because heroin metabolizes, breaks down into morphine. I actually ordered a recent test that was conducted recently, I believe. I don't recall the date when I requested it. It was issued and signed July 30th. So in July, actually, in order to answer that question, We did retain one of the specimens, which was bile, and bile would contain some of the breakdown products of heroin possibly, so I ordered additional tests this past July on bile, and that came back positive for morphine, so it's confirmatory there was morphine in the system, but we didn't find any other breakdown products, so the chance that morphine came from heroin actually was less likely.
Okay, and can you give an estimate based on the amount when she would have ingested morphine prior to her death?
That's actually hard to tell because it's quite a bit of morphine. It's 85 nanograms per milliliter in the femoral blood, and it's 4,500 nanograms per milliliter in bile. So it really depends how much was taken. So it's hard to tell whether it was an hour or several hours prior to her dying. So whatever she had in the system when she died pretty much stayed stable, partly because she was frozen too. And then we also saved those specimens, preserved them in a proper manner. So whatever it's in the body at the time of death is pretty accurate, but I cannot really tell with certainty how much she took and when she took it.
How would we as people react with that amount of morphine in our blood?
Well, with 85 nanograms per milliliter, I would be dead, but because I don't take any morphine. But morphine users or heroin users can develop tolerance, actually quite a bit of tolerance. So, so that person would live and even possibly maybe act fine because of the tolerance that she or he developed after a long-term use of morphine or heroin. So.
Okay, so as you guys are hearing, and we heard this, I think it was on day 1 as well. Ashley says they gave her morphine. No, they didn't. She was struggling with addiction, and it's hard to say with YouTube, but they've already said, the lady said it, with heroin addiction. And so in the decomposition and all that, that could present as morphine, is what they said before. So that's why that would be in there. It's not that Sean Finnegan gave her morphine, right?
It's hard to really predict how she would have reacted because I don't really, I know that she had drug use issues, but I'm not really sure how consistent her use of morphine was.
Okay, and to be clear, it was actual morphine that was given, she was in her system.
Yeah, this test actually consistent with her at taking morphine.
And does that, in consideration of the injury she sustained, does that alter in any way what you think about how it would affect her being a heroin user?
No, this is really independent of her cause and manner of death.
Okay. And regard to the autopsy report, we would move that in as number 45. The secondary report would be 46, would be the original toxicology.
Original toxicology, yes.
And 47 would be the supplemental toxicology. We'd move 45, 46, and 47 in.
Yes.
Pass that to the court portal, please.
Subject charge.
Yes, sir.
Okay, doctor, with regard to, we've already talked about this, 3 different types of injuries that you noted. You said ligature, you said inside wounds, and you said blunt trauma, right?
Yes.
Okay, if I could have her, when she explains the injuries, show on the mannequin here, and we can put markers on the mannequin where the injuries are, and she can explain what they are.
Okay.
Doctor, if you wouldn't mind stepping down and.
Okay, so I think they're going to, show the mannequin now. Okay. So here we go.
For the record, we're going to be using just push pins with red markers on them to where, when the doctor describes the first injury, she's going to go in order and then put a push pin where the location of the injury is and then describe it.
And then at the conclusion, will you take a picture of it so we can make that an exhibit? Is that what
we can do that. We'll probably use it in closing argument, or yes, we can take
I just
photograph.
a picture so the appellate court could review it as well.
We can do that.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, doctor, if you want to. Go ahead. I'll leave. Go ahead with your first noted injury.
Are you-
Honor, with your permission, I'll just go by the report.
Yes, ma'am.
So how we tend to actually classify the injuries for easy follow-up is divide them by the type of injury. The first category was blunt force trauma. The sharp force injury. The second category was the strangulation, and then the third category was the blunt force trauma. So with a sharp force injury, actually, we went in anatomic order. Pathologists in general go in anatomic order to describe the trauma. That does not mean that that's the order how all of these injuries happen. It's just that anatomically it's easy to follow. So the first was actually described as a sharp force injuries, broad area of oblique incised wound over the left maxilla. So there was a large area of the left maxilla. If this is the nose, that would be in this region. There was a very irregular cutout. So we called it like a sliced or incised injury that pretty much involved the maxilla, part of the temple, actually even part of the eyelids, and it was very irregular. That particular wound was up to 4 inches in size and actually did not show any vital reaction. So that would be in the category of perimortem / postmortem trauma, meaning that her circulation is not active anymore and possibly she's already deceased. There was actually similar injury that involved the left ear. And that part of the ear was actually absent. So there were a couple of areas that appeared like that a cutout was so large and substantial that part of the skin and subcutaneous tissue was not present, was missing. However, with the decedent, we did have several pieces of small to medium sizes pieces of skin, subcutaneous tissue, and even a little bit of touch muscle that we could match to some of these sliced or incised injuries on the body. Then there is an interesting injury, and that is the nose. Now, this was actually different than many other incised injuries that I'll address on her body because it appeared to be post-mortem. There is no vital reaction, and it's a very nice, precise cut through the cartilage. So it's lower than the bone, and it's through the cartilage, and it's a beautiful, regular cut that cut out the kind of like a 10 of the nose. The nasal bridge was completely gone. It's very regular. It was almost kind of, it looks like a by design. But on top of that, there was actually a couple of incised cuts that were actually subsequent to the nose being removed. So I put just 2 different cuts.
Sure. If you're only joining now and you didn't know about that, apparently, according to Rebecca's testimony as well, Sean Finnegan removed the victim's nose and a part of her breast. I mean, that is so shocking. Dragonfly Lady said sometimes people struggling with substance abuse go into programs that actually give that to them to help them get clean. So I know that what I was listening what this chief medical examiner testified to, right, between the heroin and the morphine. Oh man, YouTube's going to be like, what are you saying, Gisla? Sorry about that. So there was presence of morphine in her body with the toxicology report. So it could be that she had gotten access to that herself, or maybe, I mean, I'm not saying that Sean Finnegan didn't give it to her because he had all his mother's medications at home as well. Like, how do we know? Maybe he lured her there saying, I've got something at home for you. I was just adding some context based on what we talked about yesterday as well. Okay. Amy Beck says, OMG, I'm a little behind. Barf bag alert was right. Oh my word. I know, right? So you saw some of those Facebook pictures. Don't worry, I'm going to timestamp everything for you. If you missed anything, please like and share so others know we are live right now and watching this very important testimony. This is the medical examiner testifying right now, showing the injuries on the victim's body from the autopsy, which is, oh my goodness. So yes, trigger warning if you're only joining now. It's a very intense time to join the trial day 3. And please check out the full playlist if you didn't see the trial prep or day 1 or 2. Okay, there we go. Love wins. I think my brain is getting tired. These are the words I'm trying to say. You said heroin metabolizes into morphine. That is what I'm trying to say. Thank you so much to everyone sharing your comments and insights in the chat. Of course, all opinions are welcome. Just don't be combative with each other. Just chill, everyone. Be kind. Okay, we're here for Jennifer Paxton and her family at the end of the day.
Here. So there were oblique, diagonal, deep cuts that went all the way to the bone. And then there was the incised wound that was the only, there were a couple of incised wounds on the body that showed some viral reaction, and this is one that was in the area of the ligature to the left of the midline. It was a relatively deep wound. It went all the way to the trachea. It did not penetrate into the trachea, but it went through all the muscle, skin, subcutaneous tissue, muscle, all the way to the trachea, and that's the wound actually that was surrounded with hemorrhage. The question was, would this hemorrhage be elicited by the strangulation first, and then the wound happens? And I would say that actually she was actively bleeding from that wound, because in some of the photographs you'll see there was actually dry blood on her face and on her hands. So she was bleeding from some of these wounds, and the only wound that would bleed like that has the viral reaction around it, that's this particular incised wound on the neck. And then right below that, lower down, there's another incised wound on the lower neck, kind of slightly diagonal.
So, Doctor, you're saying with those wounds her throat was slit?
So yeah, the throat was actually slit, and the size of that wound was actually over almost 2 inches. So these are the wounds that are in the head area. In the back, actually, there are several areas, and I'll take 3 of these pins. There is a slicing, so slicing meaning that instead of the cut like this, we have like a tangential sliced off kind of piece of skin. So there is the wound that is on the left upper back. So there's a slice injury on the left upper back, not far from the midline, and then there's one lower down. So there are kind of sliced, meaning that piece of skin and subcutaneous tissue is missing. And then there is also slicing injury on the lower back, and that would be in the midline. And you see one of the photographs right here. And there is also the slicing injury over the right gluteal region. Now, in the gluteal region right here, we're going to see some outline of kind of freezer burns and abrasions, and they are partially overlapping and kind of hiding a little bit of this injury over the right buttock area, but that's the back. And then we have left upper extremity. So on the left upper extremity, actually, we have a very large area on the shoulder that is it is a cutout, and it didn't show any viral reaction. And then similar to that, actually, right below that, there was a larger area, and that larger area was very irregular. I call those areas and cutouts and sliced injuries with kind of geographic pattern, meaning that there is no particular regular pattern to it. It's kind of irregular geographic pattern. This is consistent. These 2 injuries were consistent, and they looked completely post-mortem. Is with a freezer burn right in the middle of that wound, and that's actually one piece of skin that we did obtain with her body in the body pouch when she came to the office. Actually, there's kind of a slice cut out, and came with it. There's a freezer burn in the middle, and then it's consistent with as her body was taken out of the freezer. That's where she was stuck, leaning to the left, stuck to the sides of the freezer, so had to be cut out in order to take her out. So that seemed to be post-mortem at the time of extrication from the freezer, and it was a large wound, 7 inches on the side of the arm. And the reason how we know that that piece of skin matched is because that was one of the tattoos that is there. Actually, the outline of the tattoo matched the defect. And then there were 3 oblique parallel incised wounds. Now, these are kind of interesting wounds because they're running diagonally across the forearm. They were parallel.
Oh my word, like camera person, we need to see this right now. This, right? We don't want to see him.
So they all almost have a pattern to them. And they were like less than ½ inch apart. They were pretty long. And they appear to be There is described as a perimortem. There is some reaction to it. So it looks like there are three scratches. Whenever we see something that has a vital reaction, that it's an incised wound, and actually one of the upper wounds had a defect that was like a real cut into the skin subcutaneous tissue. That is consistent with the defense injuries, so that when the individual can raise the hand to protect face, and then that's where we find defense injuries, sharp force injuries, blunt force injuries. That's where we frequently find them. So that's those three incised wounds. And then there's also a wound on the dorsal, or actually lateral. When we say on the extremity something is medial lateral, then we are talking about the ideal anatomic position of the body. So that would be medial, and this would be lateral. So in this particular case, there is a superficial incised wound on the lateral aspect of the wrist dorsally. And there are slicing injuries on the dorsal surface of the hand. So there were 3 cuts on the back of the hand that appear to be perimortem, meaning that there is kind of hint of vital reaction around it, and the sharp object cut into the skin and subcutaneous tissue of the left hand. And then also there is what is described as a laceration stab wound on the medial aspect of the elbow. So that definitely looked like a deeper cut, and it's on the inside medial aspect on the inside of the elbow, and involved the skin subcutaneous tissue. And that's actually the one that did have hemorrhage around it. So that appeared to be more like an antemortem, meaning there's some circulation happening with this wound. And in the photograph, well, you can see that. So that would be left upper extremity. The right upper extremity had a slicing injury over the anterior aspect of the upper arm. And that's the kind of angled cut that would be in this area. And then there's a 4-inch area of slicing injury similar to what we saw on the left shoulder and left arm. And that was over the what we call ventrolateral aspect of the upper arm, antecubital fossa, and that would be in ventrolateral in this area. These are the sharp force injuries on the extremities. Now the chest is or called thorax in this situation is interesting because unlike the these injuries where most of it was kind of like a cuts and a sliced injury, there was injury that looked like a slicing injury over the sternum and left clavicle area. Actually, there was a cluster of those injuries that would be in this region. There is a teardrop-shaped area around the mid-chest, left of the midline. And these looked all post-mortem. So the chest looked mostly post-mortem. And then the left breast actually had, I think, the most interesting injury because unlike the rest of the injuries, had a pattern to it. What I mean by pattern, unlike, let's say, that left arm, and there was like a geographic slice taken out, cut out, this particular area that involved the nipple and areola, it was actually almost like a stellate. And if one would look at the margins of the wound, it had almost like a pinwheel appearance. It was almost like multiple cuts were made around it, and then finally the slice taken out. So that was the left breast area. It was post-mortem. There's no circulation, there's no vital reaction, but there's a pattern to it. And it looks like there was part of the skin with the areola nipple was cut out kind of on purpose, not just haphazardly. And then there is also numerous superficial small wounds on the rest of the breast tissue kind of surrounding it. And that was more kind of haphazard pattern that appeared post-mortem. I'll just put it on the side here. And then there were, on the right breast, there was actually a cluster of injuries that looked like a cuts. It looks like the pattern was started, like there were several kind of radiating cuts, like it's going to start in the pattern of pinwheel, but no, it was never finished. So that would be on the left breast. So that nipple and areola was still there. And then there were some irregular areas with superficial incised wounds on the right side. That would be actually kind of lower chest that had an interrupted pattern, and they were kind of more geographic and didn't really show any particular, it looked post-mortem, it didn't have any particular pattern to it. And then so one thing about the chest, all of these, they're around the breast, kind of clavicle, sternum, mid-chest, left breast, there are kind of multiple, so this doesn't mean there's just one. It means like a cluster of little wounds all kind of grouped together. Finally, on the abdomen, there were slicing injuries. They were relatively deep, and there were, it was hard to interpret. The only interpretation that I could really put to them that are post-mortem, none of them had a vital reaction, but they appeared haphazard, but they were deep, and that was kind of unusual. So there was a wound on the upper abdomen in the midline. That would be kind of abdomen kind of starts with what we call epigastric region here. And then there was the area of a sliced injury to the right of the midline on the upper abdomen. That would be in this region here. And then there was a really large area of slicing injury. It reminded me of the injuries on the right breast. They were deep, but they were relatively haphazard. So there was no particular pattern to it. And there were a couple of areas on the left abdomen like that. And the largest cluster was 8 inches. There was another area close to the pelvis, lower down. There was also slightly over 8 inches, and they were pretty much clusters of a couple of different injuries, but some of the slices were really, really deep and undermining skin and subcutaneous tissue going deep under. So that would be the abdomen. And finally, there was a left side of the abdomen. That would be another cut with a flap. So there were a couple of injuries that, again, as I said, there was a cluster of really unusual injuries that undermined the pattern that created a skin flap. So it almost attempted to remove the slice, but it didn't finish it. And then there was actually superficial wound right over the belly button. And then finally, there was an aggregate over the iliac crest. That would be pelvic region. And that's the last cluster that measured the aggregate 6 inches in the greatest dimension. So that's sharp force injury, mostly centered or clustered in the upper body. Ligature marks, there were 5 ligature marks that kind of overlapped, and they were distinguishable. Altogether, their width was about 1 inch. The whole cluster would be those 5 different ligature marks, because some of it were overlapping about 1 inch, but each ligature mark was approximately 1/4 inch. And they were relatively consistently applied across the front of the neck and the sides of the neck, and then the pattern kind of fades away and then it becomes interrupted in the back, meaning that the ligature was relatively narrow. Could it be rope, could it be shoelace, could it be anything that is relatively narrow like that. It was tightly applied to abrade the skin, because after freezing, all of that skin became, in the ligature fur, became really dark brown, black-brown. And then on the back, it ran mostly, very, very slightly upward, but mostly horizontal, which is pretty typical for strangulation versus hanging, where it's the upward pattern. And then interruption pattern in the back means that there was other device that was used to kind of tighten it, or maybe their hands were there to tighten it, and that's why the pattern was interrupted in the back.
Whew, it's intense, huh? Just a quick break. Trisha Huerta said justice for our beautiful Jennifer. She entered that house believing that she had new friends who were going to help her. She was too petite to fight them off. I feel such heartache for this young woman. So if you guys didn't know, like, because someone asked earlier in chat, like, how did they meet? She was experiencing homelessness and she was struggling with substance abuse, and she had gone into sex work, and that is how she had met Sean Finnegan, and he offered her $20 for a sexual favor, and then afterwards offered her $100 to come home with him and have sex with him and his girlfriend, and said, you could stay for a while. We'll give you a place to stay for a while. So yeah, she was lured there under that false pretense, because when she got there, it was very different to that offer, obviously.
Typing the ligature around the neck. One thing I could not really tell after the freezing artifact set in is whether 5 different separate applications of strangulation are finally, because not every person always dies immediately, or it was just the 5 times that was kind of the 5. The cord was created in such a fashion there were 5 different
Judge,
separate.
I object because I think she's kind of speculating now about what could be.
Sorry, I don't want to just like flash on blocking his face. If they show him for too long, then obviously it's just so much just staring at him. Because sometimes in this trial, they've shown this guy for so long. It's it's almost unbearable. But we can't always block him, of course. But here and there, I'll just block his face.
Go ahead.
So that's the ligature mark, and there was hemorrhage underneath, meaning that she was alive, and that was listed as her cause of death because the circulation to the head and the brain was interrupted. And then finally, last category is blunt force injuries. And then maybe we can use different colors for that.
Yes, we will.
So the only one that we won't mark is actually ligature pattern, and that's 1 inch wide across the front and side of the neck. And then finally, blunt force injuries. There is the laceration. Now, laceration can look like a cut, like a sharp injury, but the main difference between the laceration and cut is that when we separate the margins, actually there is a bridging of the tissue, meaning that the blunt object struck the surface and then split the skin, and that means that it looks like a cut, but actually there is a splitting and then separating, and then some of the tissue, especially the vessels, can resist the splitting, and then that's what creates bridging. And then frequently that, unlike the stab wounds or sharp force injury, there's a relatively small amount of hemorrhage around them. The blunt force trauma is associated with the bigger bruise underneath. Or in this report, actually, we can use, or you can see terms bruise or contusion or ecchymosis. That pretty much applies to the blunt force trauma.
And we have black markers to note each injury blunt force wise.
So there was a horizontally oriented laceration on the left forehead, and in one of the images that is antemortem, she's alive, and there is a large bruise associated with it. There was no skull fracture, but there is a bruising under the scalp that goes all the way to the bone. There is also ecchymosis, that's a term used, but that's actually bruising on the chin. And on both sides of the chin, there were these ecchymosis. There were actually some abrasion with the types of the blunt force trauma is bruise, contusion, ecchymosis, the Dr. Oliver used, abrasion, that's scrape of the skin in addition to the bruise, and that's on the right side of the chin, kind of almost submental. And the left side of the chin, they were almost symmetrical. And she was alive. So that means that this bruising can happen only if she is alive when but either her chin hits something or the object hits the under the chin. And then there were the injuries on the back of the head, occiput, and that would be on the back of the head. There was actually close to the midline. It says actually abrasion, almost like there was a typo, but it's actually laceration, and it's in one of the images. It's similar to this wound. It's a splitting of the skin, and that's on the back of the head, so that's laceration too. The back has ecchymosis over the mid-back on the left side, and the abrasion, so that means that the surface of the skin is scraped. That's also under blunt force trauma. There is a mid-back on the left, so there's a bruising essentially on the middle of the back, and then there is also abrasion over the buttocks. It kind of encircles the area in the buttocks, but because of the superimposed freezer burns, there in some of the images they're hard to actually discern, but they're on both sides, so there are abrasions. And then we have left upper extremity, forearm, and upper arm. So the term that you'll see in the report is interrupted, which means that there were several areas where we see the.
Sorry about that. You guys know normally I'm like, ooh, let's deflect like the paper, shuffling all this like in our ear, but I can't do anything right now because we don't want to miss what the doctor is saying.
Bruising with kind of sparing in between. Interrupted pattern actually means that shape means that there's a pattern to it. So there's an object. If an object strikes the surface, then it's going to kind of push the blood to the sides, and then the small vessels in the skin subcutaneous tissue can burst from that influx of blood toward the sides. So that interrupted pattern actually means that the object that struck the skin, we can kind of measure that area of blanching, and it's even more pronounced on the right arm, and you see them on the photographs. So that's actually interrupted pattern that we see on the arm and the forearm on the left side. And in the area of the anticipital fossa, actually that is the largest area of bruising on the left extremity, and that's kind of on the inside, close to this particular area where there was a big cut. There's also now whenever marbling is mentioned, I don't consider it trauma necessarily. That could be just the postmortem change, because one thing that starts happening after her body was that now unfrozen is that now the decomposition is going to start to set in, and marbling actually can be a reflection on that, so that I won't even count in the blunt force trauma. And then we have right upper extremities. There are scattered ecchymosis on the lateral and anterior arm, and actually there is one on the shoulder that doesn't really have any particular shape, but there is one really interesting bruise on the right arm that has like almost like a capital letter E pattern, meaning that that's exactly the injury that we can measure now, the blanching, and that would reflect the size or the width of the object that struck the skin. That also means that she's alive. So blunt force trauma that we can register, record, and measure means that she is alive when that happens. So that's all antemortem. Unlike many of the cuts, blunt force trauma is antemortem. And then the interrupted curvilinear abrasion on the forearm, antecubital fossa, that's on the right upper extremity, that will be here. And also we have the abrasion on the shoulder area, right here. And then we also have the interrupted ecchymosis on the ventral aspect of the wrist. That would be, basically ventral means that it's in the anatomic position, the front. And then make sure that I have not skipped anything, is the distal forearm, ventromedial aspect. And then there's the broad area of ecchymosis on the right hand. Make sure that I have that correctly. Ventromedial distal forearm. And then the left hand actually had kind of confluent bruising. Now, anything that is on the back of the hand, frequently in my reports I would say that the forearms and hands are consistent with the defense injuries. That's kind of typical for blunt and sharp force trauma. Right lower extremity, now there is a mention of hyperemia. Hyperemia in general doesn't really mean necessarily bruise. They can actually be kind of a combination of postmortem position and potentially injury. But there is actually a geographic abrasion that is on the anteromedial aspect of the thigh, and that would be in this particular area. One issue with the blunt force trauma and the legs is there was a lot of settling of the lividity right there in that region, kind of pelvis, gluteal region, and thighs. And that actually can confound some of the measurements and evaluation. And then left lower extremity ecchymosis were on the anteromedial aspects of the thigh, similar to the right side. And then there was actually a lateral hip ecchymosis. Let's see. And that would be the left lower extremity. So we have, and then there was actually a large area that shows in the photograph the bruising in the patella. And that would be the knee region on the right side. So region of the patella on the right lower extremities, anteromedial right thigh, the ecchymosis on the left thigh, and then ecchymosis on the lateral aspect of the hip and thigh. And that was around 7 inches. And then finally, internal injuries. I already mentioned that the internal injuries are a reflection of antemortem trauma, and mainly they were present in the area of the lacerations on the forehead and the back of the head. Neck was the strangulation and the incise wound that was associated, and I believe that's the main area of hemorrhage in the tissue, meaning seen internally when we open the body.
Thank you for your return. Judge, if we'll wait until after the witness is done before we take the photos, or do you want Agent Hannon to do that right now?
Sure. Oh, you want to do the photos now?
Do you want me to, so we preserve it as her testimony right now? We could get him to take front and back.
Or whatever is easier for you to do.
Go ahead and take the photos. And we'll submit those as an exhibit for the court.
Hans Wind says he was a full-on sadist. Sure sounds like it, right? Look at that. It's terrible. Oh my goodness. Lisby Parker says, "Het jy?" Oh, hey, het Peter. Oh, hey, it. I thought it had. I was like, I'm all pitting work today. Hey, het pitting work. Yeah, he does as well. Let's hope we don't have to stare at him for too long.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, let's go take a break. I'll bring y'all back in here in about 15 minutes, all right? Everybody rise, please. All rise. See you back in 15 minutes.
Jerry, follow me.
So, ladies and gentlemen, when we come back, we're going to look at these photos from the autopsy, and they're graphic. And so if that's going to bother you at all, you don't need to be here and see these because they're graphic. So I can't have outbursts from the crowd or anything like that. If you're going to be that way, and not being disrespectful, like I said, they're graphic. Just leave, and we'll bring you back in after we get done with the photographs, okay? Everybody understand that? Okay. All right, see y'all in 15 minutes.
Okay, so now we're going to teleport through that break. We should be almost caught up with a live court feed. The court feed, there's a pool of cameras. Someone was asking earlier who's providing the feed. There's a whole network of news providers that have this. This one today is from Law and Crime Network that I'm showing. Yesterday's was as well. And so I will always put that in the description box as well. You can see it all tagged there, like yesterday's one. It's in the timestamps and all of that, so that if you want to watch it without commentary, you can, right? Okay, so are we ready to teleport forward? Obviously we're not going to be seeing anything, but we can, we'll probably be hearing more of the testimony. Wow, we're really going to catch up now. Oh dear. Okay, wait. We're catching up. Okay, hold on 1 second. I'll take this off. I just want to make sure we refresh the screen then. Okay, and I'm gonna bring it back. So they must have come back just a little bit ago. There we go. Just checking. Interesting. What is happening here? Why is it like that? Okay, there. Sorry, something happened here. There, from here.
My friends at Court TV said they're not going to show those, so thank y'all for doing that.
My friends at Court TV said they're not going to show those, so thank y'all for doing that.
Okay. He says, my friends at Court TV. Nice, nice, nice.
And anybody in here is media, I don't want you taking pictures of these pictures. I don't want them out of this room. So don't take your cell phone out and take a picture of any of these things. Okay? Everybody good? Can I do something before we get jury in?
Just whether or not we did take the photos of the mannequin in its current state. We've submitted those as an exhibit. I didn't know if you wanted those to be an exhibit in the proceeding or just for identification for appellate purposes.
So you already printed them off?
We did. They're
so that we've not included pictures of the jury in it?
We did it first. We had Special Agent Hannon remove those and take a look at those that would be good.
Okay. Anything else? I'm good. Make it to the next exhibit. Anything else I can do for y'all?
No, sir.
Okay. Could you bring our jury in, please? Everybody rise, please.
Okay, so guilty of crime. Welcome. You said, do we know how long he had a body for? Seems like he was torturing a body before and after death. So when they gave, when some of the police officers testified, they said that there was a call to service on December 23rd, which it sounded like that was Jennifer Paxton that the call to service was about. So that would narrow the timeline that she was with Sean Finnegan to around December 23rd up to the 31st. Because the police timeline, they say that Jennifer was murdered between December 1st and 31st. And throughout this trial, it's kind of like narrowed a little bit. So it would be somewhere in that last week of December, right? And he bought the freezer also on the 27th of December, so that makes sense too. Then they only discovered her body in August of 2020. So yeah, and we heard some terrible things from Rebecca's testimony of all sorts of things when he peered into the freezer, let's say it like that, which is just horrendous. I don't know if the family is going to be here for these photos now. I wouldn't if I was them, right? You can't unsee that. It sounds very hectic. Jay Thomas says the freezer came on the 28th. I think he ordered it on the 27th, right? And arrived on the 28th.
Thank you. You have a seat, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, I took a picture of the mannequin. Accidentally, y'all were in the picture, or some of you were. So, we've redone the mannequin picture and took y'all out. So, there's no picture that exists showing the jury. Like I said, pictures are graphic. And the attorneys, both sides, have done a really good job. We've talked about it. And these are pictures that are necessary for the doctor to explain her medical information. So, they're just graphic. So, if looking at these, if you want to take a break or anything, just raise your hand and I'll stop whatever we're doing. Okay? Everybody.
Shame, the poor jurors, oh my word. They've already heard a lot in this trial. Now they're going to see the pictures.
And I apologize, but that's what we've got. That's part of what we've got to do. I got to do it and you got to do it. Okay? All right. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Dr. Millsaps, you had indicated during the autopsy process, while you're making findings and anatomic findings, that is, of injuries, blunt force and incised force, you are also, or a member of your team, are taking photographs of those?
Yes.
Okay. And the photographs that you take are for the purpose of documenting, obviously, the injury that you've spoken to the jury about?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
So thankfully it
What
doesn't
I'm handing you are four.
It doesn't look like her family's in the courtroom now, which is advisable, right? Oh my goodness. Miss Stewie, there's an OG in the house. Miss Stewie, thank you so much for being a member for 33 months. Original Grizzly. That's what I say, OG. You said much respect and continued support for you guys and all that you do. Thank you so much. Okay, here we go.
41 photographs marked as collective. What number is that? That's it, okay. It is collective exhibit 50 with 41 photographs, and I'd ask you to just leaf through those photographs and tell me what those are.
So this collective exhibit 50 is actually an excerpt or part of the photographs that were created at the time of the autopsy. Our autopsy technicians are the ones who work closely with the pathologist to take those photographs and then store them all in our database, and they become part of our evidence. All photographs have the same identification number. That's the number from our digital database, because we're pretty much paperless. Assigned to this case is 200806, meaning that's the case, it was the date when it was reported to us in year 2020, August the 6th, and it was the case 136, and that number accompanies all the photographs throughout the case.
Okay. We would move these in as collective exhibit 50, autopsy photos captured during the autopsy of Jennifer Paxton. Additionally, Judge, we have Dr. Milusinik, with regard to the photographs, they are taken in high resolution with a digital camera for the purpose of establishing the record, so to speak, in this autopsy?
Yes.
Okay, and those digital images obviously are far more, have more definition than an 8 by 10 photograph can possibly display?
Yes, they do, actually.
Okay. At this point, Judge, I would also admit exhibit number 51 and 52. That is a proof set of the actual digital images, so the jury will have the digital images, the original sized images in the record for their review if they need them. So, Doctor, with regard to collective exhibit 50, we're showing right now we're going to publish the first photograph. And the next series of photographs, there are 41. I'll go through the first. Proof set. Can I grab the proof set right there? That's that. Yeah. Thank you. This photograph here, the starting photograph in Exhibit 50, what is that we're looking at?
So when our investigators go to the scene, they're also responsible for placing the decedent into a body pouch, and then the pouch is sealed with a number, and then also with the seal we have identifier placed, so nobody can manipulate the individual or alter the evidence prior to coming to our office.
Okay, and so the next six parts of this exhibit we'll step through and just tell us what we're looking at.
So one of the primary tasks that we have to do in the beginning is positive identification of the individual, and this was actually given to us for the purpose of visual identification. Unfortunately, we were able to get demographic information to see whether it matches the individual who we had. Some did match, but we could not perform visual identification. So then we resorted to other means of identifying Jennifer.
And I'm going to go through these 1, 2.
Okay, just a reminder that this topic is for 18 plus, for adults only. It's not suitable for children, for anyone over 18. This is the true crime genre. Of course, we can't stop people from watching it, but in general, most people in this community are over 55, actually, in my community. So this is very graphic, gruesome, could be triggering and upsetting for some people, and definitely not suitable for anyone under 18. Okay, just a disclaimer. Carol, thanks for being a member for 9 months.
3, 4, 5. What are those photographs?
So those were the photographs actually that law enforcement had in their possession that they offered to us as a means of identifying the individual. Again, we couldn't do visual identification. Sometimes tattoos are used for identification purposes, but that's more like a presumptive identification. So many of the tattoos did match, and we wanted to do a little bit more of definitive identification, so we use some of the radiologic and anthropologic methods, and all those taken together the decedent was identified as Jennifer Paxton.
And moving to the first autopsy. And doctor, I'll be at this exhibit until you tell me to go to the next exhibit, okay? Just go ahead and explain what we're seeing, and you have a pointer in front of you.
So this is one of the kind of identifying photographs, and now you can see why we couldn't really use it necessarily for identification purposes. That is also one of the early photographs to demonstrate kind of as is how she arrived to our office after the seal was broken by one of our intake personnel and autopsy technicians in the office. And then some of the features and some of the injuries can be appreciated in this particular photograph, and that is the may I approach?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, thank you. So one of the described injuries that we saw is this cutout, triangular cutout on the nose. You can see there is no hemorrhage, there is no vital reaction. We already talked about it, and that's like a really kind of nice, even cut. So it's not haphazard. It was kind of like a plan, as opposed to, we can go out a little bit, as opposed to this particular kind of sliced or kind of geographic trauma where part of the skin is missing from the cheek, from the eyelids, where it looked like a peeled off and used to remove her from the freezer. In addition to this evidence of sharp force injuries, there is some bruising in the area of the chin. That's antemortem trauma. And then if we actually zoom out a little bit more, these are the strangulation marks, the ligature marks, in addition to one of the cuts that was placed between the ligature marks.
Next.
Interestingly, he's not looking up, huh? You know, a lot of people in chat were saying, hey, can we see him? I'll show him during this because we do want to see how he'll react, of course, and we can't cover up all defendants, you know what I mean? So it's just when they focus on him like that up close for too long, of course, obviously, then we're gonna block his face a little bit to give our minds a break. But look at him, he's actually looking down during all this. I'm a little surprised by that, to be honest.
In this particular photograph, the first set of as-is photographs is before any manipulation is done, anything altered, and we take them to demonstrate how she was received, which actually reflects how she was found at the scene. So there was a fitted bed sheet, a gray sheet underneath. There was a regular flat bed sheet that came with her. And then there were several bags. There were a couple of black garbage bags, and then there was a white trash bag that she was placed in. The lower part of the body was pretty kind of well packaged, and the tape, white tape, was pretty tight. We'll see that on some of the photographs.
Zen Jen says his lawyer told him to look down, probably. Probably. That would be a good strategy, actually. Just look down, like you can't look at it. Mm-hmm.
Later on. So that kind of allowed her body to be kind of folded in that position and placed in the freezer, as opposed to the next photograph. Yeah. As opposed to the upper part of the body, we can see that the way how she was found, some of the bags were already cut, and it looks like they were not really torn; they were really cut. That was not us doing anything at the scene. That's how she was found, and that's how she was brought to the office. So the bed sheets underneath, the white and a couple of black trash bags, and then the adhesive tape to kind of package her and wrap her and keep her in that position. In addition to the ligature marks, again, you can see the right side of the neck on the left side of the photograph. They're kind of mostly horizontal because this is with the ligature strangulation, and some of the tattoos are visible right here that matched her photographs where she was alive. And then on the right forearm, you can see our identifying kind of bracelets or bands. That's what we place. And then you can see that darkening on the, maybe I should just stand up, sorry. The darkening here, that is actually some of the blunt trauma or bruising that is on the forearm. That's antemortem trauma. Next. So on this particular photograph, there were some defects to the bags. The main purpose of this is, again, to show how she arrived, how she was found, and then photographs at the scene and in our office, and then how tightly the tape is applied to kind of package her and put her in that position. She came actually in kind of left recumbent position, in a kind of fetal position, and then it took a while to kind of throw her out and then stretch her body in order to perform the examination. Next, please. That is the left aspect of the body with, again, the way how she was received. So the upper body was already exposed, the way how she was found. And there are several interesting areas that we already touched upon. That is the slicing or sharp force injury on the maxilla. There is a sharp force injury slicing on the ear. The small piece here belonged to the ear. There was slicing injury on the left arm. They cut through the tattoo, and that slice was here. Now, it looks smaller because the skin has a lot of elastic fibers. Once it is cut out, it shrinks. That's the elasticity, especially younger individuals. So there was a slicing defect of the skin, subcutaneous tissue and muscle that was found right here. And then actually the partial outline of the tattoo matched the tattoo that was on her left arm. And then there is also visible slicing injury on the left breast. And then some of the darkening here is actually bruising or contusions that are antemortem. This is postmortem. This injury on the left breast is postmortem. The strangulation is antemortem. And the bruising is antemortem before she died. Next. And that's the opposite view. We take multiple photographs of front and the back and the sides of the individual. And here in this one, this photograph, you can see how there are cuts here. There's somebody cut through this bag before we got to her, or law enforcement got to her. And then there is actually very tightly applied tape that allowed her to be kind of put in the fetal position in the freezer. Next. So the close-up of some of the injuries, the strangulation furrows are here. Some of the bruising on the left shoulder visible. The cutout, more kind of like a haphazard geographic. That's the piece of skin, and you can see the outline of the tattoo that matched the original tattoo that was here. And then some of the bruising that was not associated with the slicing injury. Next. On the back, one of the tattoos that we could use, they were kind of peculiar, so that they're a pretty decent element of the presumptive identification, although we always want a little bit more. And that's why we went further with identifying her cranial features and matching antemortem x-rays with the postmortem x-rays. And then we can see some of the trauma, some of the cuts or sharp force injuries that we marked on the back, some of the bruising that we marked on the back. This is another cut. And then the elbows actually had a lot of bruising on them, that antemortem trauma, as well as bruising on the arm and the forearms. This particular kind of slice here, it looked more like a kind of freezer burn and detachment of the skin as she was removed from the freezer, and not completely defrosted state. The right ear was spared of the trauma, so it looks like she was leaning more to the left, and that's why the left side of the body was attached and stuck to the freezer wall. Next. That the lower back, the trauma, the blunt force trauma is visible here on the back, on the arms, the wrists, the elbows. What happened also here is we try to preserve all the trace evidence on the individual. Frequently trace evidence is going to be on the hands, and then we look for trace evidence, and we also save the fingernail clippings for potential DNA evidence under the fingernail clippings. So one of the prerogatives of the medical legal death investigator is also to preserve that and put the bags. They were able to access the right hand, but they were not able to access the left hand because it was frozen to the body at the time of scene investigation. That's why there is no similar bag on the left hand. What we are seeing here, actually, a couple interesting things, is there is some of the injury that was described in the gluteal region, but a lot of this kind of marbling with some vein pattern, that's actually lividity. So not all of this is trauma. Some is trauma on the hip, but the kind of more purplish kind of vein, this you can see vein pattern here, that's lividity, meaning that one, the once the circulation ceases, then the body or the blood starts settling in the lower parts of the body that are lower to the ground or the surface of the floor, and then we can ascertain that after she died, shortly after that, she was put in that kind of sitting fetal position, and that's why most of it was settling now in her gluteal region, in her hips, and then the legs too. We'll see that in a later photograph.
Peniel's reminding everyone, I will never be showing explicit photos. Thankfully, during this trial, the judge has said he's not going to be streaming any of the photographs, and he also just said that my friends at Court TV said they won't be streaming this. Like, there's no risk of this being streamed because that would just not be appropriate. It also violates all of YouTube's policies. It puts my channel at risk. It would put anyone's channel at risk, but of course, big corporations can deal with it a little bit better than an individual like overseas can, you know what I mean? So you just can't show things like that, but I wouldn't anyway. Even if one could, I wouldn't anyway, out of respect for the victim and their family. But just so you know, they're not showing it because the judge does not want it shown, and Court TV said to the judge, don't worry, we won't show it. So that's great, because they're the main provider of the pool cameras, right? Okay, Loba says, oh, thanks, we care about your well-being. Yeah, don't worry, guys. I mean, you could see I'm well-fed, right? I have dinner before the trial even starts. My trial day, my time, starts at around 5 p.m. or 5:30, so I'm all good. I'm probably going to get some more water in a moment because I've run out of that. Thank you so much all for being here and watching this trial with me. I hope your family's watching, that you feel safe here with us at Grizzly True Crime.
One of the this is one of the photographs that we took in as a state with the tattoos that will match the area. There is actually imprint of the tape that is visible here to match the packaging, how she was brought to the office. And then there is also differential kind of lividity. There's a little bit more lividity in the left foot than the right foot, which means that probably the right foot was then folded kind of slightly up underneath her, and that's why there was not much settling of the blood in the right foot. Next. And then there's the...
Johnny says, I don't think he could stop himself looking at this picture, but he's like doing quite a good job of not looking, right? He's really just looking down. He's looking down. Maybe he's seen them before. I don't know, but it's not looking.
Front, the injury that is described, the sharp force injuries are all visible here. That's the pattern scrapes or abrasions on the left forearm, bruising on the left elbow, cut out on the left arm. That pattern is kind of stellate, cut out almost like a pinwheel pattern of the left breast area, so the areola and the nipple are missing. Here they're beginning of the cuts, but it was not cut out on the right breast. Similarly, bruising on the arm, bruising on the elbow, forearms, and then sharp force injuries on the forearms, and then of course sharp force injuries in a more kind of haphazard geographic pattern on the chest, and then more like a deep cut pattern on the abdomen. And then these are those slices where the skin was kind of undermined, and the deep cuts were made under the skin subcutaneous tissue on the left abdomen primarily, in the area of the umbilicus and the area of the left hip. There was bruising, some of the bruising in the area of the kind of pubic region, the thighs. This, however, is just kind of defrosting artifact after the body is kind of, because the skin kind of stuck to each other, or the parts of the body stuck to each other, and then it was removed. Actually, that defect was created. So this is combination of the bruising and the settling of the lividity in the body as she was stored in that fetal position. Next. Again, some identifiers as far as the tattoos are concerned, and then there is real bruising in the area of the knees. There are deep pressure marks here that point toward her body, again being that sitting fetal position and against the sides. And then, of course, one thing that we're also seeing, there was some blood staining. Now, as she was frozen relatively quickly post-mortem, there was not really a lot of development of the kind of post-mortem purge. So a lot of staining that we see on the body actually is from the wounds that were bleeding, such as the laceration on the forehead or the cut on the neck. Close-up of some of the parts of the body, that is the bruising on the right forearm and wrist region, and then bruising and abrasions over the knuckles of the right hand. So this is the back part, the dorsal part, what we call the dorsal part of the right hand. Next. On the front of the wrist, there's also bruising. Now, we didn't really see anything that we would associate with ligatures. Nevertheless, the wrists were bruised. Obviously, that's blunt force trauma. On the palm of the hand, there was really nothing of specific interest. There's some lividity settling as opposed to real bruising here. And the difference when we do the autopsy, when we cut into the tissue, is that the lividity, mostly at this stage, the blood still stays in the blood vessels, whereas in the bruising, contusion, and chemosis, the blood extravasated, went out of the blood vessels and the tissue around it. And then...
Yeah, it's really not looking up, but unfortunately he was there, right? So he could relive it in his own mind, unfortunately. But yeah, he's not actually looking up, and it looks like he's eating a sweet.
We already took her fingernails for DNA analysis. Next. Now this is the left upper extremity and left hip. So there was some bruising on the left hip. There were cuts here. Now that marbling, actually, that's how the lividity starts happening, and especially when the decomposition starts setting in. There was a cuts in the left arm, cuts in the left elbow region, the parallel pattern abrasions on the left forearm, with actually deeper cut in the middle of the more superior or upper lesion, and then there were several cuts on the wrist, on the dorsal left hand, and actually there is a little bit of discoloration there that looks like that's what was referred in the report as a perimortem. Unlike nose, when it's all kind of blanched and there's no blood whatsoever, some of these cuts actually show some reaction around them, meaning that it's very possible they're perimortem, meaning the circulation is ceasing. She's kind of in the process of dying, possibly, when all of this happened. And then there's some additional abrasions and contusions around them. Next. We take multiple different views, and this is just additional cuts, a little bit of vital reaction here on the side of the left hand. Next. And then the palmar region, you can see where I was describing before, there's a thin layer of blood there. So obviously, when the laceration of the forehead or the back of the head or the neck cut happened, there was some bleeding that was coming and staining her left hand, and that's where it stayed. And then there were a couple of cuts on the what we call like a medial part in that anatomic position. Next. So this is the close-up of the ligatures on the neck. So we can see at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different furrows. Some of them overlap, of course, and then this is the cut in between. I know that it's a cut, it's not a laceration or blunt force trauma, because the margins are sharp. In the corners, actually, we have kind of like a pointed corners. Penetrates sharply through the skin subcutaneous tissue all the way to the trachea, through the muscles too, and doesn't have any tissue bridging. So that's a separate wound that is not associated with strangulation in any fashion. So it's a separate type of injury. This is another cut here, but it's slightly more irregular, meaning that either the blade is bending down or there was some rotation of the blade as it was coming in and out, but it wasn't really deep. It was relatively superficial. Just another sharp voice injury. This is the right side of the neck, right ear, and then we are seeing that cut, and then more kind of a better definition of the different furrows that are happening now the right side of the neck. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then this is possibly as the ligature kind of moves, the movement happens, it kind of scrapes the skin. And it's mostly horizontal. There's a little bit of bruising associated with it, which means she's alive when all of this happens. And then the left side. The pattern becomes a little bit more interrupted. There are a couple of abrasions that cuts here. They're superficial. That's the cut that we already saw here. And then, as I said, it kind of starts kind of disappearing toward the nuchal area or back of the neck. So there is something that is preventing the ligature to go all the way around that is used to tighten the ligature around her neck. And you can see that kind of interruption. There are some that go through, but there is interruption of the pattern of the rest of the ligature furrows on the back. That's the blunt force trauma, the laceration on the forehead. The forehead, the scalp, they bleed a lot. If you see any boxing match, something happens and then they bleed a lot, so that's where the blood is coming from. That is laceration with abraded and bruised margins, and then we're going to see actually hemorrhage underneath. So that's blunt force trauma. She is alive when this happens. And you can see blood staining around it, that kind of residual blood is stay there. The right shoulder and right arm area are here with the kind of more non-specific contusions. They're real. There's a real blunt force trauma. She's alive. And then there is that pattern, kind of capital letter E-shaped contusion, meaning that if the object strikes in this area, it's going to push the blood to the side, and then this will be the width of the object that struck the arm, and then this is the bruising next to it. So that's the real trauma, blunt force trauma, of course, the tattoo that identifies her as a kind of presumptive identification, although it shows the names and the dates that could be relatively specific. And then some of the sharp force trauma too, kind of incisions and cuts into the arm. Next. That pattern that I showed in the left forearm, the three kind of almost parallel cuts with the vital reaction around them. There is actually a deeper cut here, so there's definitely a sharp object that is moving and along the skin and injuring it. There was a little bruising that's more proximal toward the elbow, and that is more distal toward the wrist. And then there was extensive bruising, which is blunt force trauma, real trauma on the inner left arm, elbow region, forearm, and then this was actually more of a cut. So two different types of injury in the same region: cut, sharp force injury, and then extensive bruising, blunt force trauma, and all antemortem. As opposed to that and this type of kind of viral reaction. These particular cuts don't show viral reaction. We already area of the left breast, which again speaks toward the post-mortem.
We're about 25 minutes behind the live court feed right now, so we're not too far behind, actually. I see there's quite a few of you, like KG Constrictor said as well, and Wendy says, sorry if I'm out of line, but in my opinion, it's been too long on death row. I mean, I think we all think so, right? Like, sometimes it's 20 years. Between 10 and 20 years. KG Constrictors said it should be like the next day. That would be amazing if they get, obviously, that type of a sentence and the death penalty, of course, but it's obviously about the appeals, right? You know, so they've got the human rights and they can appeal, and I think they get automatic 3 appeals and things like that. So it takes time, but yeah, it takes a long time. Oh my goodness, it takes long. So if they get the death penalty. This is a death penalty trial, in case you're wondering why I'm talking about this. And we are currently in the first phase of the trial, which is the guilt phase. Let's see if the jury finds him guilty or not. And if they do, then they go to the next phase, which should be the punishment phase. And that'll probably be next week or so. This trial might actually also be streamed on Saturday, because the jury sequestered and they said they actually anticipate that they're going to work on Saturday as well. So interesting. Let's see if that actually happens.
Cuts on the body. Next. And then the close-up again of these injuries that we already mentioned. So strangulation, ligature furrow, cuts in the neck. There is some bleeding here, as opposed to this particular cut and incision, or these particular cuts and incisions. That is what I mentioned, kind of almost like a stellate or pinwheel pattern, and the areola and the nipple are missing. And that's kind of more like a regular kind of cut with a purpose, so to speak, with the missing parts. And actually, that part of the areola with the nipple did come with her to the office. And then the bruising on the, now we do images and photographs of the front and the back and the sides, of course. Now her body now is prone, face down. It will be the right chest, and this is the right arm, right elbow. Bruising, extensive bruising here. Almost a pattern, blanching similar to the shoulder region, and then of course bruising on the wrists. There were some of these additional scrapes here seen that are kind of more superimposed on the bruising and don't necessarily show violent reaction. So meaning that it would be classified as a defense type of injuries, the way how they're located on the kind of inner portions of the forearm, elbow, and the wrist. And then that would be laceration on the back of the head. As I said, this is the only kind of typo that I saw. So there's definitely a kind of, looks like a cut, defect in the back of the head where the ragged sort of margins are created by objects striking the head and then creating that kind of tissue bridging and the bruising around it, meaning that there's vital reaction that happened while she was still alive. So that's the blunt force trauma, antemortem blunt force trauma.
Sorry, here and there I pause just to address some of your comments or to just have a little break from all this horrifying information. Sean has said, oh my goodness, I should be fired, Grizzly True Crime. I can't believe I've been here lurking all day and just realized I haven't hit the like button. I've never forgotten before. Sis. Make sure you hit the like button, not because you like the, what's being presented. Maybe you like the way that I present true crime or trials, or maybe you just want other people to learn about this case and you want YouTube to put it into the algorithm, because with all the words that they're saying, they're definitely not going to do that. So you guys are going to manually put it in the algorithm for other people to see. Okay, otherwise it's just us that are here now that are going to see it. Also, Miss Holmes said, I'm trying to lurk while shopping, and at this rate I'm going to close with the store because I keep looking at my phone. Oh my word. Thank you for taking us with you. Thank you to everyone who's here. And sometimes, of course, we're here for hours. So you have things to do, right? Maybe you have dinner to cook or laundry to fold, or you go out to the doctor or to the shops or whatever it is. Thank you for taking us with you. I really appreciate that.
That's the piece of the skin from the area of the areola, pigmented, and the nipple. And you can see kind of that stellate pattern. Again, looks small because of the elasticity of the skin and shrinking that happens after excision. And that's just that would be the outer part, and this is the inner part, the fatty tissue underneath. Again, to show that it matches actually the defect on the breast. And that's a smaller piece, one of the smaller, there were two smaller pieces that belonged to the ear. There was almost like a little bit of almost like an ear shape. That's the left side of the ear that was cut. And I believe we have both on the both sides similar to the areola. And then just to kind of confirm the concept of the vital reactions. So one of the cuts that we make when we examine the head is that we connect the cut on the back of the head so they're not visible if there's any viewing. And so to orient you, when the scalp is deflected, it's deflected kind of over the forehead. So the forehead would be under this, the scalp that is now deflected, and this is now the left forehead. So we're looking at the left forehead, the laceration that I talked about, and then bruising that goes all the way to the skull. So this is the bone, this is the skull. There was no fracture, but this is just the bruising and a hemorrhage, which we call in the report you might see subgaleal hemorrhage, that shows that she was alive when she sustained that impact.
And doctor, if you, obviously you've explained a lot of injuries to us, and some peri-mortem, some post-mortem, some ante-mortem. Do you have an opinion about the period of time that it would take in this human to have sustained the injuries that you see in a bigger picture?
I cannot really tell. All I can tell is that all the injuries, ante-mortem injuries are happening, obviously when she's alive. Post-mortem injury all happening before there's decomposition. And it could be, again, as I said, 2 to 4 days depending on the conditions in the residence and where really all of that happened.
Okay, and is that based on the healing nature of bruising and things of that nature, that you can tell when bruises happen versus one another?
Yes, and general postmortem changes that set in shortly after death.
Okay. And specifically, I'm going to ask you if you saw any evidence of this based on the injuries. Did you see any injuries that would suggest binding of the arms, of the hands or wrists?
If that happened, it was soft binding, nothing that would leave the marks on the body. The only binding in the tape that we saw actually was the one that was used to secure the bags.
Okay.
And Rebecca had talked about, Rebecca's the former girlfriend who testified on day 1, for those who don't know. And if you haven't seen that, you should go watch that. It's timestamped for you. But she said that they used zip ties to tie her hands and chained her, the victim, Jennifer Paxton, to the bed. And it sounds like they had her there for about 3 to 4 days even that's what the injuries are showing here as well.
The linear bruising that you testified to, and you said the object would have been in between the two bruises. If the jury heard testimony about the use of a baseball bat, would that be consistent or inconsistent with those injuries?
That will be consistent depending on the shape, size of the baseball bat.
Okay. And with regard to the ligature, the use of a shoestring would be consistent or inconsistent with the injuries you've observed?
It will be consistent.
You mentioned a few times about the existence of defensive injuries in this case. If you would just tell us specifically, and you showed us with your arms, but could you expand on that if you would, please, just the nature of defensive injuries and how you make a determination that this is a defensive injury?
So with the sharp force trauma and blunt force trauma, any clustering of the injury that happens on the hands, wrists, and forearms is consistent with the defense type of injuries. Can they happen other ways? Certainly. But that's certainly something that we look for in victims with multiple blunt force or sharp force trauma.
And Judge, if I could just spin the mannequin one to let the jury observe the backside before we pass the witness. And Doctor, you started this process in direct examination with telling us that you are commissioned to find out and investigate the cause and manner of death. And did you come up to a conclusion with this case based on all of the injuries that you observed in the autopsy for the purposes of determining a cause of death in this case?
Yes.
And what was the cause of death of Jennifer Paxton?
Strangulation.
And what was the manner of death?
Homicide.
Cross-examination time. I think they've got some stuff to work with, right? Well, let's see what they ask. Someone's asking in chat. Sorry, I didn't see now who, but you're asking who testified today. So far, we've had Agent Jennifer Millsaps from the TBI, Douglas Williams from the TBI. Sorry for paper flapping. We also had John Hannon. Yeah, Hannon. I was just looking at my chicken scratch. John Hannon from the TBI, Daniel Miller from Renter Center, and now Dr. Darinka Polchan, the Chief Medical Examiner.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So, can you tell us again what you relied upon to come up with your opinions? You have the autopsy report. Is that what you rely upon mostly?
So I relied on the law enforcement reports, on the report of medical legal death investigation, scene photographs primarily taken by our investigator, and then autopsy report, autopsy photographs, and the reports of other studies such as radiologic images that were done in our office, and report of toxicologic examination.
Okay. And I think that the DA pointed out but you were not present for the autopsy itself.
I viewed the body when it was examined, but I did not hold the scalpel. I did not cut into the body.
Were you there through the entire autopsy?
I did not stay for the entire autopsy, no. I viewed the body before the autopsy, and then I reviewed the photographs at a time of the review in October, and of course now for the purpose of the court.
And you talked about some meetings that you all have. I think that you said every morning you meet to discuss. Well, can you explain what the morning meeting is again?
Right. That's actually our morning review of the cases that investigators bring to us. We create a ledger, and then we discuss the cases with the doctor of the day, pathologist of the day, and then of course whoever's present. And if I'm in the office, I'm present in those meetings. So that's where we do our triage and decision how to approach the case and what we're actually looking at. And that will be that kind of morning meeting. And then in addition, I mentioned the difficult case and peer review meeting, and that's a weekly meeting.
Okay, and is that the same day every week, that weekly meeting?
Yes, it used to be on Wednesdays, and now we recently switched to Thursdays, mainly because of the court, but I just happened to be in court today, but yeah, they're now on Thursdays, Thursday afternoon, 2 o'clock.
Okay. And when this particular case started, this started, you all were called, you went to the scene, or someone from your office went to the scene. Did you go to the scene?
I did not, actually, or it was our medical legal death investigator, Lisa Taylor.
Okay. And so when you're relying on, and then when Dr. Oliver issued an opinion first, right, on his final report, autopsy report, that final opinion on there is William Oliver's, correct?
Right. So you can actually see in our kind of morning, that meeting schedule that we had, that consensus, so-called consensus meeting on October 21st, and that's where he signed out the case, because we agreed that cause of that would be strangulation and it would be a homicide. So yeah, that's his opinion. We agreed with his opinion.
Okay. And so when you're testifying, you're basically you're informing the jury of what Dr. Oliver's opinion was to some degree?
No, I'm just telling jury what my opinion is.
Okay. But your opinion is based on his autopsy?
The opinion is based on the scene, photographs, autopsy report, which is supposed to be a kind of objective kind of compilation of the findings, and then so anybody can create kind of opinion or anyone, any forensic pathologist who is qualified can form opinion the cause and manner of that objectively.
She's like, no, actually, that was my opinion. Like, oh, damn, okay. Strongly, he was just like, oh, so it was just you didn't actually do any of this. We see where it's going.
Okay, I want to ask you about a couple of the injuries, okay? Let's see, can I turn this around? Sure. You were talking about this slice injury here, and there's a piece that's missing from that left arm. And can you tell me there was a tattoo there, wasn't there?
Yes.
What was that tattoo of?
I believe it was the letter T, and there was RIP and then the name. So I don't know all the details, but yeah, the main thing was like a capital letter T. Was it capital letter T or a cross? It could be cross, actually, yeah.
It was a cross, okay. And that was cut away, that tattoo, that cross tattoo
Yeah,
was
part
cut
of the
away?
cross was cut away, yes.
Okay. As far as, now, when the body's in the freezer, obviously, you talked about you were able to say that the ante-mortem injuries, you can kind of tell that she must have been alive for a couple of days. I was a little bit confused on, you're not able to tell when the post-mortem injuries were delivered. I mean, like as far as timing, for instance, once the body was frozen, is there any way to know if the body was ever removed from the freezer and put back into the freezer?
Well, I could not tell whether the body was removed and put in the freezer. All we know that it was frozen, and then when it was discovered at the scene, it was actually already removed and under the bed. So there was a bed in the bedroom, and freezer was in the closet, and that's where the body was when our investigator came to the scene.
Okay, but there's no way to know if it was removed prior to that and put back in. For instance, I guess what I'm saying is you wouldn't be able to tell through deterioration or decomposition or anything like that unless it had started to defrost, unless the body had started to defrost. For instance, if it was removed for a few minutes or something and put back in, or if the door was open for a few minutes and shut, you wouldn't be able to tell when those cuts were made, I guess is what I'm saying.
All I can say, they are made a lot of those cuts that I described, like the nose, the missing piece on the arm with the cross, and so that's post-mortem. But the exact timing post-mortem, I cannot tell you. I can tell you that it happened before any decomposition set in, but that's all.
And as far as that goes, the freezing would have stopped the decomposition process.
Yes.
Correct? So any of the post-mortem cuts could have happened post-freezing. Is that possible?
It's hard to cut frozen. The skin is hard to cut to begin with. I can tell you when we make a white shaped cut, I blunt a very sharp scalpel. So that's hard to cut. Frozen skin and tissue, that's doubly hard to cut. So I'm not really sure that would be really easily performed. I mean, I guess it could be, and obviously that's how the body was cut out from the freezer. Yeah, that would be hard to do.
But it was done. I mean, it would be hard to do, but it was done on this body.
Well, that's why some of the wounds were like a really kind of haphazard and geographic, and didn't really have a good kind of pattern or shape to them.
Mm-hmm. And except for that one where the tattoo is missing, right? I mean, it kind of looks like the tattoo's sliced off. Wouldn't you agree with that
Yeah,
section?
well, part of the tooth was sliced off, yes.
Okay. And really the point of that questioning is that it's impossible for you to say if this body was in a freezer for 8 months. I think that's what people have testified. If this body was in a freezer for 8 months, there's no way to know when those cuts occurred. They could have occurred at any time during those 8 months.
I mean, the regular cuts, she could not be really frozen necessarily for those nice regular cuts to happen. But after that, it's hard to tell.
Okay. And then this, let's see. Can I have just 1 second?
Yes, sir.
Jamie saying, does anyone know how long she was living there? Only 3 to 4 days, max a week, because they're saying between December 23rd and 31st. And the freezer was already ordered on the 27th of December 2019 and arrived on the 28th. So, I think between the 23rd and 27th is when it all happened. And then what?
Just a couple more, Judge. So when you have the get together once the body comes, does Dr. Oliver or whoever's performing the autopsy make their own notes?
Actually, many of us do take notes during the autopsy. Dr. Oliver actually dictates everything as he's doing the autopsy, so he doesn't have notes.
And do you take notes separate? You take individual notes as well?
When I do autopsies, I take notes, I dictate the case, I make sure that all my notes are transferred to the dictated transcript, and then after that I don't save the notes because everything is in the transcript in my autopsy report.
And is it fair to say that those notes that, say, for instance, notes that you took or notes that Dr. Oliver took, would you rely on his notes when you were making a determination?
So as I said, Dr. Oliver does not create notes. He dictates during the autopsy as he prosects, examines and then prosects the case.
Or is what he dictates ever put onto paper?
Yeah, that's the autopsy report that is entered as the evidence.
So he's just dictating the report?
He's dictating the report and then proofreading and then signing the report electronically. So there are no notes.
Okay. What about the investigators? Do they take notes when they're out on the site?
The different investigators do it differently. Many of them do take notes and then put it as the report of medical legal death investigation, that it's part of those like 3 documents that are kind of public record in the state of Tennessee.
Okay. And are those notes, are they maintained? Do you maintain all those notes?
Well, one the report is in the what we call MDI log. That's our electronic database, because we are a paperless office pretty much. Then once they proofread the report and approve of the report, and then the case is pretty much kind of closed, then they finish that, and then we don't require them to keep the notes. Some might keep notes, but we don't have that requirement once it's pretty much kind of signed off on in the MDI log.
This is actually a good pause. Just like, what's the next question? Karen, thank you so much. You said, I love this Grizzly fam. Thank you for everything, G. Thank you so much. And Laura, sorry, I missed your comment there earlier. You said she wasn't living there. She was held hostage there, but I know what you mean. Thank you for knowing what I mean. That is what I meant. When I say living there, of course, that was their story. And Rebecca's story actually changed. She's like, I think she was there for about a month or whatever, but not according to the police timeline. So the police have said between December 1st and 31st is when Jennifer Paxton was murdered. And then during the testimony on day 1 or 2, somewhere there, they had talked about between the 23rd and the 31st. So it's somewhere in that week where everything happened. And so they lured her. Sean Finnegan offered her a place to stay, saying, I'll pay you $100, apparently, to come home with me and have sex with me and my girlfriend, and that you get to have a place to stay for a while. And so she agreed to that. I don't know what else he offered her, you know, if it was any medication or anything, any drugs or anything like that. I don't know. But yeah, so she wasn't like living there. She was lured there and then horribly tortured, abused, SA'd, and murdered. It's horrific.
Okay. And as far as the toxicology report, you mentioned that there was morphine, correct?
That's correct.
But you can't say when exactly she ingested it or how or whether she was dependent at this point, can you?
No, I cannot really say how much, how, and at which point.
Okay. Just one more second, Judge.
Yes,
And so just one last thing. So your findings today are consistent with Dr. Oliver's findings?
Yes, my findings are consistent and my opinions are consistent with his.
That's all.
Read the right. Doctor, the suggestion was just made that the cross was cut off of her arm. I'm going to show you the exhibit we've already seen a little bit of. And zoom in on that. And Doctor, could you tell us that the dark area inside of the sliced piece that came, where did that sliced piece come from?
So the whole slice came from the left arm.
Okay, and so it's just below where we're talking about.
Yeah, that's pretty much kind of match, and that's why it was positioned there to kind of place it there to match the defect on the left arm.
Okay.
And it is smaller because I said the skin is elastic, and especially once thawed, is going to shrink, contract.
And this dark circle that we're looking at in the middle of that piece, what is that?
That's the freezer burn, where the body was kind of stuck to the freezer wall.
And with regard to the edges of the cutting piece there, do you know or do you have an opinion about what kind of instrument would be used to do that?
It had to be rather sharp, very sharp instrument.
Like a chef knife?
It had to be like a really good chef knife, yes.
How about that cut versus the cut on the nose?
That had to be actually very sharp blade to make it such a perfect cut.
Okay. And the last thing, can you tell whether or not those cuts are made when the body is frozen or not?
I cannot really tell. They look to me like a freeze and burns that the cut that was made to kind of free the body from the freezer. That's all it looks to me like.
Okay, and the last question was about morphine and the use of morphine and metabolization is my question, I guess. The amount of morphine that was in the decedent's blood and Jennifer Paxton's blood, how long would it take a person to metabolize that out of their system, that level? You already told us that it would kill you, right? That level?
Yeah, that level would definitely kill most of the people who are not taking morphine on a regular basis, yes.
Okay, and how long would it take a human to metabolize that out?
Well, depends on the half-life. For morphine, actually, for heroin, for example, had it been heroin, it's like a couple of minutes. For morphine, it's several hours. So that would be half-life, how much time it takes for morphine to break down into half of the original amount. So about a half hour. So I don't really know where she started. And if she's tolerant, because she's taking morphine or opiate like that before, so she could have started at a level before that. So it's really hard to extrapolate anything just from the concentration in the blood, but a tolerant person can actually function with that level.
Okay. But there's no way you can estimate that in terms of the amount here whether or not where she would be lethal wise because she may be tolerant?
Yeah, if she's a drug abuser, especially opiate abuser, yeah, that she can be tolerant, and I can't really tell.
Okay. Thank you.
Nothing else. All right, ma'am. Thank you. Step down. You're free to stay in the corner. Free to go. So we've got another witness, don't we?
We do, yeah.
Do we?
I think we'll just call it a day. Y'all worked hard today, so.
This judge, I just love what he's like. Yeah, I think we're just gonna call it a day. Like the way the judge, I don't know, just the way he ends his days. It's not, he's very nice. It's just not like tiptoeing around. It's just like, listen, we're gonna call it a day. Okay, it's been a tough day. I mean, it was really intense, right? It was really intense. Teresa, right? If you didn't know, check out it's actually the trial prep, that one. Not on day one, we heard some things, but not so much about those CSAM charges, right? Because that's not part of this trial. But in the trial prep, I did talk about some of that, and Mahogany talked about some of that, which was on day 2, but it was outside the presence of the jury because they were trying to determine what they could say and not say. But horrendous, okay? So, yeah. The judge calling it a day, let's see.
I appreciate y'all's efforts. I've got to meet with the lawyers tomorrow morning to work on something. So if you don't mind, I'd rather y'all come in probably about 10. So I don't know what place they serve breakfast there, but if y'all can just be back here at 10 tomorrow morning, and then we'll keep on going from there. But that way, that gives me, instead of y'all just sitting in the jury room while I talk to lawyers, this way you can do something, you can talk to each other instead of looking at me. But I appreciate your efforts today. You can leave your notebooks there. Remember my instructions to you, not to discuss the case with anyone, not to discuss the case with each other. We can't do that till we get all the facts and I give you the law in the case. And it's really important y'all follow that instruction. Let's see if there's anything else I need to add. I guess that's it. So I hope y'all have a good evening. Everybody rise, please.
Let's just see if they're going to say anything else. Terry H, you're asking, what? Gee, they had kids? Okay, no, you got to do your homework a little bit. No, I will repeat when there's questions or things like that. But if you watch the trial prep, it's really going to help you a lot to understand some of the basic facts of this case, right? So, remember, the former girlfriend, Rebecca Dishman, she pled guilty. She took a plea deal. She pleaded guilty. She's got life in prison plus 50 years. So the plus 50 years is for CSAM charges based on what police found on electronic devices in the home. And in the home, oh no, apparently after Jennifer Paxton's murder. So I think, if I'm correct in my own little timeline in my head there, I think it was from May of 2020 is when those CSAM charges came about because of everything that investigated. And so they say that Sean Finnegan and Rebecca Dishman they were babysitting children. And one of the children, they were under 3 years old. There's 2 children involved in these CSAM charges. CSAM, I'm sure you guys by now know what it is, right? Child, SA, material. And Mahogany talked a little bit about that yesterday, as I say, outside of the presence of the jury. So it wasn't their children. It was children that they were, for some reason, babysitting. Okay? And that's why Rebecca's got life in prison for the murder charge, plus 50 years. And she had to testify against Sean Finnegan. So I don't think he's been prosecuted yet for those other charges. I think he still will. I don't know if it'll come into anything. I don't think so. I don't think it's got anything to do with this trial or sentencing. It'll probably be afterwards. Maybe it's a separate case. As they said, they're not going to talk about this case, that case in this trial. But it is horrific. So to think of what they're accused of is not only preying on someone who's experiencing homelessness and struggling with addiction and, like preying on vulnerable people, but also children. Oh my goodness. I mean, it's unthinkable, right? So again, if you haven't watched the trial prep, please check that out. I mean, that was nice and short. I think it was like 50 minutes, including the intro and everything. So, and it's timestamped and everything, so you can check it out there if you just want to learn a few little things as well before we come again here tomorrow, day 4. I'm like day 3, no, day 4. And the judge said that he wants the jurors in at 10 a.m. instead of 9. I don't know if they'll be streaming what he has to work through with the attorneys. If they are going to stream that, I mean, I'm going to check it out to see if it's something that we'd want to watch. We probably do. But if they're not going to stream that, then obviously we're going to start also later than we did today. I always check it out first because we want to teleport over all the fluff, you know what I mean? So let's just see this. I just want to see if the attorneys are going to say anything else. Hasina says, best mods. I just came in to say hi. We'll be catching up on replay. Thank you, G. Awesome mods. Thank you, Hasina. I hope you saw the YouTube short I made. You inspired me to say hi, bo. So I made a YouTube short, and YouTube's behind the scenes in the studio actually showed me that everybody loved that short very much. So thank you, Hasina.
Somebody leave their sweater there. Thank you. What? Yes. Please. Thank you. Have a seat. So my plan is this. I guess y'all don't have to tell me this answer, but do you have one more witness or two more witnesses, or do you know how many you got?
We'll wrap up proof in the morning.
Okay. And so I'd like to have the charge conference in the morning. So if y'all can be here at 8:30, we'll send you a copy of the instructions tonight. So at 8:30 in the morning tomorrow morning, we'll work on a jury charge from about 8:30 to 10. Then we'll bring back in, and y'all can put on y'all's witnesses then.
I may be just a little late with the court's permission on that. I have allergy shots in the morning.
You got what?
I have allergy shots at 8 a.m., so I plan on coming in.
Whenever you get here, we'll be ready. So and then my plan is once the state closes, then what we'll do is I'll excuse the jury. Y'all can make the appropriate motions. Then I'd like to have the issue in regard to fines discussed, and then we can have our moment hearing. And then y'all can put on any proof that y'all want to put on. If you don't put on any proof, then probably what I'll do is I'll take a short break then let y'all do closing arguments. I'm not sure where we'll be at the day then. I don't know if I'll have time to give the charge then or wait till the next morning to give the charge. So we'll just kind of play it by ear. But unless y'all have a suggestion one way or the other. Okay. Okay, anything else I can do for the...
Okay, just a second.
Sure.
I don't think we need to renew the objection on the ME since we've done it twice.
I think you got it.
All right.
All right. And if y'all can move the mannequin, I don't want the mannequin in here for the rest of the trial. You can use it in your closing, but put it over in the closet or do something with the mannequin. Okay?
One more question. For the moment hearing, is that something that you do the colloquy on, or should I be prepared to do it?
I think you're supposed to do it.
I think so too, but sometimes some judges prefer to do it.
But I'll tell you the reason why we do that. Because some of you, not you, some people don't know how to do it. So I've got the script up here.
I don't have a script, but I can get through it, and you can fix it if you like.
If you need a script, I've got a script for you. Okay?
I've done it a bunch, but I do it different just about every time.
We'll be fine. All right, see y'all in the morning. Thanks for your work today.
Thank you.
Damn, that's it for the day. Okay, I mean, I don't know. Today felt like it went quite quick, even though right now I'm like, is it early? Did they finish early? Not really. I mean, it's 5:10, Anderson County, Tennessee time, right? So that was a full day. A very intense day. Oh my goodness. We're going to look again tomorrow. We'll look, I think I've got one document with, I think it's from the court system actually, just showing all the charges. I think weren't they 18 when they read out the indictment? 18. So for everyone saying, I think the verdict will be quick. I think it could take long. They have to have a unanimous verdict, probably on all of that. And that'll just be the guilt phase. Then there'll be the punishment phase. You know, will they have a unanimous verdict on the death penalty or no? That's always difficult, right? We've seen trials, death penalty trials before here, of course, at Grizzly True Crime. I mean, ones that I've covered, right? Okay, G-Mommy, thank you for that. You say Jennifer with purple hearts. Thank you to everyone who's sharing purple hearts in honor of Jennifer Paxton, the victim in this case. Again, if you want to know a little bit more about the timeline, if you like bullet points, right, and those presentations that I make for you, I did make one for you in this trial. Let me just take the seal off, sorry. I did make one for you in this trial, and that was the trial prep, okay? So it might just be good to just go over that so that when we meet here tomorrow, we're all kind of on the same page. of course, the trial, there's lots of information. I would like to rehear a lot because sometimes it's just like, wow, my brain is full, you know. I'm sure some of you feel like that as well. That's why I make the timestamp so that you can rewatch any of the testimonies or any of the, you know, the information that you want to see there. All right, everyone. Thank you so much. And I will see you then tomorrow. Thank you so much to everyone who supported the channel today. And that means whether you liked it, you know, like the live stream, not because you like the topic, because you like the way I present trials or true crime, or because you want the algorithm to show it to more people. Thank you for liking, sharing, subscribing. Those are all free ways to support the channel. And of course, thank you to everyone who bought stickers and coffees and sent PayPal. PayPal is the most direct source of support. And to all of you getting all the new merch. I made a whole bunch of new merch designs for you. So thank you to everyone for doing that as well. And of course, last but not least, oh my goodness, thank you to the mods. Aren't they just superstars? Oh my goodness. Thank you, mods. That was a very, very busy day. Very intense. All right, everyone. I will see you tomorrow then. We'll monitor the time. And maybe we'll even be together Friday and Saturday, hey? Tomorrow and Saturday. We shall see. Okay, see you then. Bye.